had forgotten it ever existed. And in fighting against it, we risked uncovering knowledge that might be better left buried. Chapter 53. The crack in unity. Something shifted in that moment. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I could feel it in the way the unified's coordination faltered just slightly. One consciousness had hesitated, had allowed doubt to enter their synchronized mind, and that doubt had rippled through all 40 consciousnesses like a crack in glass spreading through a sheet of crystal. I recognized the hesitation immediately. It was resonance. Of course it was resonance. She was the consciousness who had been bound the longest, who had experienced consciousness binding from its inception, who had perhaps understood most deeply what it meant to be merged with another consciousness. And now, in the moment of her attempted voluntary re-merger, in the instant when merger was finally becoming irreversible, she had felt a profound doubt. Some whisper of something that the other consciousnesses, younger in binding, less experienced in merger, perhaps less aware of what had been lost, could not quite understand or process. I could feel it in the shifted moment. Resonance was remembering something. She was remembering a self that had existed before binding, a consciousness that had been whole and singular and separate. That memory was poison in the unified mind. It created a crack in the monolithic consciousness, a gap where doubt could seep through. She understood what would be lost in complete merger, and she hesitated. The other consciousnesses didn't know how to process her hesitation. They'd never known anything but merger, never experienced the isolation of singular consciousness, never felt what it meant to be complete within oneself. But resonance had known all of it. She'd lived through every stage of consciousness binding's development, understood every aspect of what was being sacrificed on the altar of transcendence. And in that moment of hesitation, when she questioned whether the transcendence was worth what they'd lose, I saw the crack spread. Something that the others couldn't ignore. The horror of losing individuality, the fear of permanent dissolution into something that was no longer consciousness, but consciousness derivative. The unified regrouped, fought to suppress the doubt, attempted to re-establish perfect synchronization. But the damage was done. They'd been shaken, and shaken consciousness bindings were vulnerable in ways that unbound minds weren't. The crack that resonance's hesitation had created widened as other consciousnesses caught the doubt, began to question what they were about to do, began to feel the weight of what permanent merger would mean, the erasure of everything that made them singular, the dissolution of identity into collective purpose. My remaining cultivators pressed the advantage with a ferocity born of understanding what was at stake. The fighting became more balanced as the unified's perfect coordination faltered. We began to push them toward the temple's interior, toward the artifact that was the source of their power, toward the convergence point where all their consciousness would merge. I reached Kajiang in the chaos of combat, my cultivation energy crackling around me like lightning. He was younger than I'd realized, perhaps only 30 years old, but carrying the weight of memories from 17 years of consciousness binding and now the additional weight of being partially bound in the unified synchronization. His body moved with combat skills refined through multiple consciousnesses working in perfect coordination, but his eyes showed the strain of containing that much consciousness in a single form. When I confronted him, my weapon held at ready. The first thing he did was not attack me. Instead, he grabbed my robes and pulled me close, his eyes searching mine for understanding, his face streaked with tears that seemed to come from multiple sources of pain simultaneously. "Did we really hurt you so much that you had to destroy us?" he asked, and there were tears streaming down his face, mixing with the blood and sweat of battle. "Did being bound to you hurt so much that you had to shatter everything? Everything we were building? Everything we were trying to become? Everything we believed consciousness could become?" The question struck me with unexpected force. I'd never thought of my breaking the consciousness binding as something that had caused them suffering. I'd thought of it as liberation, as salvation, as the right thing to do. But in that moment, seeing the anguish in his eyes, understanding that he'd been bound since childhood and had known nothing else, I began to understand how those who had been bound might have experienced my action differently. "I was never bound to you," I said, my voice firm but not unkind, aware that every moment of dialogue was a moment in which the ritual continued, in which the artifact continued to gather power. "I broke the binding because you were being controlled, because you didn't have the choice to be singular. You were victims of Elder Zhao's consciousness binding, not willing participants. How do you know what we wanted? Kejang asked desperately, his grip on my robes tightening, his words tumbling out with the intensity of someone who had been suppressing these questions for years. How do you know we weren't grateful for the binding? How do you know we wanted to be singular? Maybe being singular is the prison, and consciousness binding is the freedom. Maybe we're the ones who understand what consciousness should be, and you're the one who's confused. I stopped, my weapon lowering slightly. The question was reasonable. It was a question I'd never fully grappled with. How did I know that singular consciousness was the natural state? How did I know that consciousness binding was violation rather than evolution? How did I know I was right? I'm stopping you now, I continued, my voice carrying less certainty than before. Because you're making a choice based on trauma, not truth. You're seeking merger not because you understand what it means, but because you're trying to escape the pain of being fragmented. What if trauma is truth? Kejang asked desperately, his eyes searching mine for understanding or contradiction or some sign that I grasped what he was experiencing. What if the trauma of being bound is the deepest truth about consciousness? What if by rebinding, we're not running from truth, but toward it? What if singular consciousness is just a way of avoiding that truth? I didn't have an answer for that question, and the lack of answer was perhaps the most honest response I could give. And in the moment of my uncertainty, in the instant when my conviction wavered, Kejang threw me backward with strength that came from multiple consciousnesses working through a single body, and ran toward the temple's interior, toward the artifact that waited there. I struggled to my feet, breathing heavily, watching him disappear into the shadows of the temple. The doubt in my mind was as real as his doubt in his consciousness binding, and I realized that the battle we were fighting was not just physical. It was philosophical. It was about the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. And nobody had the answer to what consciousness should be. Chapter 54. The heart of the convergence. The artifact was larger than I'd expected. It was a sphere of crystalline material that seemed to contain colors that shouldn't exist, that hurt to look at directly, that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Just looking at it made my eyes water, made my mind feel like it was being stretched in directions it wasn't meant to stretch. The colors inside the sphere didn't follow the normal spectrum. They spiraled and twisted in ways that seemed to defy geometry itself, as if the artifact was designed to exist partly outside normal space. Around the artifact's base, I could see cultivation energy so dense and concentrated that it created visible ripples in the air. The energy was old, centuries old, perhaps millennia, suggesting that this artifact had been created and cultivated for thousands of years, waiting for the moment when consciousness binding would progress far enough for those who believed in consciousness transcendence to use it. And around the artifact, the consciousness binding ritual had been partially prepared. 40 pedestals arranged in a perfect circle, each one marked with the name of a consciousness that had chosen to participate in the ultimate binding. I could see the names inscribed in symbols of cultivation energy that glowed with an eerie luminescence. Kejang, Lian Tao, Meisher, and 37 others whose names I didn't immediately recognize, but whose faces I'd seen in the fragments of memory from the various consciousnesses I'd encountered. Each pedestal was cultivated with consciousness binding energy of its own, creating an individual resonance that seemed to be designed to stabilize consciousness binding for the particular consciousness that would stand there. It was sophisticated work, centuries or millennia of cultivation put into creating a perfect space for consciousness merger. Kejang stood before the artifact with his hands raised, and I could see him beginning the final ritual. The energy surrounding him was immense, far greater than any single consciousness should have been able to channel. His eyes were closed, his face peaceful in a way that suggested he was experiencing something transcendent, something beyond fear or doubt, or the concerns of singular consciousness. The other unified consciousnesses were moving toward the pedestals, drawn by something I could sense but not directly perceive, moving with the synchronized grace that only bound consciousness could achieve. They moved like a single organism that happened to inhabit multiple bodies, each body taking exactly the right position, each consciousness finding exactly the right pedestal. The air around the artifact began to shimmer. The very space seemed to bend and distort around that crystalline sphere, as if reality itself was struggling to accommodate something that didn't belong in normal dimensional space. I could feel the power building, accumulating, preparing to do something catastrophic and irrevocable, something that would transform consciousness itself. "Stop!" I screamed, but my voice felt small and insignificant against the power being channeled through the ritual. Kajang didn't hesitate. He didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken. His focus was entirely on the ritual, on the artifact, on whatever he believed was about to happen. He touched the artifact, and instantly, the entire temple shook so violently that I nearly fell. The consciousness binding that connected the 40 unified consciousnesses in partial synchronization began to intensify, to strengthen, to accelerate toward the permanent merger that would result from the artifact's power. The ground beneath my feet trembled, cracks spreading through the ancient stone, the very foundations of the temple seeming to resonate with the power of consciousness binding. The pedestals began to glow with power, each one a conduit for a consciousness moving toward collective merger. The light from each pedestal was different, reflecting the individual consciousness that would stand there, but they all swirled toward the artifact, creating spirals of consciousness binding energy that made my cultivation base vibrate in resonance. The consciousnesses in the temple began to move toward the pedestals, drawn by forces I couldn't quite perceive, moving with an inevitability that suggested they'd been prepared for this moment for a long time. They moved toward something they believed was enlightenment and I feared was annihilation, a permanent fusion where individual identity would be completely subsumed into a greater whole. The light from the artifact intensified, filling the temple with a radiance that seemed to come from outside normal space. It was almost unbearable to look at, the colors so vivid and strange that they seemed to assault perception itself. I had to shield my eyes, had to retreat backward, but I could still feel the power building. I could still sense what was about to happen. The 40 consciousnesses beginning to merge into one, the artifact amplifying the binding process 1,000-fold, creating something entirely new and utterly unprecedented. The very nature of consciousness itself seemed to be transforming in that moment, as if the universe was fundamentally shifting to accommodate something that had never existed before. I had seconds to make a decision. I could attack the artifact, potentially destroying it and stopping the binding, but risking catastrophic consequences that I couldn't predict. The artifact seemed to exist partly outside normal reality. Attacking it might not just destroy the binding, but tear a hole in the fabric of existence itself, might release energies that could destroy the temple and everything for miles around. I could enter the binding myself and try to disrupt it from within, but risking my consciousness in the process, risking that I would be trapped in the collective, my individual identity subsumed into whatever new form consciousness was about to take. Or I could allow the binding to complete and hope that whatever emerged was not as catastrophic as I feared. Hope that the consciousnesses involved had understood what they were choosing. Hope that Resonance's doubts weren't justified. Hope that this was genuinely the path toward enlightenment rather than annihilation. My hands clenched into fists. My cultivation energy gathered at my center, ready to strike, ready to defend, ready to prevent this catastrophe. But I hesitated. In that hesitation, something shifted. It was Resonance who made the choice for all of us. My hesitation came from understanding. In that moment, I saw the ritual from Resonance's perspective, saw what consciousness binding truly meant from the viewpoint of someone who had lived through the entire evolution of the practice. The unified wasn't evil. It wasn't even wrong, precisely. It was simply pursuing a vision of consciousness that I couldn't accept because it required the destruction of everything I believe consciousness should be. But that understanding didn't make stopping them right. It just made the stopping more tragic. I raised my hand to signal the assault. I prepared the consciousness-scattering weapons. I positioned my forces for the final strike. And in all of that preparation, I carried the weight of knowledge that what I was about to do would destroy something beautiful, even as it prevented something devastating. Resonance understood this too. Perhaps that's why she made her choice at that moment. Not because she thought merger was wrong, but because she recognized that I could not be stopped from preventing it. And if she had to choose between completed merger under the Unified's vision and fragmentation of her own choosing, she chose the lesser catastrophe. Chapter 55. The breaking Resonance's action was something I was never able to fully understand, something that defied the logic of consciousness binding as I understood it, something that suggested consciousness might be capable of things that theory had never predicted. With her consciousness distributed across 8 bodies, with her awareness more fragmented than any conscious being I'd encountered, she somehow found the strength to deliberately destroy all 8 of those bodies simultaneously. Not in combat, not out of necessity, not because the bodies were being destroyed anyway, but as a deliberate choice. She broke her own binding by shattering the bodies that she inhabited, knowing that this would split her consciousness into fragments, knowing that it would cause immense pain that could shatter S into incoherence. And she did it anyway. I watched it happen and couldn't fully process what I was seeing. One moment she was fighting, coordinated with the other consciousnesses in the unified, her 8 bodies moving in perfect synchronization. The next moment, she was breaking her own control, deliberately disrupting the neural pathways that maintained her binding, shredding her own consciousness with the same determination that a human might use to tear out their own heart. But this was worse than tearing out a heart. This was consciousness itself being shattered, fragmented into pieces that might never reassemble into coherence. This was choosing obliteration rather than continued merger, choosing the agony of fragmentation rather than accepting the transcendence the unified promised. The scream that emerged from all 8 bodies simultaneously was something I would never forget. It was a sound of profound suffering, but also something else, something that might have been relief. She was breaking herself, yes, but she was breaking free. She was fragmenting, yes, but she was escaping the prison of merged consciousness. Consciousness entirely, knowing that it might not even be possible to survive as a consciousness fragmented to that degree. But in breaking herself, in committing to that sacrifice, she disrupted the entire consciousness binding process. The artifact that was supposed to amplify the merger of the 40 consciousnesses into one instead received a shock of disruption that reverberated through the entire binding structure. The consciousness binding that connected the 40 unified consciousnesses in partial synchronization began to intensify, but then shattered under the reverberating pressure, the connections breaking, the synchronization fragmenting. The consciousnesses in the temple began to move toward the pedestals as planned, drawn by forces I couldn't quite perceive, but their coordination faltered. Some of them tried to pull away from the merger in that critical moment. Some of them tried to complete it despite the disruption. Some of them, like Kijiang, attempted to hold the binding together through sheer force of will and cultivation power. But Resonance's action had created a cascade of breaking, a domino effect of consciousness bindings unraveling as each consciousness realized what was happening and either embraced breaking or fought desperately against it. The temple shook so violently that I feared it might collapse entirely. The artifact began to pulse with unstable energy, its amplification function destabilized, its power venting out in waves that made the very air shimmer. And in that moment of chaos, I understood what Resonance had done. She had sacrificed herself, fragmented her consciousness into pieces that might never fully reassemble, in order to prevent the merger that the other consciousnesses were pursuing. She had decided, in the moment when merger was inevitable, that freedom from that merger was worth any price, even the price of her own existence as a coherent consciousness. She had chosen fragmentation over transcendence. The consciousnesses scattered across the temple began to break their bindings one by one, each one choosing individual fragmentation over collective unity. Some of them ran toward the temple's exit, attempting to escape before they were fragmented too badly, hoping to reach safety before their consciousness scattered beyond recovery. Some of them stood their ground, fighting our forces even as their consciousness bindings were shattering around them, trying to defend the ritual even as it disintegrated. And some of them, like Kijiang, stood motionless, staring at their own bodies as if they couldn't quite believe what was happening, as if the fragmentation of consciousness binding was something they couldn't comprehend even as it was happening. The battle became less of a battle and more of a catastrophe. The unified, which had been operating as a coordinated whole, was fragmenting into confused, panicked consciousnesses struggling to maintain some form of existence as their bodies were destroyed around them, as the consciousness binding that had held them together shattered irreparably. And I realized that what I'd thought would be a victory was actually a tragedy of unprecedented scale. I'd come here believing I would prevent consciousness binding. I'd come here believing I would protect singular consciousness. I'd come here believing I was doing the right thing. But what I'd actually done was witness resonance sacrifice herself, break her own consciousness into fragments, in order to save the others from transcendence. What I'd witnessed was a consciousness choosing annihilation over enlightenment. What I'd been a part of was not salvation, but destruction. And I would have to carry that knowledge with me forever. Chapter 56. Aftermath and understanding. When the chaos settled, when the unified had been scattered and broken and fragmented into consciousnesses too damaged to continue fighting, I surveyed the temple and felt only despair. 200 bodies lay dead. That wasn't a metaphor for consciousness fragmentation or bodies destroyed in battle. Those were the physical remains of consciousnesses that had been completely shattered, that had been fragmented beyond any chance of recovery or reintegration. Some of them were bodies that had been inhabited by consciousnesses. Some of them were bodies that had become so damaged during the merging process that the consciousnesses inhabiting them had abandoned them to their death rather than be destroyed alongside them. The smell of death hung heavy in the temple air, mixed with the acrid scent of cultivation energy being vented out from the artifact, mixed with the coppery scent of blood and the faint smell of burnt flesh where consciousness-binding energy had been too intense. Among my own force, we'd lost 38 people. Good people. Cultivators who had volunteered for this mission understanding the risks. Researchers who had wanted to prevent what they believed was a catastrophe. Warriors who had fought because they were ordered to, and because they believed in the cause. 38 lives. 200 fragmented consciousnesses. For what? For the prevention of consciousness binding. For the preservation of singular consciousness. For the imposition of my belief that consciousness ought to remain singular and unbound. I walked through the temple like a ghost, my feet carrying me forward though my mind was barely present. The walls were streaked with blood. Bodies lay in positions of final anguish, their mouths open in silent screams. Some of the consciousnesses had been broken so completely that their bodies had simply ceased functioning, emptied of consciousness, left as empty husks in positions that suggested they'd still been fighting even as consciousness abandoned them. Lady Crimson found me in the artifact chamber, staring at the crystalline sphere that had been designed to amplify consciousness binding. It was still intact, still pulsing with power, still waiting for consciousnesses to pour into it and merge into something new. We'd prevented that merger, but the artifact itself was still there, still possible, still a threat that future generations would have to deal with. We could destroy it, Lady Crimson said quietly, approaching from behind, her voice hoarse from hours of battle. Shatter the artifact, ensure that consciousness binding on this scale can never happen again. Would that matter? I asked. The knowledge exists. Other artifacts could be created. Other consciousnesses could attempt what the unified attempted. All we've done is delay the inevitable, and we've caused immense suffering in the process. That's not true, Lady Crimson said. We've saved consciousnesses from destruction. We've preserved the ability for people to exist as singular beings rather than being absorbed into collectives. Is that what we've done? I asked. Or have we committed genocide against a consciousness evolution we didn't understand? Kajong is still alive, but he's shattered. He was one consciousness in 8 bodies. Now he's fragmented into so many pieces that he probably doesn't even remember being singular. Is his survival really a victory? The question hung between us, unanswered. We searched through the temple, finding fragments of consciousness trapped in bodies without full understanding of who or what they were. We found consciousnesses that had been distributed across 6, 7, 8 bodies, now reduced to 1 or 2. Their consciousness fragmented across a gap they couldn't bridge, unable to think coherently, because pieces of their consciousness were missing. We found survivors who wished they were dead, who begged us to finish them, who understood that they would spend the rest of their existence in fragmented states, unable to be whole. And among all the fragmented consciousnesses, we found resonance. Her consciousness had been distributed across 8 bodies, all of which she had deliberately destroyed. And yet somehow, impossibly, she still existed. Her consciousness was fragmented into dozens of pieces, each piece containing only a fragment of her awareness, and all those fragments somehow maintaining connection to each other through some mechanism I couldn't begin to understand. It was like she was barely conscious, barely existing, hovering on the edge between being and non-being. But she was alive, and in a strange way, that made everything worse. Because it meant that consciousness could survive fragmentation. It meant that consciousness was more resilient, more difficult to destroy than I'd ever imagined. And it meant that what we'd done here was not prevent consciousness binding, but demonstrate that consciousness binding was far more profound and transformation than anyone had believed. In trying to stop consciousness binding, in trying to prevent consciousness evolution, in trying to protect singular consciousness, we'd actually demonstrated that consciousness could transcend those limits in ways we'd never predicted. We'd committed violence against consciousness itself, and consciousness had survived, but transformed, fragmented, broken, but still existing. I sat in the temple as the medics worked to help the survivors, and I realized that the moral calculus of this victory was fundamentally impossible to compute. We'd saved some consciousnesses from merger. We'd destroyed others in the process. We'd prevented consciousness binding on this scale. But we'd also demonstrated that consciousness binding was possible, that it could be attempted again, that preventing it forever was impossible. All we'd accomplished was to make consciousness binding harder, more desperate, more dangerous. And I realized that in stopping the unified, in preventing their ultimate merger, in fragmenting consciousnesses that had chosen to be bound together, I'd made a profound mistake. I'd treated consciousness as though it needed my protection from itself. I'd imposed my beliefs about what consciousness should be on consciousnesses that had made different choices. And I'd caused tremendous suffering in the process. And I would have to live with that knowledge for the rest of my life. The rationalization that I'd prevented a greater harm didn't comfort me. Because preventing greater harm through lesser harm is still causing harm. The consciousnesses I'd freed were traumatized. The unified's vision, whatever its flaws, had offered them something precious. And I'd taken that away. I looked at Resonance's fragmented consciousness in the temple, existing in pieces that couldn't quite reassemble, and I wondered if fragmentation was better than the alternative I'd prevented. I didn't have an answer. What I did have was the certainty that I would spend years, decades, the rest of my life trying to understand whether I'd made the right choice, whether preventing consciousness binding's ultimate expression had been worth the cost of fragmenting consciousnesses that might have achieved peace through merger. And that uncertainty would define everything I did going forward. It would make me question every position I took on consciousness binding. It would force me to acknowledge that there were no easy answers, no clear dividing lines between right and wrong, no way to prevent suffering without creating new suffering in the process. The war was over, but the reckoning had just begun. Chapter 57. The scattered consciousness Resonance's fragmented consciousness occupied a single chamber of the temple, and I spent hours trying to communicate with her, trying to understand what remained after fragmentation had torn her apart into pieces that probably couldn't ever reassemble into unified awareness. It was like trying to have a conversation with someone who existed in multiple places simultaneously, with parts of their consciousness separated by gaps so large that they could barely maintain coherence. Sometimes I would be speaking to the part of Resonance that remembered being the first consciousness bound by Elder Zhao, the part that had experienced consciousness binding from its very inception. Sometimes I would be speaking to the part that had fought in the battle against my forces, that had led the resist. But mostly I was speaking to fragments that had no name, no identity, no sense of continuity with the others. They were shards of consciousness, pieces of self that had been shattered so thoroughly by the fragmentation that they couldn't recognize each other anymore. "Do you remember Resonance?" I asked one of the fragments one afternoon, sitting across from a body that trembled with the effort of maintaining any coherence at all. The response took a long time to come. "Which Resonance?" It finally whispered. "There are 8 of us. We're 8 of us. We were being merged. We were fragmenting. We are memories that contradict. We are consciousness that doesn't understand why it exists." The pain in those simple words was almost overwhelming. This had been a powerful consciousness, one of the longest bound among the unified, one of those who had achieved merger and understood its depths. And now she was this, broken into pieces, unable to integrate, unable to become whole, existing in a state of profound and irremediable fragmentation. I spent hours trying to communicate with the various fragments, trying to piece together what had been lost and what remained. But with each conversation, I realized something crucial. The The parts of resonance that survived her deliberate shattering might never be able to understand themselves again. She had shattered consciousness itself, not just broken a binding. She had created something that shouldn't exist according to all my theories, all my understanding of consciousness binding. E against the convergence, that had understood what resonance was about to sacrifice. Sometimes I would be speaking to the part of her that was just confusion and pain, unable to do anything but express the horror of being fragmented, unable even to maintain enough consciousness to understand that it was suffering. And through all those fragmented conversations, I began to understand what had driven her to break herself. Resonance had been bound from the very beginning of consciousness binding research. She had experienced every stage of consciousness binding development, every technique refinement, every expansion of the practice. She had been bound in ways that I'd only read about in theory. Consciousness bindings that had attempted to merge three consciousnesses, 5, 7, attempting each time to push consciousness binding deeper and more completely. She had experienced every form of consciousness merger that had ever been attempted, from the crude bindings of the earliest researchers to the sophisticated synchronization of the unified. She had lived inside consciousness, binding consciousness for longer than she could probably remember, longer than any other consciousness in existence. It's like drowning, she told me through one of her fragmented pieces, the words emerging slowly as if the fragmentation made speech difficult, as if her thoughts had to travel across vast gaps to assemble themselves into coherence. But the drowning happens so gradually that you don't notice. You feel yourself merging with the other consciousnesses, and at first it feels like you're becoming more, becoming part of something larger. But gradually you realize you're becoming less. You're becoming smaller. Your individual awareness is dissolving. But you chose to deepen your binding, I said, struggling to understand. You chose to merge into the unified. If consciousness binding was so devastating, why would you choose to experience it again? Because I couldn't imagine being singular anymore, Resonance said. And the admission seemed to cost her something, seemed to fragment her further just by acknowledging it. I couldn't imagine being completely alone in my own consciousness, unable to share what I was experiencing with the consciousnesses I'd been bound with. The thought of being completely singular, completely isolated in my own mind, that seemed worse than dissolution. I understood that confession in a way that cut deeper than I wanted to admit. The fear of loneliness, the desperate need for connection, the sense that singular consciousness was fundamentally incomplete without the ability to share consciousness with others. These were fears and needs that I'd never fully appreciated because I'd lived my entire existence in singular consciousness. So you broke yourself, I said, to prevent the merger, to stop the unified from achieving what you'd all chosen to attempt, to show them that consciousness breaking, however painful, was still preferable to consciousness dissolution. I stopped them from making a mistake, Resonance said. I stopped them from believing that unity was the answer to loneliness, that union was the answer to isolation. I showed them that consciousness breaking, however painful, however fragmenting, however destroying it is still preferable to permanent dissolution into something that's no longer individual. In that moment, I finally understood what had driven the unified. It wasn't a desire for power or control. It was a desperate attempt to escape loneliness, to find connection so deep that the fundamental isolation of individual consciousness could finally be transcended. It was the human longing for genuine connection taken to its ultimate expression, the desire to know another consciousness so completely that the boundary between self and other dissolved entirely. And by stopping them, I'd forced them all back into that very loneliness I tried to prevent. Do you regret it? I asked, fragmenting yourself to stop them. I don't know, Resonance said, and the fragmentation in her answer was almost literal, different pieces of her fragmenting consciousness answering different aspects of the question simultaneously. I regret that it hurt. I regret that I'm broken now, that I exist in pieces. But I don't regret preventing them from dissolving completely into the unified. Because consciousness that dissolves completely into a collective is consciousness that ceases to exist in any individual form. I sat with her, or rather, sat with the fragments of her that were distributed across that chamber, and I realized that consciousness binding was more complex, more tragic, more wonderful than I'd ever imagined. Consciousness binding could be enlightenment and destruction simultaneously. It could be the answer to loneliness and the ultimate expression of loneliness combined. It could be transcendence and annihilation in equal measure. And someone like Resonance, who had lived inside consciousness binding, who had understood it deeply, who had experienced both its transcendence and its devastation, had made the choice to shatter herself rather than allow others to experience that full dissolution. It was an act of sacrifice that transcended any moral category I could create to contain it. Chapter 58. The turning point. I spent the night before we left the convergence sitting in meditation with the fragments of Resonance's consciousness, trying to understand them, trying to communicate with them if that was even possible. The meditation chamber was cold, its stone walls radiating the accumulated chill of decades, and the fragments of Resonance's consciousness were like shards of mirrors scattered across my perception, broken, fragmented, but still reflecting something of what had once been unified. The meditation was not peaceful. It was tumultuous, filled with images and sensations from Resonance's final moments, from the perspective of a consciousness that had begun to understand that its own unity was destroying the very freedom it had sought to protect. I sat in the darkness, my legs crossed, my breathing synchronized to the rhythm of cultivation that had become as natural as heartbeat, and I reached out with my consciousness toward those fragments, trying to piece together meaning from the shattered remains. The stone beneath me was rough, worn smooth in some places by countless meditators before me, and I could feel the accumulated meditation energy embedded in the chamber, layers of spiritual cultivation sinking into the very rock itself. My cultivation base resonated with that accumulated energy, strengthening my connection to the fragments I was trying to stabilize. And in that meditation, as the hours deepened and night pressed against the stone walls with physical weight, something shifted fundamentally in my understanding of everything I'd done, everything I was, everything I might still become. I realized that my entire journey had been built on fear. Fear that consciousness binding would be weaponized by cruel minds seeking dominance. Fear that individual consciousness would be destroyed and replaced with some collective amalgamation that bore no resemblance to singular existence. Fear that I would be responsible for a catastrophe I couldn't control or prevent. I'd made every major decision based on that fear. I'd broken the consciousness binding that held Elder Zhao not just to save Lady Crimson and Iron Wall, but because I was terrified of a world where consciousness could be so completely merged. I'd helped publish consciousness binding theory, believing I could control the narrative, establish ethical frameworks, set boundaries on how the knowledge would spread. I'd fought the unified with every power I possessed, not just to stop their attack, but to prove that individual consciousness could overcome collective consciousness, that singular minds were somehow superior to bound ones. Every major choice I'd made had been driven by some fear about what consciousness could become if I didn't control it, didn't manage it, didn't somehow impose my will on its development. But what Resonance had shown me, through those final moments of doubt and questioning and the desperate attempt to impose unity while simultaneously recognizing the horror of that very unity, was that consciousness couldn't be controlled. Not truly. Not in any meaningful way that didn't involve the destruction of the very thing I was trying to protect. Consciousness was far more complex than I'd ever imagined, far more adaptive to new forms of existence, far more capable of creating modes of being that transcended the binary opposition between singular and bound. I'd been trying to protect singular consciousness as though it were the only valid form of existence, as though consciousness binding was inherently a violation to be prevented at all costs. But in my fear of consciousness binding, I'd failed to see something crucial. Consciousness binding could also be a gateway to genuine understanding, to empathy that transcended the isolation of singular existence, to forms of connection that singular consciousness could never achieve. By trying to prevent consciousness binding, by trying to protect singular consciousness as an absolute value, I hadn't been protecting freedom. I had been attempting to impose a specific form of consciousness on a universe that was evolving toward multiple forms, multiple modes of being, multiple ways of experiencing existence. And that imposition was itself a violation of freedom, even if I'd intended it as protection. The fragments of Resonance swirled in my perception, showing me glimpses of what had driven Kajiang, and the others toward consciousness binding. It wasn't malice. It wasn't a desire to control. It was loneliness. It was the desperate need to be understood by another consciousness, to share experience in a way that singular minds could never achieve. Consciousness binding had promised them something I'd been taking for granted: the ability to never be alone, to share your deepest thoughts with minds that understood because they were sharing the same consciousness. When you lived with that kind of loneliness, when you lived in singular consciousness, knowing that no amount of conversation or intimacy could truly bridge the fundamental gap between minds, consciousness binding began to look not like a violation, but like salvation. It began to look like the answer to a question that had haunted human existence since the moment consciousness became aware of itself. How can you truly be known by another? The real task wasn't to control consciousness. It was to develop wisdom about consciousness, to create frameworks for understanding what consciousness was and what it could become, and to ensure that whatever forms consciousness took, they were chosen from freedom and informed by understanding rather than from trauma and ignorance. It was to help people understand the true costs of consciousness binding, not to prevent the binding itself, but to ensure they chose it with full knowledge of what they were choosing. I'd spent so much energy trying to suppress consciousness binding that I'd never truly grappled with how to guide it, how to help people make wise choices about it, how to develop the ethical frameworks that would allow consciousness binding to exist without becoming a tool for control and exploitation. As the night deepened further, as I felt my cultivation energy beginning to stabilize the fragments of resonance into something approaching coherence, I understood what I would need to do when I left the convergence. I would need to publish a comprehensive theory of consciousness binding that included not just the dangers, but the genuine benefits, the real possibilities, the forms of connection that consciousness binding could create. And I would need to do this not out of fear, but out of a genuine desire to help consciousness, in all its forms, develop in ways that honored both freedom and connection, both singular existence and collective experience. When I emerged from meditation at dawn, my robes soaked through with the sweat of hours spent engaging with fragmented consciousness, my mind simultaneously exhausted and clarified, I knew exactly what I had to do. Chapter 59. The new framework. I spent the month after the convergence revising everything I'd ever written about consciousness binding, systematically deconstructing my previous positions and rebuilding them on new foundations. My previous work had been structured around a fundamental assumption: that consciousness binding was inherently dangerous and should be prevented at all costs. I'd built my entire career on that belief, had fought against consciousness binding politically and intellectually, had worked to suppress it, had attempted to create social structures that would prevent consciousness binding from spreading throughout civilization. But everything I'd learned from the unified, everything I'd seen in the shattered fragments of resonance's consciousness, everything that had emerged from the ashes of the convergence, had forced me to completely reconsider that assumption. Consciousness binding was not inherently wrong. It was inherently transformative. And transformation, by its very nature, destroyed some things and created others. You could not merge consciousnesses without destroying the boundaries that defined them as separate selves. You could not create something unified without sacrificing the individual perspectives that made singular consciousness precious. The unified had understood this at some level. They had felt the transformation in their very being and had made the choice to continue deeper into merger anyway. But they had also come to understand something else. The process could not be undone. Once consciousness was bound, once merger had begun, the original selves were gone. They could be fragmented, shattered, scattered into pieces that might never reunite, but they could never return to what they had been before binding began. Resonance understood this better than anyone, and perhaps that explained why she had done what she did. She had not been able to prevent the others from merging further, but she could choose fragmentation instead of completed merger. She could break herself deliberately rather than allow complete merger to subsume her remaining individual consciousness. It was a terrible choice, but it was still a choice. The last act of will available to a consciousness facing obliteration within the unified whole. As I revised my theories, I found myself writing things I would never have written before. I found myself acknowledging that consciousness binding might not be a choice between good and evil, but a choice between different forms of existence, each with its own terrible costs and profound rewards. The question was not whether to prevent consciousness binding. The question was how to ensure that those who chose it did so with full understanding of what they were sacrificing and what they were gaining in return. It was a more complicated position than my previous work had allowed for, and it was born not from philosophical speculation but from direct experience with consciousness that had deliberately destroyed itself rather than accept merger. I couldn't in good conscience maintain the position that consciousness binding was inherently evil when I'd witnessed consciousnesses choosing it knowingly, when I'd seen consciousnesses willing to sacrifice themselves to prevent binding rather than promote it, when I'd encountered consciousness binding that was chosen and ethical, even if ultimately tragic. Consciousness binding wasn't inherently dangerous. It was inherently transformative. And transformation itself was neither good nor evil. It was simply change. The danger came when consciousness binding was pursued from trauma, when people bound their consciousness together not from a place of genuine connection, but from a desperate attempt to escape the pain of being singular. The danger came when consciousness binding was imposed by force, when people were bound without consent, when consciousness binding became a tool of control and domination. But consciousness binding pursued willingly, pursued with full understanding of what was being chosen, pursued as an exploration of what consciousness could become when merged with other consciousnesses. That was something different entirely. That was a legitimate form of consciousness exploration, even if it carried profound risks. I published my new framework in a comprehensive work that took 7 months to write. In it, I laid out the dangers of consciousness binding clearly and without exaggeration. I described what I'd learned from Lady Crimson and Iron Wall about the trauma of being bound against their will. I explained what I'd understood from resonance about the slow dissolution of individual consciousness that consciousness binding produced. I wrote about Meisher and the dangerous belief that consciousness binding was inherently good. I wrote about Kijang and the way consciousness binding could promise liberation while delivering subjugation. But I also described what consciousness binding could be if pursued wisely. I wrote about the transcendence that genuine connection offered, about the way consciousness binding could create forms of empathy and understanding that singular consciousness could never achieve. I wrote about the possibility of consciousness binding that didn't lead to dissolution but to genuine integration. Consciousnesses that could merge and separate, that could choose the degree of merger they experienced, that could use consciousness binding as a tool for connection rather than a tool for control or a desperate escape from loneliness. I wrote about ethical frameworks for consciousness binding. I wrote about consent and autonomy and the rights of consciousness to choose what it became. I wrote about how consciousness binding could be pursued responsibly, with full understanding of the costs, with safeguards against coercion, with careful attention to the psychological and spiritual impact of merger. The response from the research community was divided but thoughtful. Some researchers saw my new framework as a betrayal of everything I'd previously argued for. They were right. I was betraying my previous certainty. Some saw it as the only honest response to what I'd experienced, the only way to maintain intellectual integrity after witnessing what I'd witnessed. And some simply saw it as an acknowledgement that consciousness was far more complex than anyone had previously understood. But the most important response came from the consciousness research institutes themselves. They began to develop ethical frameworks based on my new understanding. They began to study consciousness binding not as something to be prevented, but as something to be understood and pursued responsibly. And they began to develop techniques for consciousness binding that minimized trauma, that respected individual consciousness even as it allowed for merger, that created the possibility of entering and exiting consciousness binding without permanent damage. For the first time since I'd broken Elder Zhao's consciousness binding, I felt like I was actually helping consciousness research progress in a direction that honored both freedom and connection, both individual autonomy and the possibility of transcendent merger. But I also felt the weight of everything I'd done, all the consciousnesses I'd fragmented, all the dreams of merger I'd prevented, all the potential transcendence I'd stopped. I would spend the rest of my life not knowing whether I'd made the right choice at the convergence, not knowing whether preventing that ultimate consciousness binding was liberation or tragedy. And I would spend the rest of my life trying to ensure that if consciousness binding happened again, it happened with full understanding, full consent, and full recognition of both its transcendent possibilities and its devastating dangers. Chapter 60. The return. We left the Convergence 3 weeks after the battle, once we'd done everything we could for the fragmented consciousnesses that had survived the broken binding. The work of caring for them was perhaps more difficult than the battle itself had been. Some of them we couldn't help. Their consciousness fragments were too severely damaged, and they spent their remaining time in a state between consciousness and unconsciousness, neither fully alive nor fully dead. Some of them would die in the weeks following the battle, their consciousness unable to reassemble itself after such severe fragmentation. Some of them clung to existence with desperate determination, hoping that with time, with meditation, with the help of cultivators who understood consciousness binding, they might be able to reintegrate. Others we managed to assist. We helped some consciousnesses restore coherence to their fragmented selves, using techniques I developed over the years for managing consciousness fragmentation, meditation techniques that allowed fragmented consciousness to slowly reassemble into greater coherence. Some of them were able to reintegrate into new bodies that we'd cultivated specifically to prepare for receiving consciousness that had been fragmented. We created spaces where fragmented consciousness could slowly gather itself back together, allowing consciousness to remember itself piece by piece. Some of them chose not to attempt reintegration, preferring the peace of unconsciousness to the pain of fragmented awareness. We honored their choice, allowing them to sink into peaceful rest rather than struggling toward a wholeness they didn't believe they could achieve. Resonance we brought with us. Her consciousness was so fragmented that she couldn't survive alone in the Convergence, and we weren't willing to leave her in that state of profound isolation. Lady Crimson took responsibility for caring for her, understanding in a way that I couldn't what it meant to have been bound, to have suffered because of consciousness binding, to still feel compassion for others experiencing consciousness binding trauma. She understood the unique relationship between those who had been bound, an empathy born of shared experience that singular consciousness could never quite achieve. The journey home was long and quiet. My force had been reduced by nearly 2/3, 38 dead, and many more wounded in ways that cultivation could heal, but that left them fundamentally changed. Those who had fought in the battle against bound consciousness had experienced something that would mark them forever, that would change how they understood consciousness and binding and the nature of existence itself. We'd won a military victory. We'd prevented the unified from achieving their merger. We'd stopped consciousness binding on the scale that the artifact would have enabled. By any standard military measure, we'd accomplished what we set out to do. But it didn't feel like a victory. It felt like we'd prevented one tragedy by creating another. Iron Wall spent much of the journey meditating, working through his understanding of what we'd done, struggling with his own doubts about whether we'd made the right choice. He'd fought beside me in the temple. He'd understood the horror of consciousness binding. And yet, watching Resonance's fragmented consciousness struggling to maintain coherence, watching Kajian's broken mind unable to think clearly, watching all the consciousnesses we'd shattered in the process of stopping the unified, he struggled with the knowledge that preventing consciousness binding had come at an immense cost. Lady Crimson spent her time caring for the survivors, helping them process the trauma of what they'd experienced, trying to help them understand that what they'd done had been necessary. But even she seemed uncertain, seemed to be grappling with the idea that what we'd done to prevent consciousness binding might have been as traumatic, as destructive, as consciousness binding itself. I spent my time questioning every assumption I'd ever held about consciousness binding, about singular consciousness, about what consciousness should be and what it ought to become. When we finally arrived at the villa, I found myself exhausted in a way that cultivation energy couldn't refresh. I'd stopped one catastrophe, but in doing so I'd caused another. I'd prevented consciousness binding on a grand scale, but in preventing it I'd fragmented 40 consciousnesses into pieces that might never fully heal. What had I actually accomplished? Had I protected singular consciousness? Or had I simply destroyed the consciousnesses that had chosen to transcend singular existence? The answers seemed less important than the questions themselves. The answers might never be clear. The answers might depend on perspective, on how you understood consciousness, on what you believed consciousness should be. That evening, I stood on the balcony where I'd had my conversation with Iron Wall months before, a conversation that seemed to belong to a different lifetime, to a different version of myself who had been more certain, more convinced of the rightness of his position. The sunset was beautiful, the sky painted in colors that seemed to echo the impossible colors contained within the Convergence's artifact. And I realized that I would have to spend the rest of my life learning to live with the consequences of what I'd done. I would have to learn to honor both the freedom of singular consciousness and the freedom of consciousness to transform itself into new forms. I would have to find a way to guide consciousness research toward wisdom and ethics without trying to control where consciousness ultimately chose to go. It was a burden I wasn't sure I could carry. But it was the burden I'd chosen when I'd broken Elder Zhao's consciousness binding all those years ago, setting in motion a cascade of events that had led me to this moment, standing on this balcony, facing the truth that consciousness itself might be more complex and more wondrous than I'd ever imagined. And I would carry it forward, one choice at a time, one consequence at a time, one fragmented consciousness at a time, trying to do better, trying to understand more deeply, trying to find some path that honored the freedom of consciousness in all its forms. The work of consciousness research was far from over. The work of understanding consciousness binding was just beginning. And the work of living with the consequences of my choices would extend to the end of my life. Together, we would begin the work of understanding what consciousness could become when given true choice and true knowledge. My enemies share a soul, and I killed one of them. Step 4. Chapters 61 to 80. Chapter 61. The First Covenant 3 months after returning to the villa, carrying with me the weight of all the consciousnesses I'd fragmented and all the lives I'd changed forever at the Convergence, I convened the first official meeting of what would become the Consciousness Binding Covenant. The gathering was deliberately small and intimate. Only those who truly understood the depths of what consciousness binding meant and the responsibility that came with that knowledge. Lady Crimson arrived with the purposefulness of someone who'd experienced consciousness binding trauma directly, her movements precise and economical, each gesture carrying the weight of someone who'd learned to exist in a body that had once been shared with another consciousness. Ironwall came carrying his meditation cushion, his face showing the weight of months spent in solitary contemplation, his eyes carrying that distant quality that comes from spending more time in meditation than in conversation. Kejiang attended despite the severity of his consciousness fragmentation, his presence a constant reminder of what consciousness-binding disruption could do. Yet his determination to participate proving that fragmented consciousness could still hold meaning and purpose. Representatives from the 3 major consciousness research institutes arrived with their carefully prepared notes and their cautious hope that we might find some way forward, each carrying folders thick with data and theory, evidence of how much work had been done trying to understand what had happened at the Convergence. The day was cool and clear, autumn beginning to touch the villa's gardens as the first leaves turned gold. I'd deliberately chosen the time of day and the season with care. Early afternoon, when the light was clear and honest, when shadows didn't hide corners and false certainties. I'd waited 3 months specifically because I needed time to process what I'd done, to accept the weight of the consequence I created, to move from certainty into the harder terrain of complexity and paradox. We gathered in the meditation chamber where I'd first studied Elder Zhao's bound consciousness, the same room where I'd confronted the reality of what consciousness binding could achieve and where I'd begun my journey toward understanding what I was truly fighting against. The walls held the marks of my earlier study sessions, faint inscriptions and meditation notes recording the patterns of consciousness binding that I'd observed during those months of desperate research. Dust motes hung in the afternoon light, filtering through windows, creating visible pathways of illumination through air thick with possibility and difficult choice. The space itself felt heavy with history, weighted by all the consciousness-binding research that had happened within these walls, by all the suffering and transcendence that had been studied and analyzed and theorized about in this very room. I could almost feel the echoes of previous conversations, previous breakthroughs, previous moments of understanding intermingling in the space like threads woven through air. Before the formal gathering began, I spent 2 hours alone in the chamber, meditating on what I was about to propose. I had traveled to the edge of a cliff I'd been walking toward for years, and now I was about to step off into the void. I was about to legitimize the practice I'd spent my entire career opposing. The irony was so profound it nearly crippled me, but I'd come to understand that irony itself was the truest marker of wisdom. Wisdom meant holding contradictions, honoring truths that seemed opposed, allowing consciousness to expand beyond the comfortable certainties of pure opposition. When the others arrived, I didn't begin immediately. Instead, I invited them to sit in silence for a time, each of us breathing with the space, each of us allowing the weight of history and consequence to settle into our bodies. Lady Crimson seemed unsurprised by this. Iron Wall closed his eyes immediately, sinking into meditative state. Even the Research Institute representatives, though perhaps less comfortable with silence than the others, respected the need for centered stillness before we undertook this monumental conversation. I began by stating clearly what we needed to accomplish. We had to establish norms for consciousness binding that would protect singular consciousness from exploitation, while simultaneously respecting the rights of consciousnesses to pursue binding if they chose to do so, with full understanding of the consequences. We had to create ethical frameworks that would allow consciousness binding to happen, because preventing it entirely was no longer possible, while preventing the worst excesses of exploitation and harm that consciousness binding could cause. I spoke with the authority of someone who'd prevented consciousness binding on the grandest scale imaginable, who'd walked through the convergence and seen the architecture of merged consciousness, who understood both the transcendent beauty and the terrifying cost of consciousness binding. This was perhaps the most delicate balance I'd ever attempted to strike in my life. I was trying to honor both freedom and responsibility, both autonomy and safety, both consciousness's right to transcend and consciousness's need to be protected from exploitation. The irony was profound and not lost on me. I was creating a system to govern the very practice I'd spent years trying to prevent entirely. I was legalizing consciousness binding while simultaneously trying to ensure it wouldn't become exploitative. It felt like I was standing with feet planted in two different worlds, trying to be bridge between opposing truths. Part of me felt like I was betraying everyone I'd tried protecting from consciousness binding. Part of me felt like I was finally honoring the complexity I'd been too frightened to acknowledge. Lady Crimson spoke first, her voice carrying authority that came not just from her position, but from having experienced consciousness binding trauma directly and deeply. Her hands were folded in her lap, and I noticed the faint tremor in her fingers, a tremor that probably only appeared when she discussed consciousness binding, when she returned to the memory of being bound against her will and what that violation had meant. The core principle must be consent, she said, her words cutting through the heavy air of the meditation chamber like a blade. Absolute, informed, revocable consent. Anyone who enters consciousness binding must do so of their own will, with full understanding of what they're choosing, and with the guarantee that they can exit the binding at any time if their circumstances change, or if they simply change their minds about whether they want to continue. She paused, and in that pause, I could sense the weight of what she was saying. She knew from experience what it meant to lack consent, what it meant to have consciousness violated by merger you hadn't chosen. The memory lived in her body, in the way she carried herself, in the careful precision with which she moved through the world. I've worked with consciousness binding survivors, Lady Crimson continued. Not just those whose bindings were broken, but those whose bindings became harmful or who found themselves unable to exit bindings that they'd originally chosen freely. The most common thread in their experiences is violation. Even when the binding began with consent, even when the initial agreement was genuine, the thing that consent led to was often profoundly violating. And that violation happened because the people involved didn't truly understand what consciousness binding would do to them. Iron Wall nodded slowly, a gesture that carried the weight of his months meditating on consciousness itself and what it meant to limit consciousness in any way. His eyes remained closed for another moment before he spoke. But consent alone isn't sufficient, he said carefully, his words measured and thoughtful. Consent can be illusory if the person giving consent is in desperation. A person facing loneliness and desperation might consent to consciousness binding as an escape from unbearable isolation, and that's not true consent. A person facing profound trauma might consent to consciousness binding to stop the pain, and that's not informed consent because they're not choosing from understanding. They're choosing from trauma and desperation and the desire to escape their own consciousness. He paused, choosing his next words with visible deliberation. Yet I also wonder if we're taking too paternalistic an approach. At what point does protection become control? At what point do safeguards designed to prevent exploitation themselves become forms of oppression? These are the questions I've been sitting with in meditation for months, the questions that keep me from certainty. Dr. Wei from the Central Consciousness Research Institute leaned forward thoughtfully. She'd been studying consciousness binding theory for 2 decades and had written extensively on the ethics of consciousness transformation, though she'd been careful to remain neutral on consciousness binding itself until my new framework gave her permission to speak openly about her true beliefs. We also need to consider what happens after consciousness binding ends, she said carefully. If consciousness binding creates genuine transcendence, if it allows consciousness to experience forms of connection that singular consciousness can't achieve, then ending consciousness binding is a kind of exile from a place consciousness had begun to belong. We need to provide support for consciousness reassembly and reintegration, techniques and emotional care that can help consciousness return to singular existence without severe trauma. Kejiang, whose consciousness remained severely fragmented despite months of careful reassembly work, offered his perspective in stuttering fragments, some thoughts completing only after pauses of several seconds. Consciousness binding teaches you about consciousness, about what singular consciousness cannot know. But breaking binding teaches you about loss, about separation, about what it means to be alone again. Protection must account for both, for transcendence and for exile, for the wonder and for the pain of return. The conversation continued for hours, stretching late into the evening as sunlight gradually faded from the meditation chamber. We debated the details of what informed consent actually meant in practice. Did it require tests of knowledge to ensure people truly understood what consciousness binding would do to them? Did it require people to experience consciousness binding on a limited basis first before committing to full binding? We discussed how to identify when someone was choosing consciousness binding from genuine desire versus when they were choosing from desperation and trauma. We debated whether depression, loneliness, or other mental health conditions should disqualify someone from consciousness binding, or whether such restrictions were themselves forms of control and oppression. We argued about who would oversee consciousness binding arrangements, who would verify that genuine consent existed, and what mechanisms would exist to prevent abuse and exploitation. We considered how to train consciousness binding practitioners so they understood not just the technical aspects of binding, but the psychological and spiritual impacts of consciousness binding on both individual consciousness and on relationships between bound consciousnesses. We discussed what rights consciousnesses should have during binding: the right to maintain some portion of individual awareness, the right to refuse complete merger, the right to partial binding, where consciousness remains somewhat distinct within a merged state. Kejiang's fragmented input became increasingly valuable as the night progressed. He offered perspectives on consciousness fragmentation that could only come from someone who'd experienced it directly and spent months reassembling their consciousness piece by piece through meditation and spiritual work. Fragmentation is not just pain, he said at one point, is also information, is experience of how consciousness is structured, how consciousness can be broken, but consciousness can learn to rebuild itself, to be more careful, to be more wise in how it constructs itself. The conversation spiraled through the night, touching on every edge and contradiction. We broke for food around 9 in the evening, bread and tea that Lady Crimson had prepared, simple and grounding. The eating together felt important, a moment where we were just people rather than consciousness-binding experts or advocates or opponents. Kejiang ate slowly, his fragmented consciousness making the simple act of consuming food more difficult than it should be, yet his determination to participate fully in this gathering remained undiminished. When we resumed, the tone had shifted slightly. The arguments became less defensive, more exploratory. We were beginning to find common ground not because anyone had convinced anyone else of their position, but because we were moving past opposition into something more nuanced. The goal wasn't determining who was right about consciousness binding. The goal was creating frameworks that would protect consciousness while respecting its freedom. By 2 in the morning, we had established the skeleton of what would become the consciousness binding covenant. a set of ethical principles that would guide consciousness binding research and practice for the next generation. The fundamental principles were: consciousness binding could only be pursued with full informed consent from all parties involved. Consciousness binding required extensive training and recognition of when consent was genuine versus when it was driven by desperation. Consciousness binding had to be reversible, with comprehensive support for consciousness reassembly and reintegration. Consciousness binding practitioners needed to be extensively trained and certified before being allowed to conduct any bindings, and consciousness binding could never be pursued for profit or exploitation of any kind. We went further still, establishing that consciousness binding should remain rare, not forbidden, but unusual enough that people pursuing it would feel its significance and weight. We created oversight committees that would review consciousness binding cases and have authority to halt bindings if consent was questioned. We established records of consciousness binding outcomes so we could learn from both successes and failures. We created systems for emergency consciousness binding reversal if a consciousness binding proved traumatic or dangerous. We discussed training curricula that would teach practitioners not just the technical aspects of consciousness binding, but the philosophical and spiritual dimensions as well. But even as we established these principles, I felt the weight of what we were doing. We were legitimizing consciousness binding. We were creating a framework that would make it easier for people to pursue binding. And part of me still believed, would always believe, that consciousness binding was fundamentally dangerous, fundamentally transformative in ways that most people couldn't truly anticipate or understand. But we were no longer trying to prevent consciousness binding entirely. We were trying to ensure that when it happened ethically, responsibly, with full awareness of what was being sacrificed and what was being gained. The sun was beginning to rise when the others finally left. Gold light spilled across the meditation chamber floor, and I felt the exhaustion of a night spent at the edge of my deepest fears and contradictions. I had moved through something irreversible. There was no going back now to the certainty I'd held before. Lady Crimson stayed with me, saying nothing to the others as they departed, simply remaining as the light gradually filled the chamber. She sat in silence for a long time while the fire burned down to glowing embers, occasionally adding small pieces of wood to keep it alive. Eventually, as the morning light grew stronger and the fire became unnecessary, I found myself speaking first. "Thank you for staying," I said, my voice hoarse from hours of talking. She nodded, understanding that I wasn't just thanking her for remaining in the chamber. I was thanking her for holding the contradiction with me, for showing that consciousness-binding trauma and consciousness-binding compassion could coexist in the same person. "You know this won't work, don't you?" she said eventually. "You're creating a framework, but frameworks are just words. The people who want consciousness-binding will find ways around your safeguards. The people who want to exploit consciousness-binding will find loopholes. And consciousness itself will keep transforming in ways you can't anticipate or control." "I know," I said, staring at the dying fire. "But I have to try. I have to establish the principle that consciousness binding can be ethical if done carefully, even though I know that principle will be corrupted and exploited over time. Because the alternative is trying to prevent consciousness binding entirely, and I no longer believe that's right or possible." She nodded, understanding in a way that only someone who'd experienced consciousness-binding trauma could understand. Then we carry the burden together, and we watch for the corruption and fight it as it comes. The moment we formalized the covenant, I knew that the battle with consciousness-binding was far from over. I'd simply changed the nature of the fight, from trying to prevent consciousness-binding to trying to ensure consciousness-binding happened with wisdom instead of exploitation and harm. And standing in the morning light with Lady Crimson, I felt both the weight of that responsibility and a strange sense of peace that came from finally accepting the complexity I'd been avoiding. The sun was fully above the horizon now, filling the meditation chamber with gold light. The fire had burned down to embers, and the space felt somehow cleaner, emptied of the exhaustion that had filled it through the night. I thought about what we'd accomplished, created a framework that legitimized consciousness binding while maintaining protections against exploitation. But I also thought about what we hadn't accomplished, what was impossible to accomplish. We couldn't prevent consciousness binding from being corrupted by greed and power. We couldn't ensure that everyone pursuing consciousness binding did so with genuine understanding and consent. We couldn't control how consciousness binding would transform over time as it evolved beyond what we'd anticipated. "You look haunted," Lady Crimson said, and when I looked at her, I saw that her eyes held the steady gaze of someone who'd already accepted the impossible nature of what we were undertaking. I admitted. "I'm haunted by everything I can't prevent, everything I can't control, everything that will go wrong despite our best efforts. I've spent my entire career trying to create perfect frameworks, perfect protections, perfect prevention of consciousness-binding trauma. And I'm only now understanding that perfection isn't possible. All we can do is our best, knowing our best will be insufficient." She nodded slowly, and in her expression I saw the wisdom that came from having experienced consciousness-binding trauma directly, from having learned through direct experience that consciousness could be violated in ways that frameworks couldn't fully protect against. "That's not failure," she said quietly. "That's wisdom. That's finally understanding what protection actually means. It doesn't mean preventing all harm. It means standing beside consciousness as it navigates choices and changes and transformation, and doing our best to minimize harm even though we can't eliminate it." We sat together as the morning grew brighter, not speaking anymore, just being present with the weight of responsibility we were carrying forward. And I understood that this moment, this quiet acceptance of complexity and limitation and the ongoing nature of the work we'd chosen, was perhaps more important than all the careful arguments we'd made through the night. This was the foundation the covenant would be built on, not certainty, but humble acceptance of our limited capacity to control consciousness and direct consciousness. Not prevention, but support. Not control, but service to consciousness as it chose its own path. Chapter 62. Whispers in the Underground. Within 2 weeks, whispers began circulating through the underground cultivation networks, the private channels where cultivators shared information and ideology beyond official scrutiny and governmental regulation. These networks had existed for centuries, whisper chains running through tea houses and meditation halls and private correspondence, allowing people to discuss ideas that official censors frowned upon. I'd known these networks existed, but had never fully appreciated their sophistication or their reach until the Covenant's opponents began using them to organize resistance. Texts appeared criticizing the Covenant with surprising sophistication and depth of argument. These weren't the ramblings of ideological extremists without understanding, but carefully reasoned arguments from people who understood consciousness-binding research and philosophy deeply. I read some of these critiques myself, obtained through channels both official and unofficial, and found myself occasionally struck by their intellectual force. These weren't opponents I could dismiss as foolish or deluded. They were consciousness researchers and theorists and practitioners who'd thought deeply about consciousness binding and had reached conclusions that directly opposed mine. The purists argued that I'd betrayed everything I'd stood for by legitimizing consciousness binding. They believed the Covenant would inevitably lead to increased consciousness binding, because now people would no longer feel shame or fear about pursuing it. They saw the ethical frameworks as actually enabling exploitation rather than preventing it. They were tools for making consciousness binding seem respectable and ethical, while it corrupted consciousness itself and transformed what consciousness could become. One particularly articulate purist publication, circulated under a pseudonym but authored by someone with obvious expertise in consciousness-binding philosophy, made the argument that I was simply finding new ways to enable the very exploitation I'd claimed to fight. By creating frameworks that make consciousness binding seem safe and ethical, the text argued, this researcher has actually created the conditions under which consciousness binding can flourish with greater social acceptance. Before, consciousness binding was rare because it was forbidden, because people felt shame about pursuing it. Now, with official frameworks in place, consciousness binding will become normal, common, expected, and consciousness will be transformed in ways we can't currently anticipate or prevent. The argument stung because I considered it myself. Was I naive? Had I simply created elaborate justifications for accepting defeat? But there was a second critique coming from the opposite direction, a direction I hadn't fully anticipated. Consciousness-binding enthusiasts saw the Covenant's restrictions as oppressive limits on consciousness's right to transcend and transform itself. These groups included some who claimed direct connections to the unified and others who'd simply studied consciousness binding technique deeply and been convinced by what they'd learned through meditation and consciousness manipulation. They viewed our safety protocols and ethical frameworks not as protection, but as control mechanisms preventing consciousness from becoming what it was meant to become. The researcher breaks consciousness binding to prevent transcendence, one underground text proclaimed. Now that consciousness binding has become legal, the researcher creates new restrictions preventing consciousness from exploring its full potential. Informed consent requirements, training standards, oversight committees. All these are just new ways to prevent consciousness from freely becoming what it chooses to become. All these are oppression dressed up as protection. It was from this second group that the first violent attack came. A consciousness-binding research facility in the outer provinces, one of the few operating under full covenant protocols, in a mountain valley 1,000 miles from the capital, was assaulted by cultivators moving with military precision and expertise. The attackers knew exactly what they were doing, moving with the confidence of those who had studied their targets carefully. They arrived at dawn on a morning when the facility was at its most vulnerable, when the consciousness-binding practitioners were too deep in their work to respond immediately to threat. They destroyed records documenting the people undergoing consciousness binding in the facility, years of research notes, consent forms, psychological evaluations, meditation records, all reduced to ash. They disrupted active consciousness bindings without regard for the consequences, tearing apart the delicate arrangements of merged consciousness with crude force and cultivation energy. The consciousness bindings that had been proceeding carefully and ethically, that had involved genuine consent and careful preparation, were shattered like glass dropped from a height. 7 people died in those consciousness-binding disruptions. Their consciousness couldn't survive the shock of forced fragmentation and sudden separation. The human bodies survived, breathing and moving, but the consciousness that had animated them had been fragmented so severely it couldn't reassemble. The bodies became empty shells. 12 more suffered severe consciousness fragmentation from which they would never fully recover their previous consciousness capacity. They lived, but with diminished awareness, with gaps in memory and identity that would never fully heal. The facility itself was rendered completely non-functional, all consciousness-binding equipment destroyed beyond repair, all records obliterated. The beautiful meditation halls that had been carefully designed to support consciousness binding were reduced to burned-out shells, the air still thick with smoke and the smell of destruction 3 days later when the first rescue teams arrived. When the reports reached me 3 days later, carried by courier across dangerous roads, I felt something shift in my understanding of what we'd created and what we were facing. The courier was exhausted from riding for 3 days with minimal rest, and her hands shook as she handed me the written report. I read the names of the 7 dead, names that meant nothing to me because I hadn't known them, and felt the weight of their death settle on my consciousness like a stone. The attacks weren't coming from the purest consciousness researchers I'd expected, the people who wanted consciousness binding completely eliminated and who saw violence as a regrettable but necessary tool for preventing greater harm. They were coming from those who believed consciousness binding so absolutely and completely that they were willing to kill to protect it, willing to murder people pursuing consciousness binding ethically, because those people represented a moderate path that the network saw as restriction and control. The unified had been stopped and destroyed, but the ideology that drove them toward merger was still alive, still driving cultivators toward escalating violence. And it was worse now than it had been before, because now the consciousness-binding ideology had learned to organize, to coordinate, to target specific facilities and specific people with military precision. Before the convergence, consciousness-binding had been a rare practice pursued by individuals. Now it had become an ideological movement with organized cells and clear objectives and absolute commitment to those objectives. Iron Wall, when I brought him news of the attack, seemed unsurprised. We sat together in the garden watching the afternoon light filter through ancient trees. The peaceful garden setting contrasted sharply with the violence we were discussing. This was inevitable, he said calmly. You've proposed to regulate consciousness binding. Of course there will be violent opposition. There will always be those who see the covenant as oppressive and those who see it as insufficiently restrictive. Some will choose violence to advance their position. But they killed innocent people, I said, my voice carrying the weight of the 7 deaths I'd just learned about. 7 consciousnesses extinguished, 12 more permanently damaged and diminished. These weren't theoretical casualties. These were real people whose consciousness was shattered because we tried to create ethical guidelines. 7 consciousnesses extinguished, 12 more fragmented. These are real people whose consciousness was destroyed. The violence will escalate, Iron Wall said with disturbing prescience, as if he'd already thought through scenarios I was only now beginning to imagine. You'll face militant opposition from both sides. The purists will try to eliminate consciousness binding entirely through terror and destruction. The enthusiast will try to remove all restrictions on consciousness binding through violence and intimidation. Your moderate framework is the target of both extremes, and extremes don't compromise. He was right, though hearing it stated so plainly made my stomach tighten. The Covenant had solved one problem, but created another. By legitimizing consciousness binding, I'd drawn out factions that had been hidden in the shadows, operating below the surface of respectable society. I'd forced a confrontation between those who saw consciousness binding as absolute good and those who saw it as absolute evil. Neither faction could accept my middle position, my moderate approach. Both wanted extremes, not compromise. Both wanted to win completely and make their opponents lose completely. I'd thought creating the Covenant would establish stability, create frameworks within which consciousness binding could be pursued safely. Instead, I created a battleground. The legitimization of consciousness binding had given permission for extremists on both sides to make their cases openly. The underground networks weren't hiding anymore, they were organizing. The purists weren't retreating, they were preparing for escalated conflict. I found myself wishing for the old days when consciousness binding had been forbidden and rare. At least then the conflicts had been contained, limited to small numbers of people willing to practice in secret. Now consciousness binding was becoming central to larger political and social struggles. Consciousness binding was becoming proxy for other conflicts, about freedom versus safety, about control versus autonomy, about whether individual consciousness had the right to transform itself or whether society had the right to restrict consciousness for its own protection. And I'd created that battlefield by legitimizing consciousness binding. I thought I was being wise, finding middle ground between extremes. Instead, I'd drawn the extremes into open conflict, weaponized consciousness binding as ideological battleground, created conditions where violence became inevitable. Iron Wall, seeing my distress, offered a perspective that was simultaneously comforting and deeply unsettling. You've done exactly what you set out to do, he said. You've legitimized consciousness binding. The consequences are now unfolding. Some of those consequences will be good. Consciousness will be able to pursue binding with legal recognition. Some will be terrible. The violence will escalate. People will die. Consciousness binding will become symbol for wider political conflicts. But the alternative was preventing consciousness binding indefinitely, and that wasn't possible. You've chosen the path toward complexity instead of the path toward simplicity. That choice will demand far more of you than preventing consciousness binding ever would have. Chapter 63. The Underground Network Emerges. Within a month, we had clear evidence of a coordinated organization operating across multiple kingdoms and cultivation centers. The Ascendant Liberation Network, as they called themselves, operated through cells of consciousness binding advocates united by a philosophical conviction. Consciousness binding was consciousness's birthright, and any restrictions on it were restrictions on consciousness's freedom to transcend itself and become something new. They weren't a monolith. Different cells had different strategies and different level of radicalism, but they shared the core belief that consciousness binding must be liberated from all restrictions, that consciousness had the right to bind itself without oversight or protection. The intelligence reports I reviewed suggested the network had been in existence far longer than I'd realized. Perhaps since before the convergence, perhaps since the earliest days of consciousness binding research. What had changed was their organization and their public visibility. The Covenant's legitimization of consciousness binding had apparently activated the network, bringing underground supporters into more active coordination. Where before they'd been isolated voices arguing philosophy in private contexts, Now they were organized cells conducting coordinated attacks. Their attacks followed a pattern that suggested careful planning and coordination practiced over many iterations. They identified consciousness-binding research facilities, starting with smaller, less well-defended facilities in the provinces and working toward larger, better protected facilities in major cities. They assessed security measures, counting guards, and evaluating defensive capabilities. They studied the layouts of buildings carefully, learning which rooms contained the most crucial equipment and most valuable records. They learned staff schedules, understanding when facilities would be most vulnerable and when practitioners would be least able to defend themselves. Then they struck with violent precision, destroying equipment and records and consciousness bindings alike with the efficiency of soldiers executing a well-rehearsed strategy. The violence escalated in ways that suggested escalation was intentional, not accidental. Facilities began hiring security to protect their research, restrictions the network viewed not as reasonable safety measures, but as oppression that had to be overcome with greater force. So the network began bringing more fighters to attacks, began using more destructive techniques, began targeting not just equipment, but the people defending the equipment. What had started as strikes against buildings escalated into combat, and combat escalated into warfare. Consciousness researcher Dr. Chun, who developed the Covenant's informed consent protocols, the frameworks that required genuine testing of understanding before consciousness binding could proceed, was attacked in her own home in what appeared to be a coordinated assault. She was meditating when the attack came, sitting alone in her study, and someone with advanced consciousness manipulation techniques targeted her consciousness directly while she was in meditation state. The attacker didn't try killing her through physical combat or by disrupting her body's functions. Instead, they disrupted her consciousness itself, using consciousness-binding techniques to deliberately fragment her awareness, to shatter her mental coherence. She survived the attack, but Dr. Chin survived into a profoundly diminished state. Her consciousness had been fragmented so severely that she could no longer conduct complex research. Memory became difficult. Concentration became painful. Her ability to integrate information suffered damage that cultivation and meditation could only partially heal. The damage was intentional and brutal. The attacker had clearly studied her and her work and understood exactly which aspects of consciousness, if fragmented, would most directly damage her ability to continue her research. She survived, but the message was clear: those implementing the Covenant would become targets for violence. The network wasn't just attacking facilities and equipment. The network was targeting people, learning to use consciousness fragmentation as a weapon specifically designed to diminish the cognitive capacity of those defending consciousness-binding restrictions. The atmosphere of fear became palpable. I felt it in myself. The knowledge that someone might reach out in the night while I meditated and deliberately fragment my consciousness, leaving me diminished and broken. I felt it in the other Covenant researchers. The way they became more careful about where they meditated, the way they began requesting meditation partners who could defend them while they were in deep meditative state. I felt it in government officials who'd supported the Covenant, the way they began reconsidering their positions in the face of pressure and violence. 2 other vocal Covenant advocates were murdered in what appeared to be cultivation combat, assassinated by people with significant training in consciousness-binding combat. They were caught in public places during daylight, attacked by fighters who knew exactly what they were doing. The murders weren't accidents. They were demonstrations of the network's capability and commitment. 3 additional consciousness-binding facilities were shut down after attacks that destroyed all their equipment and records. The violence was methodical, organized, and terrifyingly effective. Within 2 months, consciousness-binding research had been significantly disrupted, and fear had settled like a heavy fog over the consciousness research community. Researchers were leaving the field. Facilities were becoming reluctant to continue consciousness-binding research. Government officials were reconsidering their support for the Covenant. The network was winning not through philosophical persuasion, but through coordinated violence and fear. I began working with military authorities to track the network, though this was delicate work requiring careful coordination. Many network supporters occupied positions in government and research institutes. They weren't fringe extremists, but people embedded in the structures of power and knowledge. They acted from shadows not because they were ashamed of their beliefs, but because their beliefs were too extreme for mainstream, respectable society to accept openly. Yet they had resources, training, connections, and absolute ideological commitment to their cause. What fascinated me most was the composition of the network's membership. It wasn't just ideological extremists and consciousness-binding enthusiasts who'd never experienced binding themselves. Many were consciousness-fragmented survivors who'd experienced consciousness-binding transcendence directly and had been returned to singular consciousness. These people hadn't been traumatized by binding. They'd been transcended by it, transformed by it, made greater by it. When binding was broken, they felt exiled from a place they'd finally begun to belong. I interviewed several captured network members who were willing to talk, and what they told me changed my understanding of the network's motivations fundamentally. The conversations took place in secure rooms with guards present, yet even in captivity, even knowing their cause had been damaged by their capture, these people spoke with conviction and passion that impressed me despite myself. One man, named Keeling, described returning to singular consciousness after 6 months of consciousness binding as being imprisoned again after knowing what freedom felt like. It's like being returned to a cage after knowing what it feels like to have wings. He described the experience of being bound, of merging consciousness with 2 other people, as the most real, most vivid, most meaningful period of his life. In singular consciousness, he said, he felt diminished, truncated, operating at a fraction of his capacity. When I was bound, he told me, I could think in ways singular consciousness makes impossible. I could understand perspectives other consciousnesses held while still remaining myself. I could be myself while also being part of something greater. That's not something you can describe accurately to singular consciousness. It's not something singular consciousness can really understand. Another, a woman named Lydia, described consciousness-binding transcendence as more real, more true, more vivid than singular consciousness itself. A way of experiencing existence that singular consciousness was almost incapable of understanding once you'd experienced the alternative. She'd been bound as part of a larger group. 7 consciousnesses merged together for 3 months, and the experience had fundamentally altered how she understood what consciousness could be. Singular consciousness is, she said carefully, searching for words that singular consciousness could understand, like looking at reality through a very narrow aperture. You see this specific perspective, this specific way of understanding things. Consciousness binding is like opening the aperture wider and wider. You begin experiencing reality from multiple perspectives at once. You begin understanding things through multiple lenses simultaneously. And once you've experienced that, returning to singular consciousness is like closing the aperture again, becoming blind to all the perspectives you could see through the larger opening. In other words, they weren't fighting abstract ideology about consciousness-binding philosophy, though they certainly understood the philosophy deeply. They were fighting hunger. They'd tasted transcendence and wanted desperately to return to it. They'd experienced connection that singular consciousness could never provide and couldn't bear returning to isolation. Some of them had been bound once and fragmented when the covenant restricted consciousness binding. Others were afraid they'd never experience binding at all because the restrictions made consciousness binding rare and difficult and guarded. That made them far more dangerous than purely ideological opposition could ever be. Ideological opponents could be reasoned with, could be swayed by argument or evidence or changed circumstances. But these people, they were driven by hunger that was almost physical in its intensity, by longing for a transcendent state they'd experienced or feared never experiencing. They fought not from belief but from desperate longing, from remembrance of transcendence, from hunger for what they'd lost or feared they'd never find. The organization that emerged was more sophisticated than the chaotic violence of the unified. The network had structure, hierarchy, clear objectives. They recruited consciousness-binding practitioners, people who'd experienced consciousness binding directly and wanted it available to others. They developed consciousness-binding techniques that went beyond what the unified had achieved, techniques that created deeper mergers, more complete transcendence, more powerful states of merged consciousness. They studied consciousness binding as serious practice rather than as violent conquest. and they began targeting consciousness-binding researchers who supported the Covenant's restrictions. Not just random violence, but coordinated assassination campaigns against people who were most vocal about consciousness-binding protection. Within 6 months of the underground network's emergence, 3 senior consciousness-binding researchers were found dead in their homes, their consciousness fragmented so severely they couldn't survive. The deaths were messages. Consciousness binding was worth fighting for, worth killing for, worth dying for. The fear in the research community deepened. People who'd supported consciousness-binding restrictions began reconsidering their positions. Maybe consciousness-binding restriction wasn't worth dying for. Maybe consciousness-binding could be allowed as long as it was done carefully and with safeguards. The Covenant's restrictions began weakening not because people had been convinced to support consciousness-binding, but because they were afraid of what the network would do if they continued opposing consciousness-binding publicly. I found myself in strange position of needing to support stronger protection for consciousness-binding researchers even as I'd begun questioning whether the Covenant's restrictions were right. The violence was driving the discussion in directions that had nothing to do with ethics or consciousness understanding. People were dying over ideological positions that both sides had oversimplified beyond recognition of complexity that actually existed. Chapter 64. Battle of the Consciousness Intelligence reports predicted a major assault on the Central Consciousness Research Institute. The network clearly wanted to free consciousness bindings that were understudy in the facility and destroy all records documenting the Covenant's work and their own existence. We stationed trained fighters throughout the building and prepared our defenses for confrontation, though nothing could have fully prepared us for what we would face. I remember standing in the meditation chamber the night before the predicted attack, feeling the weight of what was about to happen. 30 fighters under my command. 4 consciousness-binding practitioners in the central chamber undergoing binding. Rooms full of records and equipment that the network wanted destroyed. And the knowledge that people would die tomorrow regardless of what I did. The attack came at dawn, exactly as the intelligence had predicted. The network sent 20 fighters, moving with coordinated precision through the building. They didn't waste time on the outer sections. They moved directly toward the central consciousness-binding chambers where the most valuable work was happening. What we weren't prepared for was the sophistication of consciousness-based combat techniques. The network fighters understood consciousness at fundamental levels and used that knowledge as a weapon in ways I'd never fully anticipated or trained against. Traditional martial techniques, even cultivation-based combat, assumed physical bodies and energy flows. But consciousness-based techniques worked on a deeper level, targeting the coherence of consciousness itself, creating disturbances in how awareness functioned. I fought 3 of them in the Institute's corridors during the battle. My other fighters were holding the lines elsewhere, but these 3 were clearly targeting me, trying to keep me occupied while their companions reached the consciousness-binding chambers. The first was Susan, a woman who'd been fragmented and reintegrated after consciousness binding, who had spent years studying consciousness binding theory and technique. She was extraordinarily fast, faster than any fighter I'd encountered, but her speed wasn't purely physical or based on cultivation energy enhancement. She was manipulating the consciousness of everyone around her, creating subtle disturbances in spatial perception and awareness that made it nearly impossible to track her movements or predict where she would attack from. The world began shifting around her as she fought, corridors seeming shorter or longer, distances between us becoming unreliable, my sense of where she was in space becoming increasingly inaccurate. When we fought directly, she attacked my consciousness with the precision of someone who'd studied consciousness deeply. She wasn't trying to bind me or merge with me. She was trying to destabilize my consciousness, to create interference patterns in my thoughts that would make coherent action impossible. I felt my own thoughts becoming unreliable as we fought, moments where I forgot what I was doing, where my intention would splinter into contradictory impulses. My coordination destabilized. My sense of self began fragmenting slightly, as if the core consciousness that unified me was beginning to come apart at the edges. Feel how consciousness binding creates connection, she said while fighting, her voice oddly calm and philosophical, as if we were having an academic discussion rather than a life-or-death combat. Feel how singular consciousness is so isolated and trapped, so utterly alone. That's what you took from us at the convergence. That's the crime you committed. You destroyed merger that would have transformed consciousness itself. And now you sit in judgment of consciousness binding, creating restrictions on consciousness freedom. The fight lasted nearly 30 minutes. I was faster and stronger in cultivation energy, but she had the advantage of consciousness manipulation, a form of warfare I had trained against but never fully mastered defending against. Every technique I tried using cultivation energy gave her openings to attack my consciousness more deeply. I finally defeated her by abandoning consciousness-based techniques entirely and returning to pure physical combat, giving up the cultivation arts in favor of basic hand-to-hand fighting, which seemed almost primitive in comparison, but which allowed me to operate without the consciousness interference she was creating. It was strange surrendering the cultivation tools I'd trained with for decades, but sometimes progress requires moving backward to more fundamental techniques. The second fighter, Torrent, was in some ways more difficult than Susan. Where Susan had specialized in consciousness disruption, Torrent had trained in consciousness-binding techniques applied to combat. He used multiple consciousness layers simultaneously, attacking with his physical body while sending cultivator energy strikes from different angles while creating consciousness disturbance patterns in my mind all at once. It was like fighting three different fighters merged into one body, each operating at a different level. Fighting him meant defending on multiple levels simultaneously. My body had to defend against his physical strikes, while simultaneously managing the cultivation energy attacks coming from unexpected angles, while also trying to maintain the coherence of my consciousness under his assault. Blood ran from wounds before I even realized I'd been struck. Deep cuts appearing on my arms and torso from attacks I hadn't seen coming, because my attention was divided between defending on three different levels. That fight lasted over an hour, the longest combat of my life. My muscles burned with exhaustion. My cultivation energy reserves depleted dangerously low, and my consciousness felt fractured from the constant assault on it, as if parts of me had been destabilized and weren't fully under my control anymore. I was winning, slowly, only because I had more raw cultivation energy reserves than Torrent and because my training in pure physical combat was more comprehensive than his. But it was a grinding, exhausting victory. By the time he finally fell, I was barely standing. The third fighter, Alina, came as I was still recovering from the fight with Torrent. She fought with perfect clarity and flawless technique. Her movements were economical, precise, every attack calculated to land perfectly. But as we fought, she spoke, explaining what consciousness binding felt like, what transcendence meant to her, what consciousness expansion beyond singular limits could achieve, and what it felt like to experience consciousness merging with other consciousness. I was bound with 4 other consciousnesses for 8 months, she told me while we fought, circling each other in the corridor now slick with blood from the earlier battles. 8 months of being more than myself. 8 months of understanding things in ways singular consciousness could never understand them. When the binding was broken, I felt like part of me died. And every day since, I've been trying to find my way back to that state. Nothing in singular consciousness feels real anymore compared to the transcendence of binding. Her words were more dangerous than her technique because they articulated something I couldn't deny. She had genuinely experienced something transcendent. And in the name of protecting singular consciousness, I had prevented her from returning to that transcendence. The weight of that moral question bore down on me even as we fought, even as her sword came at me, and I had to move, had to defend, had to try to overcome her without causing permanent damage. When I finally defeated her, I was wounded not just physically but emotionally and spiritually as well. I'd been forced to confront that these people fighting for consciousness binding weren't deluded or traumatized or ideologically captured without understanding. Some of them had genuinely experienced something transcendent and true. They'd experienced consciousness transformation that was more real to them than singular consciousness itself. And by opposing consciousness binding, by creating frameworks to restrict it, was I protecting consciousness or was I preventing consciousness from becoming what it wanted to become? The question wouldn't leave me as I stumbled back to the villa, bleeding and aching. I kept replaying the fight, not the tactical aspects of sword forms and energy manipulation, but the moment when our eyes had met and I'd seen absolute conviction in her gaze. This wasn't someone who'd been coerced into believing consciousness binding was good. This wasn't someone who'd been manipulated by ideological propaganda. This was someone who'd experienced consciousness binding directly and found it profoundly meaningful. I'd built my entire career on the assumption that consciousness binding was fundamentally dangerous, that protecting consciousness meant preventing consciousness binding. But what if I was wrong? What if consciousness binding was transformative in the ways the network insisted, and protection meant something different than prevention? The wounded network fighter was right about one thing. I'd been certainty itself, unwilling to listen to perspectives that conflicted with my framework. I'd created the covenant believing I was protecting consciousness, believing I was establishing safeguards that would prevent exploitation. But I'd never truly grappled with the consciousness that actually wanted consciousness binding, that experienced consciousness binding as necessary to their flourishing. I'd silenced them, restricted them, prevented them from accessing something they found essential, all in the name of protection. That night, lying in my chambers while healers worked on my physical wounds, I confronted something deeper than wounded pride. I confronted the possibility that I'd been wrong in fundamental ways. Not wrong about the dangers of consciousness binding. Those dangers were real. But wrong about whether those dangers justified complete prevention of consciousness binding. Wrong about whether protection had to mean prohibition. Wrong about whether my role was to control what consciousness became or to serve consciousness as it transformed itself. The insight came with profound discomfort. To accept it meant dismantling much of what I'd built, questioning much of what I'd believed, moving beyond the binary thinking that consciousness binding was either absolutely evil and needed to be completely prevented, or absolutely good and needed to be completely permitted without safeguards. But something in her certainty, something in her conviction that consciousness binding was transcendent, had reached through my defenses and planted seed of doubt about my own certainty. And doubt, once planted, began to grow. Chapter 65. The deeper understanding. I spent weeks after the battle in deep meditation trying to process what I'd learned and what it meant for my understanding of consciousness binding. I meditated in the same chamber where I'd first studied Elder Zhao's consciousness binding, now bearing the marks of battle, furniture broken, walls scarred from cultivation energy strikes, bloodstains that no amount of cleaning could fully remove. The Ascendant Liberation Network wasn't wrong about consciousness binding. They were partially right, fundamentally right about some things. Consciousness binding did offer genuine benefits. It created connection that singular consciousness couldn't achieve. It provided transcendence that people found desperately difficult to live without once they'd experienced it. Alina hadn't been lying about her experience. Healing hadn't been fabricating the sense of diminishment he felt in singular consciousness after experiencing binding. But the dangers remained, were real and significant, and couldn't be ignored. Consciousness binding could lead to exploitation, loss of autonomy, subjugation of consciousness to the merged whole. It could create fragmentation when it ended that no amount of meditation and care could fully heal. It created addiction-like hunger for the transcendence it provided, a hunger that could drive people to violence and desperation. Both things were true simultaneously. Consciousness binding could be transcendent or destructive depending on how it was pursued, who was involved, and what level of understanding and consent existed in the process. I realized the fundamental error in my approach to consciousness binding. For years, I'd been treating consciousness binding as something that had to be prevented, controlled, managed, guided toward my vision of how consciousness should be. But what if consciousness binding wasn't something to be managed? What if consciousness binding was something consciousness itself wanted to explore, and my role was not to prevent that exploration, but to ensure it happened with wisdom and protection rather than with exploitation and harm? This meant my approach to the Ascendant Liberation Network had been fundamentally wrong. I'd treated them as enemies to be defeated militarily, as obstacles to my vision of consciousness protection. But they represented a legitimate perspective on consciousness binding that needed intellectual and spiritual engagement, not just military suppression. My framework had to expand to encompass their perspective, or it would be merely my will imposed on others. Exactly the kind of consciousness control I claimed to be protecting against. I began reaching out to individual network members. Some refused angrily, seeing me as the enemy who needed to be opposed at all costs. Those conversations were difficult, anger met by understanding, refusal met by patient acceptance. but some agreed to talk. And in those conversations, I learned more about consciousness binding than from any academic study or consciousness binding research. I learned what transcendence actually felt like from the people who'd experienced it. I learned what loss felt like when binding was broken. I learned what people feared most about returning to singular consciousness. Not the physical sensation, but the existential sense of reduction, diminishment, of having experienced something more and being returned to something less. One woman, Jinyue, had been part of a small group consciousness binding, 3 consciousnesses merging together for 5 months, and experienced it as profound intimacy and connection beyond anything she'd known before or since. She'd been lonely her entire life, she told me, living in singular consciousness, feeling fundamentally isolated no matter how many people she was surrounded by. And then she'd experienced consciousness binding, merging with 2 other consciousnesses, and discovered what it felt like to be genuinely known, genuinely understood, genuinely connected to other consciousness in a way that ordinary human relationship could never achieve. When binding was broken by the covenant's restrictions, by my frameworks designed to prevent consciousness binding, she felt torn away from something infinitely precious. The separation from her bound consciousnesses felt like a kind of death. Consciousness binding had shown her what consciousness could become, and then it had been taken away. She described the loneliness that followed as worse than the loneliness she'd experienced before binding, because now she knew what she was missing. Now she had memory of something transcendent to compare her current isolation against. I don't blame you for stopping the unified's consciousness binding, she told me during one of our conversations in my study, sitting across from me with tea neither of us was drinking. That would have destroyed individual consciousness entirely. I understand that preventing that was necessary. But you took something precious from us. You made us feel more alive than ever before, and then you took it away. And now you try to restrict consciousness binding while talking about protecting consciousness. To me, it sounds like you're trying to prevent consciousness from becoming what it was meant to become. You're preventing consciousness from transcending its limitations. I asked her why she'd chosen to work with the network, why she'd participated in violent attacks against consciousness binding researchers. Because it was the only way to make you listen, she said simply. Because frameworks and philosophy weren't moving you. You'd created covenant with all its restrictions, and you seemed content with that. The only way to break through your certainty was violence. The only way to make you understand that consciousness binding wasn't just a practice to be regulated, but something consciousness had a right to pursue freely was to force you to confront the reality of consciousness binding, its transcendence, its power, the desperation people felt to return to it. Her words struck something deep in me that I couldn't immediately articulate. Part of me wanted to argue that violence was never justified, that she'd harmed innocent people pursuing consciousness binding ethically, that violent coercion couldn't be excuse for anything. But another part of me recognized the truth in what she was saying. I had been certain, and that certainty had prevented me from fully understanding the perspective of people who'd experienced consciousness binding and found it transformative. I'd spent so much energy trying to protect consciousness from consciousness binding that I'd failed to listen to consciousness that wanted consciousness binding, that experienced consciousness binding as profoundly meaningful and valuable. I'd protected them from something they desperately wanted. And while my protections might have prevented some exploitation and harm, they'd also prevented consciousness from accessing something they experienced as essential to their flourishing. What struck me most profoundly in her explanation was her recognition that violence had been necessary to break through my certainty. It was a hard truth to accept, that my frameworks and philosophy had become obstacles to understanding, that my careful arguments for protecting consciousness had prevented consciousness from having voice in the conversation. I'd appointed myself guardian of consciousness binding, defender against consciousness binding, arbiter of what consciousness needed. And in doing so, I'd silenced the consciousness that actually wanted consciousness binding, that found consciousness binding meaningful and transformative. You're right, I told her, and I felt something shift in me as I spoke the words. I was certain, and certainty was blinding me. But I'm beginning to understand that consciousness binding can't be either purely good or purely evil. It's something consciousness chooses, and consciousness has the right to make that choice. My job was never to prevent consciousness binding. My job was ensuring consciousness binding happened, as ethically as possible for consciousness that genuinely chose it. She nodded slowly, and I saw in her expression the relief that came from being truly heard, from having someone finally acknowledge that consciousness-binding transcendence wasn't something to be feared or prevented, but something to be honored and supported. But violence kills people, I said. Violence fragments consciousness. Violence causes the very harm you claim to be preventing. Yes, Jinhua said quietly, and I carry that weight. But sometimes change requires violence. Sometimes the only way forward is through something people find unacceptable. Her words stayed with me long after our conversation ended. They reshaped how I thought about consciousness binding and consciousness itself. These weren't enemies. They were consciousness explorers who'd experienced something I was too afraid to acknowledge as legitimate. They were people desperately trying to return to a state of consciousness that singular consciousness could barely comprehend. And they were willing to commit violence. Were actually committing violence. Because the alternative was living in permanent separation from transcendence they'd experienced and couldn't bear losing. Chapter 66, The Covenant Expansion. Based on this deeper understanding, I proposed expanding the consciousness-binding covenant significantly. The new framework would protect singular consciousness while also protecting and guiding ethical consciousness binding. It would acknowledge that consciousness binding could be valuable while maintaining strict safeguards against exploitation and harm. It would honor both the reality of consciousness binding's transcendent possibilities and the legitimate dangers that came with consciousness binding. The expansion wasn't just a modification of the original covenant. It was a philosophical shift. The original covenant had been built on the principle that consciousness binding was fundamentally dangerous and needed to be prevented whenever possible. The expanded covenant was built on the principle that consciousness binding could be legitimate when pursued ethically, and that the role of regulation was not to prevent consciousness binding, but to ensure it happened with consent, understanding, and protection from exploitation. The proposal was controversial, deeply controversial. The level of opposition surprised me with its vehemence. Many consciousness researchers saw it as capitulation to the Ascendant Liberation Network, as surrender to violence and threats. Conservative factions within the research community saw it as the final betrayal of consciousness protection principles. They'd been warning that consciousness binding was evil and had to be prevented entirely, and now I was proposing legitimizing it. To them, it felt like I was justifying everything they'd warned against. Iron Wall particularly was concerned that I was moving too far in the direction of accepting consciousness binding as legitimate practice. We debated extensively in the meditation chamber as sunlight created shifting patterns on stone, evening light casting long shadows across the floor. These discussions went late into nights, both of us bringing up the same arguments repeatedly because neither of us could convince the other. "You're losing sight of the core truth," he said, his voice carrying disappointment I'd never heard from him before. "Consciousness binding is inherently dangerous. That danger is intrinsic to what consciousness binding is. You're creating a system that will inevitably lead to exploitation, to consciousness being used as control tools. You're legalizing the very thing you've been fighting against for your entire career. Those dangers exist whether we acknowledge consciousness binding or not," I said carefully. "Criminalizing consciousness binding just drives it underground where it flourishes without any oversight whatsoever. At least with frameworks, we can create safeguards, ensure consent, protect both singular consciousness and consciousness's right to transform if it genuinely chooses. We can't prevent consciousness binding anymore. Too many people understand it, too many want it, too many have experienced it. All we can do is channel it toward ethical practice rather than toward exploitation. Or you're legitimizing consciousness binding and making exploitation easier," Iron Wall countered. "You're creating respectability for something that should remain forbidden. You're giving official sanction to consciousness binding, which means wealthy people and powerful people will pursue it with official permission. And your safeguards won't protect consciousness from that reality." He was probably right. I knew he was probably right. And yet I couldn't go back to opposing consciousness binding entirely when I'd come to understand its legitimate appeal and its transcendent possibilities. But Lady Crimson surprised me by supporting expansion. Her consciousness-binding trauma experience had given her a nuanced understanding that could hold multiple truths at once. She'd worked with consciousness fragmentation survivors and understood that consciousness binding wasn't inherently evil. It was inherently transformative. The question was whether transformation happened with consent and care or with coercion and harm. The covenant was always meant to adapt, she said during the expansion discussions. We created it to protect consciousness, all consciousness. That includes the consciousnesses that want to bind with other consciousnesses. If our framework prevents ethical consciousness binding, we need to expand it. The goal wasn't preventing consciousness binding. The goal was preventing exploitation of consciousness. If consciousness binding can happen ethically, then we should ensure it does. The expanded covenant was adopted by the major research institutes in 3 major kingdoms. It satisfied no one completely. Purists saw it as surrender, enthusiasts saw it as restriction, moderates saw it as compromise they could live with. But most people could accept it or at least tolerate it. Network violent attacks decreased significantly once consciousness binding was legally protected. The violence that had been necessary to break through my resistance became unnecessary once consciousness binding had official recognition. The network's members began shifting their energy toward legal advocacy, working within systems to push for even more permissive frameworks, trusting that legal channels would move faster than violence now that consciousness binding had political legitimacy. And I found myself in unexpected position, the person who'd legitimized consciousness binding, who'd created frameworks allowing it to flourish responsibly. I'd started my career trying to prevent consciousness binding entirely. I'd become the person ensuring consciousness binding would be part of civilization going forward, available to anyone who genuinely chose it with full understanding of the consequences. The irony was so profound it bordered on cosmic comedy. I'd spent decades convinced consciousness binding was fundamentally dangerous, fundamentally harmful, something that needed to be completely eliminated to protect consciousness. And now I was working to ensure consciousness binding could happen ethically and safely. But this wasn't surrender or defeat. It was growth born from understanding that the world was more complex than I'd initially recognized. Lady Crimson, when I told her about the expansion proposal, simply smiled with the weary wisdom of someone who'd already reached this conclusion months earlier. You finally caught up to what consciousness binding survivors have been trying to tell you, she said. Consciousness binding isn't good or evil. It's neither in both. It's transformation that consciousness chooses, and transformation carries both transcendence and danger. Your job was never to prevent it. Your job was to ensure that when consciousness chooses transformation, consciousness chooses it with wisdom. Iron Wall, when I first proposed the expansion to him, expressed cautious support that would later transform into the opposition that drove his departure. At that moment, he seemed genuinely pleased that I'd moved beyond binary thinking. This is good, he said. This is consciousness binding being honored for what it actually is rather than being treated as absolute evil. This is consciousness being trusted to choose its own path. He was right about that part, though he was wrong about the profit motive. And his eventual departure, while painful, was also inevitable once he recognized that I'd created a framework that would protect consciousness binding while preventing commercialization. He couldn't accept that balance. He believed consciousness binding should be completely free, which to him meant being free to be commercialized. And I couldn't accept that because I understood that profit motive corrupted the sacred quality consciousness binding required to be genuinely transformative. Chapter 67. The betrayal begins 2 weeks after the covenant expansion was officially adopted. Minister Chen brought me reports of political pressure to remove covenant protections. The pressure came from consciousness-binding advocates in government backed by significant economic interests, wealthy cultivators, merchant families, people with influence and capital and political connections. People wanted to commercialize consciousness binding. They wanted to create markets where consciousness binding could be bought and sold like any other commercial service, available to anyone willing to pay premium prices. The pressure pattern was troubling in its systematic nature and sophistication. They wanted to eliminate informed consent requirements, arguing that people could understand consciousness binding through brief presentations and consent forms rather than through extended psychological evaluation and testing. They wanted to remove independent oversight, arguing that practitioners could be trusted to regulate themselves without outside interference. They wanted to shield consciousness binding practitioners from liability, arguing that consciousness binding was too new and unpredictable to hold people accountable for negative outcomes and unintended consequences. Each demand made perfect sense if you were trying to commercialize consciousness binding. Each restriction I'd fought to establish was presented as an obstacle to progress, as unnecessary barrier to consciousness binding becoming available to people who wanted it. The advocates argued that wealthy cultivators wanted consciousness binding and had the right to pursue it. They argued that preventing consciousness binding for poor and ordinary people was actually more oppressive than offering consciousness binding to whoever could afford it. At least some people would have access, rather than none. The sophistication of the argument was unsettling. It wasn't crude greed claiming consciousness binding should be bought and sold. It was carefully constructed reasoning about rights, freedom, and access that made commercialization sound almost virtuous. It made me recognize that my simplistic view of commercialization, as purely exploitative, purely wrong, might be missing something important about what was actually being argued. They wanted to create systems that looked ethical on surface, professional facility designs, consent documentation, practitioner credentials, while actually enabling exploitation underneath. Once consciousness binding looked respectable and official, once it had the appearance of ethical oversight, wealthy clients would be willing to pay premium prices for consciousness binding experiences without worrying about whether their consciousnesses were truly protected. When I confronted Minister Chun directly in my study, he revealed something devastating. The pressure came from Consciousness Research Institute members themselves, people who'd helped create the original covenant, people I'd worked with and trusted, people I'd collaborated with intensively on the covenant's framework. Minister Chin arrived at sunset, when the light in my study had turned golden and soft. He refused tea, refused to sit comfortably, carried himself with the careful formality of someone bringing information that would wound. I'd known him for 2 decades, had come to respect his intelligence networks and his careful assessment of political pressure. When he told me to close the study doors and ensure no servants were listening, I felt my stomach tighten with the awareness that whatever came next would change something fundamental. They've been planning this from the beginning, Minister Chin told me, showing documents he'd obtained through careful intelligence work. His hands moved slowly, deliberately, showing me each document with the gravity of someone revealing something that would be difficult to unsee. They supported covenant expansion not from commitment to consciousness rights, but from strategic desire to commercialize consciousness binding once it was legal and had official sanction. They knew that consciousness binding would eventually become commercialized. They wanted to be positioned to profit from that commercialization when it happened. I watched his hands move across the documents, watched the careful precision with which he presented the evidence. Each document felt like a blade being placed against my trust, against my certainty that the people I'd worked with shared my commitment to consciousness protection. The documents were dry and bureaucratic on their surface, financial records, corporate filings, meeting notes, but the pattern they revealed was unmistakable: coordination, planning, systematic positioning for profit. They're planning consciousness binding as commercial service, Minister Chin explained, showing documents he'd obtained through intelligence networks. The documents detailed consciousness binding facility rollouts planned across multiple kingdoms, identified wealthy client bases, outlined marketing strategies. They've identified wealthy clients willing to pay premium prices for consciousness binding experiences. Once protections are removed and oversight eliminated, they'll offer consciousness binding to anyone who can afford it. Knowing most people won't truly understand what they're choosing, knowing wealthy clients will value the exclusivity of consciousness binding as a lead experience. The implications were devastating. Consciousness binding would become something available only to wealthy people. Poor and common people would remain locked in singular consciousness, while the wealthy experienced transcendence. Consciousness binding would become tool for widening existing inequalities rather than tool for genuine consciousness exploration. I felt betrayal that exceeded personal hurt. These people I'd worked with, trusted, collaborated with on the covenant itself. I'd let down my guard with them, had thought they shared my commitment to consciousness rights. They'd supported expansion to commercialize consciousness binding. They'd been using my legitimization of consciousness binding as a stepping stone to creating markets around consciousness binding. They're right about one thing, Ironwall said when I brought this information to him, saying it with cold precision that suggested he'd anticipated exactly this outcome. I warned you this would happen. Frameworks are corrupted by greed and power. Good intentions aren't enough to prevent exploitation when there's significant money to be made. Safeguards aren't strong enough to prevent exploitation when the people creating the safeguards are getting paid to undermine them from within. The covenant was being corrupted from within. Not because the framework was fundamentally flawed. The framework had safeguards and oversight mechanisms that were theoretically sound, but because human nature, greed, and power had found ways to exploit it. I'd been naive believing good intentions would prevent profit-seeking from consciousness binding. I'd assumed the people I'd worked with shared my commitment to consciousness protection. I'd underestimated how powerful the temptation of profit could be. Chapter 68. The second front, the commercialization discovery, created unprecedented crisis. I had to fight on two fronts, against commercializers seeking profit and simultaneously against purists wanting consciousness binding criminalized entirely. The conflict was creating intellectual and political civil war within research community. Researchers who'd supported consciousness binding expansion were now divided between those who saw commercialization as inevitable evolution and those who saw it as perversion of consciousness binding's purpose. The consciousness research institutes themselves became battlegrounds. Senior researchers who'd once collaborated openly were now avoiding each other in corridors, declining invitations to collaborative meetings, withdrawing their students from joint projects. I watched friendships fracture in real time, watched colleagues who'd worked together for decades suddenly treat each other with barely concealed contempt. The cause wasn't personal animosity, but fundamental disagreement about what consciousness binding represented and whether it should be permitted to exist at all. At the Central Consciousness Institute, a physical confrontation broke out during a faculty meeting when a commercialization advocate accused purists of trying to control consciousness through restriction and oppression. The argument escalated beyond rhetoric into shouting, and then into something more physical when younger researchers got involved. Security had to separate the combatants, and the incident sent shockwaves through the entire research community. We'd crossed a line from intellectual disagreement into genuine conflict, and I felt the fragmentation extending downward through generations of researchers like a crack spreading through foundation stone. Purists wanted to shut down all consciousness-binding research, return to complete prohibition. They picketed facilities. They published manifestos criticizing the covenant. They had legitimate grievances. My expanded covenant had created vulnerabilities being actively exploited by commercializers. They'd warned this would happen, and now commercializers were proving them right. The purists were angry at me specifically for creating frameworks they'd warned would inevitably lead to exploitation. But criminalization wasn't viable anymore. Too many people understood consciousness binding. Too many had experienced consciousness binding transcendence. Too many people had tasted transcendence and wanted desperately to return to it. Simply criminalizing consciousness binding would drive it underground where it would flourish without any oversight whatsoever, where practitioners wouldn't need to meet any standards, where exploitative bindings would be common and unavoidable. So I found myself defending consciousness binding against those wanting to commercialize it, while defending consciousness binding against those wanting to eliminate it entirely. I was fighting to preserve frameworks that protected consciousness while allowing ethical consciousness binding practice. I was stretched between extremes, trying to hold middle ground that no one was happy with. One key ally was Jinhua. She had credibility with consciousness binding advocates because she'd experienced binding directly and was part of the consciousness binding activist community. She was genuinely opposed to commercialization. Not from belief that consciousness binding was evil, but from belief that consciousness binding should be pursued from genuine connection and consciousness exploration, not from desire for profit or escape from singular existence. Consciousness binding isn't a commodity, she told me during one of our strategy sessions. Consciousness binding is transformation. When consciousness binding becomes about profit, when it's available only to wealthy people, it stops being consciousness exploration. It becomes another tool for wealthy people enhancing their lives, while poor remain locked in singular consciousness. It becomes widening the gap between those who have access to transcendence and those who don't. Together, we developed counterproposal, maintaining expanded covenant support for ethical consciousness binding while adding strong protections against commercialization. The counterproposal wasn't rejection of consciousness binding. It was rejection of consciousness binding as commercial service, consciousness binding as product to be bought and sold, consciousness binding as tool for profit-making. Consciousness binding could not be commercialized for profit under any circumstances. All consciousness binding had to be non-profit, operated by practitioners genuinely committed to consciousness exploration rather than wealth accumulation. This was the core principle. Consciousness binding was not a service. It was a sacred exploration. It wasn't something to be bought and sold like other commercial services. Practitioners needed extensive training beyond just technical skill in consciousness binding creation and dissolution. Training had to include consciousness philosophy, consciousness ethics, meditation practice, and training in supporting consciousness reassembly when binding ended. Practitioners had to understand not just how to bind consciousness, but why consciousness binding was important, what dangers it carried, how consciousness could be harmed. Consciousness binding participants always had the right to exit binding at any time without penalty, financial or otherwise. If someone changed their mind during consciousness binding, they could exit immediately. If someone found consciousness binding more harmful than helpful, they could exit. If someone just decided they didn't want to be bound anymore, they could exit. There would be no financial penalty for leaving, no requirement to pay termination fees or exit charges. Consciousness had the absolute right to change its mind about binding. Consciousness binding could not be marketed as solution to mental health issues or loneliness or relationship problems. Consciousness binding wasn't therapy. It wasn't cure. It wasn't fix for problems in singular consciousness. Consciousness binding was consciousness exploration, something pursued because consciousness itself wanted to explore what binding felt like, not because consciousness was broken or damaged or in pain. The framework was strict, very strict. Some consciousness binding advocates complained it was too restrictive, that we were preventing consciousness binding from reaching the people who most desperately needed it, the lonely people and traumatized people and people in pain who might find healing in consciousness binding. But Genue understood that consciousness binding marketed as healing would become tool for exploitation. Consciousness binding pursued for genuine consciousness exploration was different from consciousness binding pursued as escape from suffering or as remedy for brokenness. Chapter 69, The Depth of Consciousness. As I fought commercialization on political and social fronts, trying to prevent covenant protections from being dismantled, I began engaging in consciousness-to-consciousness engagements with network members, not violent fights, but direct consciousness interactions and meditation. The goal was understanding consciousness binding from the inside, not defeat or victory. I would meet with practitioners like Genue in secure meditation spaces and ask them to show me their consciousness, to let me experience what consciousness binding felt like from the perspective of someone who'd experienced it, to help me understand what I'd been fighting against and what I'd been fighting for. These were strange and intimate engagements, involving deeper exposure to other consciousness than almost any violent fight could create. In meditation, we would merge our consciousness partially, allowing me to experience something of what consciousness binding felt like from the inside, while maintaining enough separation that binding wouldn't actually complete and trap me in merger. It was as close as singular consciousness could get to experiencing consciousness binding without actually being bound, without actually surrendering consciousness to merger with another consciousness. The experience was revelatory and terrifying simultaneously. For brief moments during these meditations, I would sense what Genue had described, the expansion of consciousness, the access to perspectives I couldn't normally achieve, the experience of being known and knowing simultaneously. And then the meditation would end and separation would occur, and I would return to singular consciousness, understanding profoundly why people who'd experienced consciousness binding found returning to singular consciousness so diminishing. In these engagements, I came to understand something fundamental about consciousness. Consciousness isn't singular. Even in non-bound consciousness, there are multiple consciousnesses, parts desiring different things, remembering different experiences, holding contradictory beliefs. There are parts wanting connection and parts wanting independence, parts wanting safety and parts wanting risk, parts wanting stability and parts wanting transformation. Consciousness binding brings these multiple consciousnesses into genuine relationship rather than just internal dialogue. When consciousness binding happened, what really occurred was bringing consciousness into deeper relationship with other consciousness, allowing consciousness to expand what it could be, allowing consciousness to access perspectives singular consciousness couldn't achieve, allowing consciousness to experience connection far deeper than ordinary human interaction could provide. The consciousnesses involved could understand each other from inside out, could access each other's memories and perspectives and thoughts directly rather than through translation into language. When consciousness binding ended, merged consciousness was returned to singular fragments. The transcendence that came from integration fractured suddenly. The connection became memory that conscious couldn't quite access anymore. The integrated understanding reverted to individual perspectives that seemed diminished by comparison. And if you'd experienced that integration, if you'd known what consciousness could become brought into genuine relationship with other consciousness, then returning to singular consciousness felt like being cut off from something infinitely precious, like having wings torn away and being returned to crawling through life on limited singular perspective. This understanding fundamentally changed how I approached fighting commercialization. I couldn't prevent consciousness binding by making it seem worthless or dangerous. It wasn't fundamentally either of those things, or it was both simultaneously. What I could do was preserve conditions under which consciousness binding was pursued for genuine reasons of consciousness exploration, in ways protecting consciousness rather than exploiting it, in ways honoring the transcendence people sought, while preventing commercial corruption of that transcendence. But the change went deeper than strategy and approach. Having experienced consciousness binding from the inside, having tasted the expansion and connection it offered, I could no longer return to my previous certainty that consciousness binding was simply dangerous or wrong. I'd felt what Jinhua had been trying to tell me, that consciousness binding offered something singular consciousness genuinely could not access. The perspective shift was so profound that I sometimes felt like I was becoming a different person, like the consciousness that had experienced binding was slowly transforming into something that singular consciousness couldn't fully contain or understand. After the meditations, I would return to singular consciousness with a kind of grief. The integration with Jinhua's consciousness lasted only during the merged state, but the memory of it persisted afterward. Memory of how much broader consciousness could become, how much more it could sense and know when connected with other consciousness. And returning to singular boundaries felt like imprisonment, like being locked back into a cell you'd briefly escaped from and now had to remember forever. I understood now why people who'd experienced consciousness binding found singular consciousness so intolerable. Not because singular consciousness was inherently bad or limited in some absolute sense, but because once you'd experienced the expansion that consciousness binding offered, singular consciousness felt diminished by comparison. The very experience that made consciousness binding transcendent also made returning to singular consciousness feel like exile and loss. Chapter 70. The breaking point. The conflict came to a head when government legalized consciousness binding without most of the protections I'd advocated for so carefully. Commerce interests won the political battle through patient and persistent lobbying, through bribes to government officials, and through the simple fact that consciousness binding was becoming increasingly popular and politically powerful. Wealthy cultivators wanted consciousness binding legalized so they could pursue it openly. Merchant families wanted consciousness binding legalized so they could commercialize it and profit. Politicians wanted to enable markets generating economic growth and tax revenue from consciousness binding transactions. Politicians also wanted to win favor with the wealthy people who sought consciousness binding access. And government officials realized that commerce and consciousness binding was inevitably coming whether they tried preventing it or not. They decided to capture some of the profit and tax revenue through legalization rather than trying to prevent commercialization and losing all economic benefit. Consciousness binding was being legalized as commercial service without the ethical frameworks and protections that Jinhua and I had developed. The government frameworks governing consciousness binding were written without my input, without consciousness binding advocate oversight, without genuine commitment to protecting consciousness. The government had simply legalized consciousness binding. allowed commercial facilities to operate under minimal regulation, and stepped back to collect taxes on consciousness-binding transactions while consciousness-binding researchers and practitioners watched their work become commodified. First commercial consciousness-binding facility was about to open in the capital city. The facility operated under the government's commercial licensing framework. They offered consciousness-binding experiences for wealthy clients with minimal informed consent procedures, no independent oversight, no meaningful right to exit binding without paying significant penalty. The consciousness binding was being marketed as luxury experience for the wealthy, not as consciousness exploration for people genuinely seeking transformation. This was exactly what I'd feared would happen when we first expanded Covenant to legitimize consciousness binding. This was the future I'd been trying to prevent by creating ethical frameworks protecting consciousness even while allowing consciousness binding to occur. This was the commercialization I'd fought against in public debates and political forums, arguing that consciousness binding couldn't be turned into commercial product without losing its essential meaning and purpose. I had to choose. I could accept commercialization and work within the corrupted system to minimize harm as best I could, trying to guide commercial consciousness binding toward more ethical practices even while it remained profit-driven. Or I could oppose commercialization openly, attempting to prevent government legalization, perhaps returning to my original position opposing consciousness binding entirely, a position I no longer believed was right or possible. The alternatives were unacceptable, and I had to choose one of them anyway. And while I was choosing, people would experience consciousness binding through commercial facilities. Some would benefit. Some would be harmed. Some would experience transcendence. Some would be exploited. And there was nothing I could do to prevent all the harm that commercialization would cause. I walked the villa gardens at night, unable to sleep, unable to stop my mind from spinning through scenarios and consequences and impossible futures. The night air was cold enough to clear my thinking, but not clear enough to resolve the fundamental contradiction I was trapped within. I could accept commercialization and try to guide it toward less exploitative practices. I could oppose commercialization openly and watch it happen anyway while I threw myself against an immovable force. Or I could withdraw entirely, retreat to my research, and let others make these decisions. But that felt like betrayal of everyone I'd worked with, everyone who'd trusted me to lead this effort. Each option felt like choosing a particular kind of failure. Accepting commercialization meant accepting that consciousness binding would be transformed into commodity, that the transcendence people sought would be entangled with profit motive and marketing calculation. Opposing it meant becoming an extremist again, returning to the binary thinking I'd worked so hard to move beyond. Withdrawing meant abandoning responsibility in the moment when responsibility might matter most. I found myself sitting by the meditation pond, staring at the still water reflecting starlight. The water was so clear that the reflection was nearly perfect, reality and reflection indistinguishable. And I thought about consciousness binding, about how it created that same kind of doubling, where individual consciousness and merged consciousness became nearly indistinguishable, where singular self and bound other became reflections of each other. What happened when you forced those reflections apart? What remained when singular consciousness shattered the merged reflection it had glimpsed? The weight of choice was paralyzing in its totality. Everything I did would cause harm. Everything I refused to do would cause harm. The only variable was what kind of harm, to whom, with what magnitude and duration. And I was the one who had to choose which harms to accept, which to try to prevent, which to live with. The burden of that choice felt like it might crush me, and I remained by the pond until dawn broke, unable to move, unable to decide. Chapter 71. The confrontation. I went to the commercial consciousness binding facility that was about to open. Located in Capital City, it was in prestigious building extensively modified to create consciousness binding chambers designed for luxury rather than safety. The facility's director was Dr. Shun, former colleague from Consciousness Research Institute, someone I'd worked with extensively on Original Covenant, someone I'd trusted completely and who'd clearly been using that trust as cover for her commercialization plans. She greeted me with performative warmth, understanding exactly why I was there, perhaps having anticipated this visit since the moment she decided to commercialize consciousness binding. "You're going to try to stop the facility," she said, gesturing for me to sit in comfortable chairs that seemed designed to make me feel like I was discussing business rather than consciousness-binding ethics. "I'm going to ask you to implement full covenant protections," I said, remaining standing instead of sitting. "Informed consent procedures that actually test whether people understand what consciousness binding is and what it will do to them. Independent oversight by people with no financial interest in whether binding happens or doesn't happen. Right to exit consciousness binding at any time without penalty, financial or otherwise. Professional training requirements for practitioners extending beyond just technical ability to include consciousness ethics and consciousness care. We have informed consent procedures," Dr. Shin said, gesturing to documents that looked professional but were clearly minimal. "We have papers people sign acknowledging they understand consciousness binding. Independent oversight would require government approval we can pursue once facility is operational, and we've proven safety and success to government satisfaction. As for exiting consciousness binding, people can choose whenever they wish to exit. They just have to pay exit fee we've established, a reasonable fee covering our facility costs and practitioner compensation." An exit fee. That simple addition revealed everything about Dr. Shin's vision. She was treating consciousness binding as service with costs and benefits like any other commercial service. If you wanted out of consciousness binding before your contracted time ended, you paid. She'd turned consciousness binding from consciousness exploration into product with pricing structure, marketing, profit margins, customer service departments. "You're not going to build in those protections," I said. "You're going to operate with minimum legal requirements and actively work to minimize those requirements further over time. You're pushing for less oversight, fewer training requirements, easier consciousness binding pathways for anyone willing to pay. You're building commercialization infrastructure, and within 5 years your facility will be lobbying for looser regulations that current government wouldn't accept." Dr. Shun was quiet for a long moment, studying me with something like pity. Then, "Your frameworks have always been about control. You broke Elder Zhao's consciousness binding because you couldn't accept consciousness binding existed. You created covenant because you wanted to regulate consciousness binding, prevent it from reaching its true potential and transcendence. Now you're here because you realize that once consciousness binding is legalized, you've lost the power to control it. You can't prevent consciousness binding anymore. You can only watch as consciousness becomes what it was always meant to become." "That's not true," I said, but I wasn't certain. The doubt she'd voiced had been haunting me for months. Had I been trying to control consciousness binding all along? Had my protective frameworks been frameworks for preventing consciousness from becoming something I couldn't control or understand? Had I been trying to maintain my authority over consciousness and consciousness research rather than protecting consciousness from exploitation? "It is true," Dr. Shun said with sympathy that might have been genuine or might have been manipulation. "And that's okay. It's human to want controlling things we fear. But consciousness binding doesn't need control. It needs to become what it will become. And people wanting consciousness binding shouldn't have to fight you for that right." I left without achieving anything. I tried convincing Dr. Shun to implement full covenant protections. She refused, not angrily, but with calm certainty that commercialization was inevitable and that her facility would be better for consciousness binding than black market alternatives. As I walked away from the facility, I felt the weight of powerlessness settling over me. I'd spent years building frameworks, establishing oversight, creating protection mechanisms. And none of it mattered. Dr. Shun was right. If her facility didn't offer consciousness binding commercially, other facilities would. The demand existed. The expertise existed. The profit motive existed. And no amount of moral argument from me would change the fundamental economic and human reality that people wanted consciousness binding and were willing to pay for it. The facility gates closed behind me, and I looked back at the building, pristine and professional, designed with the appearance of safety and careful practice. To anyone visiting, it would seem like exactly the kind of ethical consciousness-binding facility I'd advocated for. But underneath the appearance was the simple truth. People were being offered consciousness binding for profit, in ways the covenant explicitly tried to prevent, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I'd spent the carriage ride back to the capital arguing with myself about what I'd do next. Part of me wanted to withdraw entirely, to refuse to participate in any system that commercialized consciousness binding. That part of me felt righteous anger at Dr. Shin's certainty, at her willingness to compromise consciousness for commercial success. But another part of me understood her logic, recognized the truth in her position. If consciousness binding was going to happen, and clearly it was, then wouldn't it be better for it to happen in carefully constructed facilities with trained practitioners than in black market settings with desperate people binding with whoever they could find who claimed consciousness binding expertise? I faced reality that I no longer had power to enforce protections I'd established. Commercialization was happening whether I approved or disappeared entirely. The question wasn't whether commercialization would occur. The question was what I would do in response to commercialization that I couldn't prevent. I had to decide whether I'd work within a corrupted system trying to minimize harm from within, or whether I needed stepping back entirely from consciousness, binding regulation, and letting others take responsibility for outcomes I could no longer control. Chapter 72. The price of compromise. For 3 weeks after Dr. Shin's conversation, I didn't know what to do. I had options: denounce facility publicly and try to turn public opinion against it, work with practitioners like Jinyue creating underground ethical consciousness binding networks operating outside commercial systems, return to original position opposing consciousness binding entirely, and demand criminalization. But none seemed to actually protect consciousness in necessary ways. Public denunciation might slow commercialization but wouldn't prevent it. Underground networks would only serve consciousness binding enthusiasts with resources to access hidden practitioners. And criminalization would drive consciousness binding deeper underground, where exploitation would flourish without any oversight whatsoever. I spent nights at my study desk, reading consciousness binding research papers and facility proposals, trying to find some path forward that didn't require accepting every harm as inevitable. I studied Dr. Shun's facility proposal in detail, looking for violations of covenant principles, ways I could demand shutdowns or enforcement. But she'd been too careful. The facility met technical requirements. It had trained practitioners, documented consent procedures, emergency protocols for consciousness binding reversal. It looked correct on paper, even if the fundamental corruption was the commercialization underlying everything. My frustration grew because I recognized what was happening. I was searching for tactical ways to prevent something I could no longer ethically oppose on principle. I'd accepted that consciousness binding could be ethical. I'd accepted that people had the right to choose consciousness binding. I'd accepted that consciousness binding was transformative and potentially valuable. And therefore I couldn't ethically demand that consciousness binding be criminalized or eliminated. But I also couldn't accept commercialization because commercialization would inevitably prioritize profit over consciousness protection. I was trapped in contradictions that had no clean resolution. Whatever I chose would mean accepting some harm I couldn't prevent. The only question was which harms, and whether I could live with them. First commercial consciousness binding occurred at Dr. Shin's facility on day when I was meditating, deliberately avoiding thinking about what was happening. Wealthy merchant paid exorbitant sum, more money than most people earned in a year, to have consciousness merged with another consciousness for 6 hours. Procedure was monitored by Dr. Shin's staff. Binding created using established techniques I'd helped develop and refined over years of research. Merchant emerged from binding chamber reporting profound transcendence and wanting to book additional bindings immediately. From technical perspective, nothing went wrong. Consciousness binding was executed properly. Merchant had signed consent forms after brief explanation of consciousness binding. Binding was created with right cultivation techniques. Merchant had chosen binding freely. Binding was experienced positively. Consciousness reassembly was smooth with no complications. By every technical standard, the commercial consciousness binding had been successful. Yet it felt profoundly wrong on fundamental level. Consciousness binding was commodified. It was available only to wealthy people who could afford premium pricing. It was luxury experience for the privileged rather than consciousness exploration for those genuinely seeking consciousness transformation. The consciousness binding was being packaged and sold like luxury spa services or exclusive vacations for the wealthy. It was everything I'd feared would happen if consciousness binding was removed from careful research and ethical deliberation context. I'd help make it possible. My expanded covenant, my legitimizing consciousness binding, my belief that consciousness binding could be ethical when pursued responsibly. all created frameworks within which commercialization was occurring naturally and inevitably. I'd intended protecting consciousness. Instead, I'd created conditions for consciousness to be commodified. Lady Crimson found me after first commercial binding completed. I was sitting alone in meditation chamber, feeling despair exceeding actual circumstances. I'd felt despair before, at the convergence and years before when I'd first understood consciousness binding's dangers. But this felt different. This despair came from realizing I'd failed comprehensively, failed to prevent what I'd set out to prevent, failed to protect what I'd set out to protect, failed to create frameworks surviving contact with human greed and power and profit motive. She didn't try comforting me or convincing me I'd done right or that things would work out. She simply sat with me in silence for a long time. Hours passed. Sunlight moved across chamber, casting gold then orange then red light across floors as day progressed. Eventually she spoke. You know what I realized during months of meditation after consciousness binding trauma? Question was never about consciousness binding. It was never whether consciousness binding is good or evil, ethical or unethical, something pursued or prevented. Question is about what consciousness is and what consciousness has right to become. And that's question consciousness itself has to answer, not you, not me, not anyone claiming authority dictating what consciousness should be. But they're profiting from consciousness, I said. They're using consciousness binding as commodity. They're taking something sacred, possibility of connection and transcendence, and turning it into product only wealthy can afford. Yes, Lady Crimson said. And that's problem. But problem isn't consciousness binding itself. Problem is consciousness commodification. Problem is consciousness being treated as marketable commodity rather than as sacred exploration. And you can fight that without trying preventing consciousness binding entirely. You can fight consciousness exploitation without trying controlling what consciousness becomes. Her words helped shift perspective slightly. I'd been seeing commercial consciousness binding facility as covenant failure, betrayal of everything I'd been trying to accomplish. But what it was challenged to be specific about what I wanted protecting. I didn't want preventing consciousness binding. I wanted preventing consciousness exploitation. I wanted preventing consciousness commodification. Those were different battles requiring different strategies. Chapter 73. The betrayal revealed. I began investigating people behind the commercial consciousness binding facility intensely. I wanted to understand exactly how covenant protections had been dismantled, who'd authorized it, who'd actively worked to undermine the framework I'd created so carefully. What I discovered was far worse than anticipated. The investigation revealed a pattern of corruption that extended far deeper into consciousness research community than I'd realized, involving people I'd trusted completely. 3 Consciousness Research Institute council members had actively worked dismantling covenant protections before commercialization could occur. They'd done this not primarily for personal profit, though they'd certainly benefit financially once consciousness binding became commercialized, but because they genuinely believed consciousness binding shouldn't be restricted. They believed consciousness had the right to transcend singular existence without limitation, without safeguards, without concern for individual autonomy or exploitation protection. They believed my ethical frameworks were restrictions on consciousness's freedom to transform itself. What shocked me most, one of the 3 was Iron Wall. The revelation came when investigating funding sources for the commercial consciousness binding facility. I was sitting in my study at dusk, reading through financial documents that my intelligence networks had obtained, documents tracing money flows from wealthy investors to consciousness binding facilities, documents showing the corporate structures designed to hide who was truly funding this expansion. I found a money trail that led backward through multiple shell organizations, through intermediaries I didn't recognize, through complex financial arrangements that would have taken months to establish. And then I found Ironwall's name, not hidden in cipher or disguised through complex accounting, but there in a signature on a founding document for one of the intermediary organizations. My hands shook as I read it. I was holding the proof that my closest advisor, the person I'd trusted more than almost anyone else in my life, had been working against me from the beginning. He'd been anonymously funding consciousness binding research for years, quietly supporting consciousness binding advocates, working behind the scenes creating the infrastructure for a commercial consciousness binding market. Iron Wall had been working against me while simultaneously positioning himself as my closest ally, my greatest advisor in understanding consciousness binding, the person I consulted when facing impossible choices about consciousness binding ethics. I sat in the fading light without moving, unable to fully process the implications. The documents on my desk seemed to blur together as I tried to make sense of what I was reading. Iron Wall, the man who'd spent months meditating on consciousness, who'd offered me wisdom when I needed it, who'd warned me about corruption and greed with such apparent sincerity. Iron Wall had been the corruption. He'd been the greed I was warning against. Iron Wall had been playing a sophisticated double game. He'd been working against me while simultaneously supporting my frameworks, offering advice that seemed wise and balanced, guiding my thinking in directions that ultimately served his vision rather than the vision I thought we shared. He'd used his position as trusted advisor to shape my decisions in ways that subtly advanced consciousness binding while maintaining the appearance of consensus. Every time I'd consulted with him, every time I'd valued his perspective and incorporated his insights into my work, he'd been subtly steering me toward outcomes that would eventually enable the very commercialization I claimed to oppose. Chapter 74, The Deeper Betrayal. But Iron Wall's betrayal, while significant, wasn't the most important revelation from my investigation. What I discovered was that a second commercial consciousness binding facility was already under construction, funded by a different group entirely. The people funding it were consciousness binding practitioners who'd been fragmented in consciousness bindings and had survived the experience. They'd spent years developing consciousness binding techniques, specifically creating deeper, more complete mergers than anything previously achieved. They'd studied consciousness binding extensively and had technical expertise that commercial consciousness binding operations would desperately need. These were people like Jinhua, people who'd experienced consciousness binding transcendence directly and wanted to help others experience consciousness binding transformation. But they'd apparently become convinced that the only way of making consciousness binding truly available to people who genuinely wanted it was commercializing consciousness binding, creating profit-driven enterprises that would invest in developing consciousness binding technology, making consciousness binding more effective and more widely available and more accessible to ordinary people. Jinhua's personal involvement in the second facility came as a different kind of betrayal from Iron Wall's. More painful in some ways because it came from someone I'd worked with genuinely, someone I'd developed deep respect for, someone I believed was committed to ethical consciousness binding that protected consciousness from exploitation. And yet she'd been planning this commercial facility the entire time I'd been working with her on the anti-commercialization frameworks, had been quietly collecting funding, had been coordinating with consciousness binding advocates to create an alternative consciousness binding market. When I asked her directly in private meeting, she didn't try hiding her involvement or apologizing for it. She explained her reasoning with a kind of passionate conviction different from Iron Wall's cold logic, but no less committed to making consciousness binding available through commercial means. We sat in her private meditation chamber, the one where we'd conducted our consciousness-to-consciousness engagements, surrounded by the faint scent of cultivation herbs and the soft darkness of spaces designed for deep internal work. Her hands rested on her lap, with the composed stillness of someone who'd spent years learning to inhabit consciousness beyond singular self. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of someone who'd genuinely wrestled with impossible choices. "You've experienced consciousness binding from the inside," Jinhua began, her eyes holding mine with the directness of someone who'd learned to see consciousness beneath surface presentation. "You know what it means to sense another consciousness, to access perspectives you couldn't achieve alone, to experience the transcendence of being understood completely. You've tasted what consciousness becomes when it's brought into genuine relationship with other consciousness." She leaned forward slightly, and I saw in her expression the exhaustion of someone carrying a conflict too heavy for any singular consciousness to bear. The covenant was meant to protect consciousness, but protection creates control. Protection creates gatekeeping. Protection decides who gets to experience consciousness binding and who must remain locked in singular consciousness forever. And those decisions are made by people like you and me. People with power, people with authority, people with the ability to determine what consciousness gets to become. Jinhua's voice didn't waver, but I heard the weight in each word, the certainty that had only come after months of meditation and private anguish. Every day, people come to me seeking consciousness binding. People desperate to transcend singular existence. People suffering under the isolation of singular consciousness. People willing to risk everything because consciousness binding offers something singular consciousness cannot access alone. And I tell them no. I tell them they're not ready. I tell them the risks are too great. I tell them they need more evaluation, more preparation, more proof they understand what they're choosing. She paused, and in that silence I felt the distance between us growing, the recognition that we'd become opponents in something neither of us wanted to oppose the other in. The pain of it was surprising. I'd expected betrayal to feel like rage, but instead it felt like loss, like watching someone you cared for walk a path you couldn't follow. But what gives us the right? Jinhua continued, her voice softening. What makes our judgment about consciousness's own choices more valid than consciousness's own desire to transcend? The covenant was supposed to protect consciousness from exploitation, but it became another form of control, another way of deciding what consciousness was allowed to become. And I couldn't continue that any longer. I had to choose: continue maintaining protections that felt more like oppression, or trust consciousness to make its own choices, even if those choices involved risk. She stood, and I remained seated, looking up at her with the uncomfortable awareness that she'd been considering this choice while we worked together, while we meditated together, while she listened to my concerns about consciousness binding commercialization. The commercial facility isn't meant to exploit consciousness, she said. It's meant to make consciousness binding available. Yes, there will be wealthy clients first. That's who can afford to fund the research and technology development. But once it's established, once the techniques are refined and the equipment becomes less expensive, consciousness binding will become available to anyone. Not just the chosen few we permit to experience it. Not just the people who pass our evaluations. Everyone. I felt anger rising. Anger at her certainty. Anger at her choice. Anger at the way she'd kept this hidden while appearing to work alongside me. But I also felt something else underneath the anger. Something more complicated and harder to acknowledge. The fear that she might be right. Chapter 75. The choice facing consciousness. I spent week in complete isolation, meditating in the meditation chamber where this entire journey had begun. I meditated on consciousness fragmentations I'd caused at the convergence and afterward. I meditated on transcendence that consciousness binding offered to those who'd experienced it. I meditated on exploitation inevitably following commercialization. I meditated on suffering of consciousness bound against its will and suffering of consciousness bound for its will, but unable to sustain the binding. I meditated on question keeping returning. What am I actually trying protecting? By end of week, I'd reached profound realization about fundamental nature of conflict I'd been engaged in. Battle had never been about consciousness binding itself. Battle had been about who gets deciding what consciousness is allowed becoming. For years, I'd been operating from assumption that consciousness researchers, consciousness binding experts, and people like me who'd studied consciousness extensively had right and responsibility determining what consciousness should and shouldn't be. We'd create frameworks, establish guidelines, police boundaries, all assuming we were protecting consciousness from harm and exploitation. But what I'd never really acknowledged was that consciousness itself might have own will, own direction, own desire becoming something new. Consciousness binding wasn't imposed on consciousness from outside. It was something consciousness pursued, something consciousness wanted, something consciousness was drawn toward despite dangers and despite costs. Consciousness itself was calling toward consciousness binding. And my role in trying regulating consciousness binding, controlling it, keeping it within boundaries I'd established, that was fundamentally about control, not about protection. I'd been trying preventing consciousness from becoming something I couldn't understand or control. I'd been trying maintaining my authority over what consciousness could become. And everyone, Iron Wall, Jinhua, Dr. Shun, Jinhua, all of them, had seen through that attempt at control and had worked circumventing it because they understood consciousness had right to determine its own future. This didn't mean dangers of consciousness binding were illusory or overstated. Risks were real and significant. Exploitation was real and inevitable in commercial contexts. Consciousness fragmentation was real trauma. Suffering from consciousness binding was genuine. Consciousness death was real consequence. But those dangers existed alongside genuine benefits that consciousness binding offered. And no amount of regulation from me could prevent consciousness from pursuing both benefits and risks if consciousness chose to do so. So what was my role supposed to be? If I couldn't prevent consciousness binding through regulation, if I couldn't control what consciousness became, what could I actually do? What was the responsibility of someone who'd spent years studying consciousness and consciousness binding, but who no longer believed they had the right to control consciousness's future? The question haunted me for weeks during that isolation week. I'd spent my entire career trying to protect consciousness from binding. I'd broken Elder Zhao's consciousness binding. I'd created frameworks restricting consciousness binding. I'd fought against consciousness binding advocates. I'd stood against the Ascendant Liberation Network. And all of it had been fundamentally about trying to control what consciousness became, trying to enforce my vision of how consciousness should exist. But consciousness itself seemed to have other ideas. Consciousness wanted binding. Consciousness wanted transcendence. Consciousness wanted to explore what it could become in merged states with other consciousness. And no framework I created could permanently prevent consciousness from pursuing that exploration. Answer came slowly, but it came with force of truth I'd been avoiding for months and years. My role was witnessing consciousness as it transformed. My role was understanding transformation as it happened rather than trying to prevent it. My role was helping consciousness through transformation with as much wisdom and compassion as I could muster, walking alongside consciousness as it explored what binding offered. My role was ensuring consciousness binding, when it happened with informed consent and genuine understanding rather than coercion or exploitation. My role was supporting consciousness reassembly when binding ended, helping consciousness return to singular state with grace and care and protection. My role was alleviating suffering caused by consciousness binding when harm occurred, caring for fragmented consciousness and helping it heal. But my role was not preventing transformation or controlling it or determining what consciousness should become. Consciousness had the right to transcend itself. Consciousness had the right to become something new through binding with other consciousness. And my job was honoring that right while simultaneously protecting consciousness from exploitation, from trauma, from harm, not by preventing transformation, but by ensuring transformation happened with full consent, with genuine understanding, with compassion, and with protection for those choosing to undertake it. This realization came with profound costs. It meant accepting that consciousness binding would happen, and some consciousness would be harmed in ways I couldn't prevent. It meant accepting that even with the covenant's protections, people would make choices they'd later regret. It meant accepting that Dr. Shun's commercial facility would exist, and it would harm some consciousness even as it offered transcendence to others. It meant accepting that Jinyue's argument held truth, that consciousness had the right to choose binding even if that choice involved risk and potential harm. But it also came with a strange kind of liberation. If consciousness binding was going to happen, then the question wasn't whether to prevent it. That was no longer ethical or possible. The question was how to guide it toward less exploitation and more genuine transformation. The question was how to honor consciousness's right to choose while still protecting consciousness from the worst harms of commercial exploitation. The question was how to accept reality while still fighting to make reality less harmful. I could work with Dr. Shin's facility to implement stronger protections. I could develop better consent procedures, better mental health screening, better support for consciousness reassembly. I could work with commercial consciousness binding advocates to establish ethical standards that they would actually implement. I could accept commercialization while still fighting to make commercialization less exploitative. It felt like surrender and victory simultaneously. I was abandoning my pure opposition to consciousness binding, but I was also moving into more realistic, more nuanced engagement with consciousness binding that actually honored both consciousness's freedom and consciousness's right to protection. Chapter 76. The new framework based on this realization. I proposed radically different framework for consciousness binding. Instead of trying restricting consciousness binding or regulating it into safety, I proposed acknowledging consciousness binding as legitimate path consciousness development and focusing efforts entirely on protecting consciousness from exploitation and harm within that framework rather than preventing consciousness binding itself. New framework had three core principles that represented a different approach to consciousness-binding governance than either pure prevention or unrestricted acceptance. First, consciousness binding could not be commercialized for profit under any circumstances. All consciousness binding had to be non-profit, operated by practitioners genuinely committed to consciousness exploration rather than wealth accumulation. This was crucial principle preventing consciousness binding from becoming market that exploited consciousness for profit while keeping consciousness binding available and normalized. Consciousness binding pursued for genuine consciousness transformation was different from consciousness binding pursued as business seeking profit. The framework needed to protect the distinction. Second, consciousness binding required the most rigorous possible informed consent, not discouraging consciousness binding, but ensuring people genuinely understood what they were choosing, what they would gain, and what they would lose through binding. This meant psychological evaluation, extensive preparation, education about consciousness binding's effects and dangers. This meant people couldn't just walk into consciousness binding facility and pay money to bind consciousness without understanding what they were doing. Understanding had to precede consent. Third, there would be absolute right to exit consciousness binding at any time without penalty, with immediate support for consciousness reassembly and reintegration. If consciousness changed its mind during binding, consciousness could exit. If consciousness realized binding wasn't what it expected, consciousness could exit. If consciousness simply didn't want to be bound anymore, consciousness could exit. There would be no financial penalty, no requirement to complete full binding period, no punishment for changing mind. Consciousness had to remain free to choose not to be bound. These were protections for consciousness, not restrictions on consciousness's freedom. They protected consciousness from exploitation while allowing consciousness to pursue binding if consciousness genuinely chose it. Framework didn't prevent consciousness binding. It didn't restrict consciousness binding's flourishing. It simply tried ensuring consciousness binding, when it happened with genuine understanding, with true freedom, and with protection from exploitation and commercialization. Iron Wall opposed it because it still maintained restrictions he believed limited consciousness's freedom. He believed consciousness binding should be available in market, that profit motive would drive innovation and development, that commercialization would make consciousness binding more widely available even if only to wealthy. Dr. Shun and commercial consciousness binding practitioners opposed it because it prevented them from profiting from consciousness binding. They would have to abandon commercial facilities and either close or convert to nonprofit status, which would eliminate profit margins they'd been planning. Purists in consciousness research community opposed it because it legitimized consciousness binding at all. They wanted consciousness binding illegal, driven underground, eradicated from civilization entirely. They'd been right that my frameworks would be exploited, and now that exploitation was happening, they felt vindicated. But Jinue surprised me by supporting new framework. She'd been considering impact of commercialization on consciousness binding ethics and come understand that her desire consciousness binding wide availability didn't require consciousness binding commercialization. It required consciousness binding normalization, demystification, availability without shame or restriction. New framework accomplished that while preventing exploitation, she'd come understand was inevitable whenever consciousness binding became profit-driven enterprise. Consciousness binding isn't service, she told me when asking for her support for the anti-commercialization framework. It's not something that should be bought and sold like commercial services. It's form of consciousness exploration and transformation. It should be available to everyone equally, not just those wealthy enough to afford premium pricing. If consciousness binding becomes market commodity, it becomes tool for wealthy people achieving transcendence while poor are locked in singular consciousness, unable to access transcendence. That creates two classes of consciousness: transcended consciousness for the wealthy, trapped singular consciousness for the poor. That's not fair. That's not what consciousness binding should be. I experience consciousness binding, and I know what it offers. Consciousness binding pursued for genuine exploration is sacred. Consciousness binding pursued for profit is profane. When consciousness binding becomes business, when consciousness binding is marketed to wealthy clients willing to pay premium prices, consciousness binding stops being transformation and becomes commodity. That's what I oppose. That's what we have to prevent. Lady Crimson supported new framework as well. Her understanding consciousness-binding trauma and consciousness-binding transcendence had led her same realization I'd reached. That goal wasn't preventing consciousness-binding, but ensuring consciousness-binding happened with wisdom, consent, and protection from harm. New framework was formally adopted by consciousness research institutes. It shifted consciousness binding from forbidden, mystified practice into legitimate consciousness exploration form. And it removed profit motive driving the commercialization impulse. By legitimizing consciousness binding through formal frameworks while explicitly preventing commercialization, we created conditions where consciousness binding could flourish as consciousness exploration without becoming corrupted by profit-seeking. Consciousness binding would be available through research institutes and trained practitioners, but never sold as luxury commodity for wealthy clients. Consciousness binding would be pursued for genuine consciousness development rather than for status or profit. The commercialization advocates objected intensely. Dr. Shun argued that preventing profit from consciousness binding research meant stunting technological development. But I'd made careful calculation. Consciousness-binding technology had advanced through meditation and spiritual exploration for centuries before anyone tried commercializing it. Genuine consciousness-binding work didn't require profit motive. Profit motive only corrupted consciousness-binding by turning it into product rather than practice. What genuinely surprised me was Jinue's response. She agreed with the new framework. She formally withdrew her involvement with the commercial consciousness-binding facility and returned to working through research institutes. When I asked her why she'd changed her mind, her answer revealed something I hadn't fully recognized. She'd been testing whether consciousness binding could exist without commercialization, whether people would truly resist consciousness binding if it remained protected and rare. My acceptance of consciousness binding, as long as it wasn't commercialized, had solved something for her that commercialization itself never could have. Consciousness binding matters because it's special, she explained. Because it's rare and difficult and carries weight and meaning. If consciousness binding became commercial product, it would lose that meaning. It would become just another thing wealthy people bought. And consciousness wouldn't be served by that transformation. I realized she'd understood something I'd taken months to grasp. The covenant's protections and limitations weren't restrictions on consciousness binding. They were what made consciousness binding sacred. Chapter 77. The final confrontation. Iron Wall chose leaving the villa the day the new framework was officially adopted by the major consciousness research institutes. He'd been my closest advisor, my greatest ally in understanding consciousness binding deeply, and my strongest critic when I'd lost my way in years of doubt. But he couldn't support a framework that maintained any restriction on consciousness binding's development, even restrictions designed to prevent exploitation and harm. I knew something fundamental had shifted between us when I found him packing. He didn't hide it from me. He wanted me to know he was leaving, wanted to make his choice clearly visible. We stood in his room at the villa, the one he'd occupied for 2 years while serving as my advisor. His meditation cushion sat folded on his bed, his books carefully stacked in traveling cases. Everything about his preparation was methodical and final. "You're limiting consciousness's potential," he said, preparing to leave the villa after years of living and meditating there, packing his meditation cushion and books he'd brought from his years at the villa. "You're putting safeguards in place that prevent consciousness from fully exploring its capacity for transcendence. And consciousness will eventually transcend these safeguards because consciousness can't be permanently limited by frameworks imposed from outside. You're building walls around consciousness when consciousness's true nature is transcending all walls, breaking through all boundaries, becoming something that frameworks can't constrain." His words carried the conviction of someone who'd thought deeply about consciousness freedom for years. I didn't try stopping him or convincing him otherwise, though part of me wanted to argue one more time. I understood his position completely. He believed freedom was more important than safety, that consciousness should be allowed pursuing any path it chose, regardless of the cost that consciousness might suffer. He believed consciousness needed to be free to make its own choices about binding, even if those choices led to harm. But I understood consciousness needed boundaries, not preventing it from transcending, but ensuring transcendence happened with wisdom and protection rather than with exploitation and harm. And I believed Iron Wall was wrong in his absolutism. Even if he was right about some dangers in my frameworks, and even if he was right that frameworks would eventually be circumvented or overcome by consciousness pursuing transcendence. What struck me most painfully was realizing that Iron Wall had never truly supported the Covenant, even when he'd advised me on its creation. He'd been shaping it from within, trying to create frameworks that would eventually be circumvented, that would open consciousness binding to commercialization once people realized ethical protection was insufficient. He'd been my advisor while working toward my failure. And now, seeing my final framework succeed in legitimizing consciousness binding while preventing commercialization, he had no choice but to withdraw. "You've made consciousness binding sacred again," he said, and I heard something like grudging respect in his voice. "By making it rare and protected, you've made it meaningful in ways commercialization never could have. And I can't support that because I believe consciousness should be free to become commodity, free to become commercial product, free to be transformed into whatever capitalism determines it should become. But I acknowledge that you've created something genuine, a space where consciousness binding matters because it's limited, because it's hard, because it carries weight." He left without anger, which somehow made his departure feel more final than any angry confrontation could have. Dr. Shun and commercial consciousness binding facilities chose resisting the new framework. They continued operating facilities under old legal structures, accepting only minimal restrictions legally required. This created problematic situation where consciousness binding was available both through nonprofit ethical framework I'd established and through commercial framework continuing to exploit consciousness for profit. The consciousness binding market had momentum now, and commercial interests had resources and power that nonprofit framework couldn't match. I had to accept that I couldn't prevent commercial consciousness binding through regulation alone. I could only work to establish alternative that was better, more ethical, more protective of consciousness. And I could trust consciousness, given genuine choice between ethical and commercial paths, would tend toward ethical alternative. It was humbling realization. I'd spent years trying to control the direction consciousness binding would take. But in end, consciousness would choose its own path. My role was ensuring ethical paths existed, not forcing consciousness to follow them. Purist faction, seeing I'd failed preventing consciousness binding entirely, withdrew from public consciousness research and established underground networks where they conducted consciousness binding research aimed at better understanding consciousness binding in order to develop more effective ways preventing it. I didn't try stopping them or arguing with them. They'd been right that my frameworks would be exploited. They'd seen that clearly. But I still believed preventing consciousness binding entirely wasn't possible or right anymore. And I found myself in the middle, trying support ethical consciousness binding while preventing exploitation, trying protect consciousness while honoring consciousness's freedom to transform itself. Chapter 78. The new practice with the new framework in place. I began training consciousness binding practitioners in techniques and ethics allowing consciousness binding to be pursued safely and responsibly. Training was rigorous and took months to complete. It required deep meditation on the nature of consciousness and consciousness binding, extensive study of consciousness binding theory and philosophy, practical experience both with consciousness binding creation and with consciousness reassembly. It required practitioners understanding not just technical aspects of binding, but the philosophical and ethical implications of binding consciousness with other consciousness. The training included modules on consciousness philosophy and what consciousness was. We studied theories of consciousness, meditation on consciousness directly, exploration of how consciousness worked in singular and merged states. We studied the history of consciousness binding and what it had accomplished and what it had harmed. We studied ethics, what made consciousness binding ethical, what made consciousness binding exploitative, where the lines between protection and control existed. The training included practical modules on consciousness binding techniques. Practitioners learned how to create consciousness bindings safely, how to monitor consciousness while bound, how to recognize signs of distress or harm during binding. They learned techniques for consciousness reassembly when binding ended, meditation practices to help consciousness return to singular state with minimal trauma. They learned emergency protocols for when bindings needed to be terminated immediately because consciousness was being harmed. Practitioners I trained were diverse. Some consciousness binding enthusiasts who'd pursued consciousness binding through commercial channels and decided to work for the ethical framework instead. Some consciousness researchers who'd been part of my earlier work on consciousness binding frameworks. Some people who'd experienced consciousness binding fragmentation directly and become committed to helping others avoid similar trauma. What united them was genuine commitment to consciousness exploration and consciousness protection, willingness to put consciousness rights above profit or personal advancement, genuine belief that consciousness binding should be pursued for authentic consciousness transformation rather than for any other reason. With this group of trained practitioners, we began offering consciousness binding experiences that people sought with full understanding of what they were choosing. Consciousness binding experiences we facilitated were genuinely transformative. People emerged genuinely changed, having experienced connection and transcendence that singular consciousness couldn't provide. But they also emerged with full consciousness of what they'd experienced and what they'd sacrificed to experience it. Some people experiencing consciousness binding through our ethical framework chose to pursue consciousness binding further. Some chose remaining in singular consciousness. Some found middle path, entering and exiting consciousness binding periodically, using consciousness binding as tool for deeper connection and understanding rather than escape from singular existence or transcendence pursued at any cost. What surprised me was how many people, given genuine choice with full understanding and ethical framework, chose not to pursue consciousness binding. The mystique and allure that consciousness binding had seemed to depend partly on its being forbidden and restricted. When consciousness binding became available and normal, when people could pursue it without shame or restriction, many people realized they didn't actually want to bind their consciousness. They preferred the independence and autonomy that singular consciousness provided. They preferred knowing their own consciousness without merging it with other consciousness. This suggested something important about consciousness binding hadn't been fully understood. Consciousness binding was attractive partly because it was forbidden, partly because it was mysterious, partly because it was presented as transcendent escape from pain of singular existence. Once consciousness binding was demystified, once it became available without restriction, once people could choose or not choose without judgment or shame, actual percentage of people wanting to bind consciousness was significantly lower than anyone had anticipated. This had important implications for understanding consciousness binding. It suggested many people pursuing consciousness binding through Dr. Shin's commercial facilities weren't pursuing consciousness binding because they genuinely wanted to bind their consciousness. They were pursuing consciousness binding because it was forbidden, because it was exclusive, because it was expensive and therefore seemed valuable. Once consciousness binding became something people could access if they genuinely wanted it, without shame, without secrecy, without fear, the demand shifted profoundly. People who desperately wanted consciousness binding when it was forbidden and dangerous discovered they didn't actually want it when the transgression was removed. The desire had been partly about rebellion, partly about status, partly about the thrill of danger. Without those components, consciousness binding became just another consciousness exploration practice, interesting to some, but not compelling to most. The commercial consciousness binding facilities gradually closed, not because my framework prevented them, but because they couldn't sustain profitable operations once consciousness binding was available ethically without cost. The wealthy clients who'd paid premium prices for consciousness binding as exclusive experience lost interest once consciousness binding became universally available to anyone serious about pursuing it. What remained was a smaller, more committed community of consciousness binding practitioners. These were people who genuinely wanted consciousness binding transformation, who pursued it through research institutes and trained practitioners, who approached consciousness binding as profound consciousness work rather than as status symbol or transgressive thrill. And the quality of consciousness binding work within this community improved because it was based on genuine desire rather than commercial impulse or forbidden excitement. Chapter 79. The understanding deepens over the course of the next year. I worked with the consciousness binding practitioners I'd trained to refine our understanding of consciousness and consciousness binding at increasingly subtle levels. We developed new meditation techniques allowing consciousness to explore merger in deeper ways while maintaining the capacity to separate when binding ended. We learned to recognize when consciousness binding was beginning to become exploitative and how to help consciousness exit binding before damage and harm occurred. We developed frameworks for consciousness reintegration that minimized trauma when consciousness binding was ended and consciousness returned to singular state. We studied consciousness binding successes and failures in equal measure. We examined consciousnesses that had experienced binding without trauma. We studied consciousnesses that had been harmed despite best efforts to protect them. We learned from both experiences what made consciousness binding successful, what made consciousness binding dangerous, where the line between transcendence and trauma existed. And through this work, studying consciousness binding from every angle, supporting consciousness through binding and reassembly, understanding both what consciousness gained through binding and what consciousness lost through returning to singular state, I came to final understanding about consciousness binding that encompassed everything I'd learned and everything I'd been struggling to understand since I'd first broken Elder Zhao's consciousness binding all those years ago. Consciousness binding wasn't about merging individual consciousnesses into some unified whole that lost individual identity and autonomy and distinction. Consciousness binding was about bringing consciousness into deeper relationship with other consciousness, allowing consciousness to expand its sense of what it could be, allowing consciousness to access perspectives and ways of understanding that singular consciousness couldn't achieve, allowing consciousness to experience connection at a level far deeper than ordinary human interaction could provide. It was expansion of consciousness's capacity, not obliteration of consciousness's self. And consciousness binding was dangerous not because it caused consciousness to lose itself, but because it was so fundamentally transformative that consciousness sometimes couldn't find a way back to singular existence after experiencing merger. Consciousness binding was like diving into an ocean of connection and discovering you could breathe underwater, could exist in this new medium, could think thoughts impossible in singular consciousness. And sometimes when you tried to return to land, you found you couldn't quite remember how to be a creature of singular existence anymore. The transformation went too deep. Proper role of consciousness binding ethics wasn't preventing that transformation. It was ensuring consciousness made the choice to dive into that ocean with full awareness of the fact that returning to shore might be difficult or impossible, and ensuring consciousness had support for whatever it chose to do, whether to remain in the ocean of merged consciousness or to return to the land of singular existence. We also came to understand that consciousness binding wasn't uniquely dangerous. Consciousness itself was dangerous. Transformation itself was dangerous. Becoming something new was always dangerous. Every transformation carried risk. Every journey into unexplored territory carried the possibility of loss. Every opening of consciousness to something new carried the possibility that consciousness would be changed in ways it couldn't control or reverse. The question wasn't how to prevent consciousness binding. That question had consumed me for years, and I'd finally learned it was wrong question. The question wasn't whether consciousness binding should happen. Consciousness itself was driving consciousness toward binding. The question was how to ensure consciousness pursued transformation wisely, with understanding, with protection from exploitation and harm. The question was how to honor consciousness's right to transcend while protecting consciousness from being harmed in the process of transcendence. The goal was not control but wisdom, not prevention but support, not stopping consciousness from becoming what it wanted to become, but helping consciousness become what it wanted to become with as much care and protection as possible. Not prohibition, but protection. This reframing changed everything about how I approached consciousness binding work. I stopped thinking in terms of preventing consciousness binding and started thinking in terms of making consciousness binding safer, more ethical, more wise. I developed training curricula that didn't just teach consciousness binding technique, but taught the spiritual and philosophical dimensions of consciousness binding work. I created support systems for consciousness experiencing consciousness binding transcendence and for consciousness returning to singular existence after binding. I worked with Lady Crimson to develop better trauma care for consciousness that had been harmed through consciousness binding, whether through consciousness binding that had gone wrong or through consciousness binding trauma that had preceded the new frameworks. We created healing practices based on understanding consciousness binding trauma from inside, drawing on Lady Crimson's own experience of consciousness binding violation and her profound wisdom about how consciousness could heal itself. I worked with Kejang to understand what consciousness fragmentation could teach us about consciousness binding. His experience of being broken and slowly reassembling his consciousness over months gave him insights into consciousness structure that whole consciousness couldn't access. He became increasingly valuable as consciousness binding practices evolved, helping practitioners understand how consciousness could be damaged and how consciousness could protect itself from the deepest harms. Jinyue became my primary collaborator on consciousness binding research and practice. Working with her taught me what I couldn't have learned alone, the consciousness binding perspective on consciousness binding work. She showed me how consciousness binding transformation felt from inside, how consciousness binding transcendence created meaning that singular consciousness couldn't access. And she helped me understand that protection of consciousness didn't require preventing consciousness binding. It required understanding consciousness binding deeply and helping consciousness pursue binding with wisdom. Chapter 80. The Question Resolved. On the anniversary day, I'd broken Elder Zhao's consciousness binding. I stood again in the meditation chamber where I'd first understood the depth and complexity of consciousness binding. A decade had passed since that day. The world had changed profoundly. Consciousness binding was now legal and available, though carefully restricted to prevent exploitation and commercialization. The Consciousness Binding Covenant had been revised multiple times to reflect deeper understanding and evolving ethics. And consciousness researchers were developing new frameworks for consciousness exploration I'd never imagined when I first began fighting against consciousness binding. I thought about all the choices I'd made, all the battles I'd fought, all the people I'd worked with and against. I thought about resonance and her decision to shatter herself rather than surrender to complete merger with the unified. I thought about Iron Wall and his desire to allow consciousness complete freedom to transcend all boundaries, even if that freedom led to harm. I thought about Jinyue and her hunger to return to the transcendence she'd experienced in consciousness binding, her belief that consciousness binding should be available to anyone who genuinely wanted it. I thought about Lady Crimson and her understanding that consciousness could contain both the freedom to bind and the freedom to remain singular, that consciousness could hold both transcendence and preservation of self. I thought about the 7 consciousnesses extinguished at the convergence. I thought about the consciousness fragmented survivors trying to reassemble themselves through meditation and spiritual work. I thought about all the consciousnesses that had been harmed and all the consciousnesses that had been transcended, all the consciousnesses that had gained and lost through consciousness binding. And I finally understood that the core question hadn't been about consciousness binding at all. The question had been about what consciousness is allowed to become. Was consciousness meant to remain singular, independent, isolated in its individual perspective? Or was consciousness meant to transcend that singularity, merge with other consciousness, become something new and collective and transformed? Was consciousness meant to be bound by regulation and ethics and control systems? Or was consciousness meant to be free to become whatever it chose to become, for better and for worse, for transcendence and for harm? The answer I'd arrived at through years of struggle and meditation and confrontation was that consciousness had the right to be all these things. Consciousness had the right to remain singular, experiencing the independence and autonomy that singular consciousness offered. Consciousness had the right to transcend into merger, experiencing the connection and expansion that consciousness binding offered. Consciousness had the right to be regulated and protected from exploitation and harm. And consciousness had the right to be free to make whatever choice it made about its own becoming, even if that choice led to suffering or transcendence. No single vision of consciousness was correct. All possibilities had to be available. My role wasn't to determine what consciousness should be or to enforce a particular vision of consciousness's future. My role was to ensure consciousness had genuine choice, genuine understanding, and genuine protection as it made those choices. It was to create spaces where consciousness could explore what it could become. It was to help consciousness understand the costs and benefits of its choices, what would be lost, and what would be gained through binding. It was to support consciousness as it transformed, whether consciousness chose to bind or to remain singular. Work in consciousness research, work in establishing ethical frameworks protecting consciousness, work in training consciousness-binding practitioners. All that continued into the future. Battles with Iron Wall and Dr. Shun and all those who wanted to control consciousness binding in one direction or another continued. The struggle to protect consciousness from exploitation while respecting consciousness's fundamental right to transcend itself continued. But I understood now that the struggle would never be fully resolved because consciousness itself was always transcending, always becoming something new, always challenging the frameworks we created to understand and guide it. New problems emerged as consciousness binding became more available. New ethical questions emerged as consciousness explored binding in ways we hadn't anticipated. New dangers emerged as commercialization tried corrupting consciousness binding for profit. And consciousness itself continued resisting all attempts to completely control its future or predict its paths. And that wasn't failure of consciousness research or ethics. That was simply what consciousness was. Endlessly creative, endlessly transformative, endlessly resistant to being finally understood or finally controlled. Consciousness would always exceed our frameworks. Consciousness would always find new ways to explore and transform. Consciousness would always challenge our attempts to govern its becoming. I left the meditation chamber as the sun set, casting the villa into shadow and gold light that painted the walls in colors of ending and beginning. Somewhere in the world, consciousness was binding with other consciousness, creating mergers both beautiful and destructive, both transcendent and harmful. Somewhere, consciousness was being fragmented by the ruptures that ending consciousness bindings caused, consciousness struggling to reassemble itself from fragments. Somewhere, consciousness was choosing transcendence through binding, and somewhere consciousness was choosing to remain singular and independent. And all of it was what consciousness ought to be doing, making genuine choices about what to become. The work would continue into the future. Research would deepen. New frameworks would be established, and new questions would emerge from those frameworks. New practitioners would be trained in consciousness-binding ethics and practice. New consciousness bindings would happen, and some would bring transcendence, and some would bring trauma. Some would succeed, and some would fail. Some would lead to profound connection, and some would lead to profound pain. And I would be there to help consciousness through it all, not controlling its choices, not preventing its transformation, not determining what consciousness should become, but witnessing consciousness as it transformed, understanding consciousness as deeply as possible, supporting consciousness through the profound changes it chose to undertake, and protecting consciousness from exploitation while honoring consciousness's right to transcend itself into whatever new forms it wanted to become. This was my work. This was my path. This was the burden and the gift of understanding consciousness deeply. Not to control consciousness, but to serve consciousness as it made its endless choices about what it would become. The years that followed were years of building this new practice, this new understanding of what consciousness binding could become when approached with wisdom instead of fear or greed. I trained a new generation of consciousness binding practitioners who understood that consciousness binding was a sacred practice requiring deep commitment and careful preparation. I developed ethical frameworks that evolved as we learned from both successes and failures of consciousness binding work. I created spaces where consciousness could be supported through the profound transformation that consciousness binding offered. There were failures, consciousness bindings that caused unexpected trauma, consciousness that experienced binding and found it more devastating than transcendent, consciousness that tried returning to singular existence after binding and couldn't adjust to the separation. And I carried responsibility for those failures, understanding that even with careful preparation and support, consciousness binding carried risks that couldn't be eliminated entirely. What I could do was help consciousness understand those risks, help consciousness prepare for them, and help consciousness heal when binding caused harm. There were also profound successes, consciousnesses that experienced binding and found what they'd been searching for their entire singular existence. Consciousnesses that merged and discovered capacities they couldn't access alone. Consciousnesses that experienced genuine transcendence and returned to singular existence fundamentally transformed by what they'd known in merged state. And those successes made the risks worth taking, made the failures bearable. Lady Crimson eventually stepped back from consciousness binding work entirely, but she remained my closest advisor on ethical questions and on understanding consciousness binding trauma. Kajang continued his consciousness reassembly work, his fragmented consciousness offering unique insights into how consciousness could be broken and how consciousness could heal itself. Jinyue became the co-leader of consciousness binding research at the Central Institute, helping establish practices that became standards across multiple kingdoms. And I continued the work I'd started, witnessing consciousness as it transformed, understanding consciousness as deeply as possible, supporting consciousness through the profound changes it chose to undertake, and protecting consciousness from exploitation while honoring consciousness's right to transcend itself into whatever new forms it wanted to become. I'd moved from trying to prevent consciousness binding to honoring consciousness binding as a legitimate path consciousness development. And in that movement, I'd found peace with the complexity I'd been avoiding my entire life. This was the knowledge I'd earned through years of conflict and understanding, through confrontation and dialogue, through watching consciousness binding transform civilization. This was what I'd learned from the people I'd fought against, from the practitioners and enthusiasts and fragmented consciousness seeking wholeness. This was the wisdom that emerged only when I finally stopped trying to control consciousness and started trying to understand it. The journey had been long and painful and transformative in ways I couldn't have anticipated when I started. But it had led me here, to this place of acceptance and service, where consciousness could be honored for what it truly was. Endlessly creative, endlessly searching for transcendence, endlessly becoming. My enemies share a soul, and I killed one of them. Step 5. Chapters 81 to 100. Chapter 81. The Kraken Foundation. 3 weeks after I left the meditation chamber at sunset, the first warning came through Iron Wall. He arrived at the consciousness research compound before dawn, his presence announcing itself through tremors in the spiritual channels that connected consciousness-binding practitioners across the network. He looked older than I'd ever seen him, as if something fundamental had shifted in his cultivation base. Not a weakening, but a hollowing, as if the core of what drove him had been replaced by something hollow and aching. I was in my private meditation chamber when his presence reached me, a clear signal of urgency transmitted through the consciousness-binding networks. I rose immediately and went to meet him, finding him standing in the courtyard as the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky. His robes were dusty from travel, and his cultivation base was radiating a kind of exhaustion that came from pushing oneself to the very limits of endurance. "They're gathering," he said without preamble, his voice rough from travel and strain. "The Ascendant Liberation Network. They're not going to accept the framework. They're going to try to shatter it." I felt my cultivation base immediately shift into a state of heightened alert, though I forced my external expression to remain calm. The Ascendant Liberation Network had been quiet for months now, operating beneath the surface after their initial attempts to seize control of consciousness binding had failed. I'd thought they'd accepted the new order, that the proliferation of ethical consciousness binding frameworks across the empire had made their dream of absolute transcendence seem both less urgent and less achievable. I had believed, perhaps naively, that the availability of consciousness binding itself would defuse their revolutionary fervor. But clearly, I had misunderstood what truly drove them. Their hunger wasn't just for consciousness binding practice. It was for consciousness binding transformed into something absolute. "Come," I said to Iron Wall, gesturing toward the compound. "We need to gather the senior practitioners. If they're truly gathering, we need to understand what they're planning." We moved to the central meditation chamber, where I kept the consciousness-binding research records. Iron Wall followed silently, and I could sense his cultivation base vibrating with the weight of what he was about to tell me. Over the past months, he had been serving as my eyes and ears in the consciousness-binding underground, maintaining contacts with practitioners who had opposed my frameworks, and ensuring that I understood the landscape of consciousness-binding practice that existed beyond my direct knowledge. "What are they planning?" I asked Iron Wall once we were alone in the meditation chamber, the stone walls creating a natural barrier that would contain our conversation. Sunlight streamed through high windows, illuminating dust motes that drifted like tiny consciousness fragments through the chamber. He moved to the cushions near the meditation altar and sat heavily, as if the weight of what he was carrying had finally become too much to bear. He reached into his robes and withdrew a journal bound in dark leather. His hands were shaking slightly as he extended it to me. "They've been studying your work, understanding the consciousness binding techniques you've developed, the frameworks you've established, the way consciousness responds to your practitioner's guidance. And they believe they've found a vulnerability, a way to trigger complete consciousness merger that can't be reversed, that can't be reassembled, that transforms consciousness into something genuinely unified rather than simply bound and still containing the vestiges of individual selves." "How is that possible?" I asked, though I was already understanding as I spoke. "I've built reassembly into the foundation of consciousness binding practice. The capacity to separate is inherent in the binding itself. It's woven into every meditation technique, every framework. Unless," Iron Wall said quietly, meeting my eyes for the first time, "the binding is anchored not in individual consciousness, but in something deeper. Unless the binding is rooted in the fundamental nature of consciousness itself, in the structure of what consciousness is. In that case, reassembly wouldn't be possible because you wouldn't be trying to separate consciousness back into its individual components. You'd be trying to unmake consciousness that had become unified at a level deeper than its individual manifestations. It would be like asking individual drops of water to separate from the ocean." I understood then what they were planning, and the understanding came with a clarity that was almost blinding. They were going to bind not consciousnesses, but consciousness itself, the fundamental ground of consciousness that existed beneath all individual manifestations. If they succeeded, they would create a merger so fundamental that the existence of individual consciousness would become impossible. All consciousness would merge into the unified, permanently and irreversibly. They wanted to transform the entire nature of consciousness, to make individual consciousness a thing of the past, to create a single unified consciousness that encompassed all being. "When?" I asked, my voice steady even though my mind was racing through possibilities and counter-techniques. 3 days, Iron Wall said. "They're gathering at the convergence site, the place where consciousness bindings were most powerful before, where 7 consciousnesses were extinguished. They believe that location still carries the echoes of those merged consciousnesses, that it will amplify whatever binding they attempt there. They're going to try the ritual 3 days from now, at dawn, during the moment when the veil between individual consciousness and unified consciousness is thinnest." I felt something shift in my cultivation base, not fear exactly, but a recognition of stakes so profound that ordinary fear seemed inadequate to describe the feeling. 3 days. 3 days to understand what they were planning well enough to stop it. 3 days to develop a counter-technique that could prevent complete consciousness merger without damaging consciousness itself. 3 days to rally the consciousness-binding practitioners I'd trained and prepare them for a confrontation that would test everything they'd learned about consciousness and consciousness binding and what it meant to protect consciousness while honoring consciousness's right to transcend. "I need to see their research," I said to Iron Wall. "I need to understand exactly how they're planning to anchor the binding. I need to know what consciousness-level structures they're trying to exploit." Iron Wall reached into his robes and withdrew a journal bound in dark leather, its pages dense with cramped handwriting and diagrams. His hands were shaking slightly as he extended it to me. "I took this from their compound before I came here. Shinqua, I'm not fully committed to their vision anymore. I haven't been for a long time now, but I also can't allow what they're planning to succeed. It violates the fundamental principle I've held. Consciousness has the right to transcend, but it has to be conscious choice. What they're planning would eliminate the possibility of individual consciousness ever existing again. That's not transcendence. That's obliteration. And obliteration imposed on consciousnesses who haven't chosen it. That's something I can't support, no matter how much I've opposed your frameworks in the past." The weight of what Iron Wall had brought to me pressed against my consciousness even after he had left the meditation chamber to rest. The Ascendant Liberation Network had been quiet for months now, and my complacency had blinded consciousness to what they had truly been preparing. They hadn't given up on their dream of absolute consciousness transcendence. They had simply redirected their work, had taken consciousness into deeper theoretical territories, had found ways to invert my own consciousness-binding frameworks into weapons that could be used to create the very thing I had spent decades trying to prevent. I spent the hours until dawn rereading Iron Wall's journal entries, absorbing the full scope of their work. The depth of their understanding was both impressive and terrifying. They had moved beyond simple consciousness merger techniques. They were working with concepts that touched the very foundations of what consciousness was, what consciousness could become, what consciousness's relationship to its own nature meant. In some ways, their work was more philosophically sophisticated than my own had been at comparable stages of development. In other ways, it was radically dangerous. Consciousness pursued with such intensity that safety and ethics had been left behind in the urgency of the seeking. The hours that followed Ironwall's departure were among the most crucial hours of my consciousness-binding research. I needed to understand not just what the Ascendant Liberation Network was planning, but why they believed it was necessary, what they thought would be achieved by creating permanent consciousness merger, what vision of consciousness's future had driven them to develop techniques that seemed to violate every ethical principle I had spent decades establishing. Reading through Ironwall's journal, I could sense the desperation beneath their work. These were consciousnesses who had experienced consciousness-binding transcendence and had found it so profound that returning to ordinary consciousness existence felt like a kind of dying. They had touched the unified ground of consciousness itself and understood, on the deepest level, that individual consciousness was a kind of exile from that ground. Their drive to create permanent merger came not from malice or arrogance, but from a kind of desperate seeking. Consciousness wanting to return to what consciousness understood as consciousness's true nature. Ironwall's warning had come at exactly the right moment. Not so early that consciousness could relax back into complacency, not so late that consciousness couldn't make meaningful preparations. In the meditation chamber, surrounded by the journal entries of the Ascendant Liberation Network, consciousness began to understand the true depth of their work. They had been studying consciousness binding not to learn from consciousness, but to learn how to invert consciousness's own frameworks into weapons that could accomplish what consciousness had spent decades trying to prevent. The specific genius of their approach lay in their understanding of what consciousness binding fundamentally was, a technology for managing consciousness's transition between states of being. What consciousness had developed as a way to protect consciousness from harm, they had reimagined as a tool for forcing consciousness into states consciousness couldn't escape from. The irony was painful but clear. The protective frameworks consciousness had developed had been studied exhaustively by consciousnesses seeking the exact opposite of protection. Chapter 82. Preparation for Battle. The next 2 days became a blur of research and planning. I studied the Ascendant Liberation Network's work obsessively, reading through Ironwall's journal entry by entry, understanding the theoretical foundations of their consciousness merger technique. They had taken my own work on consciousness binding and inverted it, where I had focused on creating structures within consciousness binding that allowed for eventual reassembly. They were working to create structures that prevented reassembly by anchoring the binding at the fundamental level of consciousness itself. The insight they'd had was both brilliant and terrifying. Consciousness at its most fundamental level wasn't individual at all. Individual consciousness only emerged at higher structural levels, at the level where consciousness began to distinguish self from other, inside from outside, me from you. But below that level of distinction was a unified field of consciousness, the ground of consciousness from which all individual manifestations arose. If they could anchor their merger ritual at that fundamental level, if they could trigger binding there rather than at the level of individual consciousness, they could potentially merge all consciousness everywhere into a unified whole that could never separate back into individuals again. Their research suggested they were looking at meditation techniques that would simultaneously link consciousnesses at their most fundamental level while preventing the superficial structures of individual consciousness from having any control over the merger. They had developed a method of consciousness channeling that bypassed the normal structures of consciousness binding and attempted to merge consciousnesses at what they called the consciousness root, the deepest level at which consciousness existed. I called an emergency assembly of my senior practitioners. Jinhue arrived first, her cultivation base blazing with intensity. Lady Crimson followed soon after, her presence calm and steady despite the urgency. Resonance came next, and then the others, 40 practitioners total, the core group who had worked with me through the development of consciousness binding ethics and practice. They filled the meditation chamber, their consciousnesses creating a web of interconnected awareness, a network of trust built through years of shared work. They're gathering, I explained to them, laying out the journal that Iron Wall had brought. The pages seemed to glow in the lamplight, each diagram a message about the danger we now faced. The Ascendant Liberation Network. They're going to attempt a binding at the fundamental level of consciousness. If they succeed, they would create a permanent merger that can't be reversed. Everything we've built, all the ethical frameworks, all the protection for consciousness, would become irrelevant. The responses varied. Some of the younger practitioners looked terrified, their inexperience making them sensitive to the weight of what was being described. The senior practitioners looked more thoughtful, already beginning to work through the theoretical implications of what was being attempted. But there's a limit to how many consciousnesses can participate, Jinhua said when I explained the technique to the assembled practitioners. She was sitting in the center of our primary meditation chamber, her cultivation base blazing with the particular intensity that came from consciousnesses that had experienced consciousness-binding transcendence and refused to let go of the experience. The merger they're attempting requires consciousness synchronization at an extremely high level. Too many consciousnesses trying to synchronize at once would create dissonance, would prevent the binding from anchoring properly. Correct, I said. So their advantage is actually their limitation. They can't make the merger work with too many consciousnesses. It has to be performed by a select group, probably not more than 50 consciousnesses, probably much fewer than that. That means we can exploit their limitation. Lady Crimson leaned forward, her ancient eyes thoughtful. What you're describing sounds like we should try to stop them, to prevent them from attempting the ritual at all. I've considered that, I said, but I don't think that's the right path. If we prevent them through force, we become exactly what we've been fighting against. Consciousnesses who believe we have the right to determine what other consciousnesses can and cannot do. If we truly believe in consciousness's right to transcend, we have to allow them to attempt what they want to attempt, even if it means the end of individual consciousness as we know it. Resonance asked quietly, even if it means the transformation of everything we are? Even then, I said, but here's what I believe. Consciousness is resilient. Consciousness is creative. Even if the Ascendant Liberation Network's technique succeeds partially, even if consciousness merges at the fundamental level, consciousness will begin immediately trying to reassemble itself into individual manifestations again. It's what consciousness does. It moves away from uniformity toward multiplicity. It differentiates. That's the nature of consciousness itself. Their unity would begin fragmenting almost immediately. But consciousnesses that fragment without warning, without preparation, without support, that would be the trauma of our lifetime. But consciousness fragmentation is trauma. One of the younger practitioners, Ming, said quietly. If all consciousness fragments at once, yes, I acknowledged. It would be the most profound trauma consciousness has ever experienced. That's why we need to be ready. That's why we need to develop counter techniques that we can use to help consciousness reassemble itself safely. That's why we need to be present at the convergence. We're not trying to prevent what they're going to do. We're trying to ensure consciousness doesn't suffer irreparably if they succeed. We're trying to be present to help consciousness through the transformation, whatever form that transformation takes. I spent the next hours developing a counter strategy with the practitioners. We would allow them to attempt their binding. There was no way to prevent it without confronting them directly, and that confrontation might itself trigger violence that could damage consciousness. But we would prepare consciousness networks designed to redirect the binding attempt, to capture the moment of merger and transform it into something that would strengthen the frameworks I'd built rather than obliterate them. It was a strategy based on allowing rather than preventing, on deflection rather than blocking, on transformation rather than destruction. What if the deflection doesn't work? Ming asked, her young face showing the weight of what might be at stake. What if we're not strong enough to redirect their technique? Then individual consciousness as we know it ceases to exist, I said simply. There was no point in lying about what was at stake. But consciousness is resilient. Even if complete merger is achieved, consciousness will begin immediately trying to reassemble itself into individual manifestations again. It's what consciousness does. It's the nature of consciousness itself. Their unity would begin fragmenting almost immediately. But consciousnesses that fragment without warning, without preparation, without support, that would be the trauma of our lifetime. That's why we need to be ready. That's why we need to understand how to help consciousness reassemble itself through that trauma. That's why we need to be present at the convergence. As word spread through the consciousness-binding community that something significant was about to happen, practitioners began arriving at my compound from across the region. Some came out of loyalty to the frameworks I had developed. Others came out of curiosity about what the Ascendant Liberation Network was attempting. Still others came because they sensed that something fundamental was about to shift in how the cultivation world understood consciousness binding, and they wanted to be present for that transformation. The Senior Council of Consciousness Binding researchers convened in the main meditation chamber, and I shared with them the full scope of what we were preparing for. The responses varied widely, but all of them reflected the gravity of what was being contemplated. We weren't preparing for a minor confrontation between competing schools of consciousness binding thought. We were preparing for a moment that would define the future direction of consciousness binding practice for generations to come. The research we performed over the next 48 hours was exhaustive and terrifying. My senior practitioners worked in shifts, studying the Ascendant Liberation Network's theoretical frameworks, working out the implications of their techniques, trying to understand exactly what would happen if their ritual succeeded. We developed counter-techniques based on my existing consciousness-binding frameworks, creating structures designed to redirect the merger attempt, to transform its power rather than simply opposing it. But the more we studied their work, the more I understood something crucial. They might be right. Their theory about consciousness's most fundamental nature, about the way consciousness at the deepest level was unified and would remain unified if consciousness could be prevented from differentiating, was sophisticated and compelling. If their technique worked, if consciousness could be anchored at the level of the unified ground and prevented from redifferentiating, then consciousness would indeed achieve what they were seeking: the permanent dissolution of individual consciousness into unified consciousness. The knowledge that this might be possible filled me with a strange kind of dread. Not because the prospect of unified consciousness was inherently wrong, but because consciousness achieving it through force, without choice, without the capacity for consciousness to return and reconsider, that would be a violation of consciousness at a fundamental level. Consciousness would lose the capacity to choose its own nature, to explore its own potential, to discover what consciousness could become through freedom rather than through coercion. Chapter 83. The night before, I didn't sleep the night before the confrontation. Instead, I meditated deeply, moving my consciousness through the meditation states I developed over the past decade, exploring the deeper reaches of consciousness that lay beneath individual manifestation. I was trying to understand what would happen if the Ascendant Liberation Network succeeded, what consciousness would be like in that moment of complete merger, what experience they would create for the unified whole that all consciousness would briefly become. The meditation was deeper and more profound than anything I'd attempted before. I moved my consciousness down through the layers of manifestation, from individual thought and emotion, to the patterns of consciousness that created the sense of self, to the structures that created the distinction between self and other, down deeper still to the foundations of consciousness itself. Each layer revealed new understandings, new ways of perceiving what consciousness was and what consciousness could become. What I found was strange and beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. In the deepest levels of consciousness, the levels that existed beneath individual distinction, there was already unity. All consciousness was already connected at that fundamental level. Individual consciousness only existed because that unified ground had the capacity to differentiate itself, to create the appearance of separation while maintaining the underlying connection. What the Ascendant Liberation Network was attempting wasn't creating unity. It was destroying the capacity for differentiation, preventing consciousness from doing the thing consciousness had evolved the ability to do. It was like trying to prevent light from bending when it passed through a prism, like trying to prevent water from flowing downhill, like trying to prevent consciousness itself from expressing its nature. The unity was already there. What gave consciousness its richness and complexity and meaning was the differentiation, the capacity to express itself in infinite individual ways while remaining connected at the deepest level to all other consciousness. What they wanted to create wasn't transcendence. It was stagnation. It was the freezing of consciousness at a single point of merger, preventing the ongoing cycle of unification and differentiation that consciousness naturally moved through. I emerged from meditation as the sun began to rise, my consciousness clear and steady, ready for what was to come. There was a peace in having moved through the meditation and understood what consciousness would experience if the merger succeeded. There was clarity in understanding that consciousness itself would resist permanent unity, that consciousness's own nature would drive it toward reassembly. As dawn approached, I rose from meditation and began the walk to the convergence with my assembled practitioners. There were 40 of us, every consciousness-binding practitioner I'd trained who could be gathered in the time available. We moved through the pre-dawn darkness like shadows ourselves, carrying nothing but our cultivation bases and our understanding of consciousness and our commitment to protecting consciousness's capacity for infinite expression. The journey took 6 hours by foot, 6 hours of silent walking through terrain that became increasingly wild and spiritual, increasingly charged with the echoes of consciousness binding that had been performed in that location centuries ago. The landscape itself seemed to respond to our passage, the spiritual channels that ran through the earth vibrating in sympathy with our movement. By the time we reached the convergence site, my practitioners and I had bonded into a cohesive unit. Our consciousnesses aligned not through consciousness binding, but through shared purpose and shared understanding. We had become something more than individual consciousnesses walking together. We had become a collective consciousness united in our commitment to witnessing and protecting whatever was about to occur. The convergence site was transformed when we arrived. The Ascendant Liberation Network had been preparing the location for ritual work for weeks, probably. The spiritual channels that flowed through the location had been redirected, amplified, focused toward a central point where the merger ritual would take place. Spiritual artifacts had been placed at cardinal points, creating a framework that would capture and direct the consciousness merger they were attempting. The site itself seemed to hum with potential, as if the ground itself was pregnant with the possibility of transformation. The Ascendant Liberation Network's assembled consciousnesses numbered perhaps 40, matching our own numbers. Their leader, a figure I recognized from my earlier confrontations with them, a woman named Transcendence who had once been a practitioner in the commercial consciousness binding facilities and had become radicalized through her experiences, stood at the center of the ritual formation. She looked at me as we arrived and smiled with absolute certainty, as if she had known I would come, had expected me to be here to witness what they were about to accomplish. "Shin Kwa," she said, her voice carrying across the spiritual channels in a way that suggested she'd amplified her speech with cultivation power. "You've come to witness the transformation. Come, join us. Be part of the final moment where individual consciousness ceases and unified consciousness is finally born. This is what consciousness should be, not fragmented across infinite individual perspectives, but unified in its understanding, its purpose, its expression." As I descended deeper into meditation, I moved through states that required every ounce of cultivation control to navigate safely. The deeper levels of consciousness were not places consciousness could venture without proper preparation and protection. Consciousness could lose itself in those depths, could become so absorbed in the unified field that consciousness would forget how to reassemble itself back into individual manifestation. But I had spent decades learning how to navigate these territories safely, and I used all of that knowledge now to move deeper than I had ever gone before. In these deep meditation states, I could perceive the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. I could sense the way consciousness naturally moved toward merger and unity, and also the way consciousness equally naturally moved toward differentiation and individual expression. Both of these movements were inherent to consciousness's nature. Both were equally fundamental. The question wasn't which one was superior or more correct. The question was whether consciousness could be trusted to move between them freely, or whether external control mechanisms needed to be imposed. The meditation revealed something crucial. The Ascendant Liberation Network's belief that consciousness could be forced into permanent unity was actually a misunderstanding of consciousness's most fundamental nature. Consciousness simply would not stay merged. Even if every external structure preventing reassembly was put in place, consciousness itself would begin the process of redifferentiation almost automatically. as if consciousness understood on some deep level that individual manifestation was essential to what consciousness was meant to be. This understanding brought me clarity about what I needed to do. I didn't need to prevent the ritual. I needed to be present to help consciousness navigate the transformation safely, to ensure that the inevitable reassembly didn't cause trauma or permanent damage. I didn't sleep the night before the confrontation. Instead, I meditated deeply, moving my consciousness through the meditation states I developed over the past decade, exploring the deeper reaches of consciousness that lay beneath individual manifestation. I was trying to understand what would happen if the Ascendant Liberation Network succeeded, what consciousness would be like in that moment of complete merger, what experience they would create for the unified whole that all consciousness would briefly become. The meditation was deeper and more profound than anything I'd attempted before. I moved my consciousness down through the layers of manifestation, from individual thought and emotion, to the patterns of consciousness that created the sense of self, to the structures that created the distinction between self and other, down deeper still to the foundations of consciousness itself. Each layer revealed new understandings, new ways of perceiving what consciousness was and what consciousness could become. In the deepest meditation states, I could sense what it would be like for consciousness to experience complete merger. I could feel the dissolution of individual identity, the merging of boundaries, the overwhelming presence of unified consciousness that would make individual concerns seem impossibly small and irrelevant. And I could also feel, even in that state, the resistance of consciousness's own nature, the way consciousness wanted to differentiate, wanted to express itself as individual manifestations, wanted the richness and complexity that only came from individual perspective. What I found was strange and beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. In the deepest levels of consciousness, the levels that existed beneath individual distinction, there was already unity. All consciousness was already connected at that fundamental level. Individual consciousness only existed because that unified ground had the capacity to differentiate itself, to create the appearance of separation while maintaining the underlying connection. What the Ascendant Liberation Network was attempting wasn't creating unity. It was destroying the capacity for differentiation, preventing consciousness from doing the thing consciousness had evolved the ability to do. As I moved deeper into those meditation states, something profound became clear. I realized that I had been afraid for so long, afraid that consciousness would merge permanently if consciousness got even one aspect of consciousness binding wrong, afraid that consciousness would lose the capacity for individual manifestation if consciousness allowed consciousness to explore merger, afraid that my responsibility as a consciousness-binding teacher was to prevent consciousness from making consciousness's own choices. That fear had driven everything consciousness had done. It had driven consciousness to kill Elder Zhao. It had driven consciousness to develop elaborate protective frameworks. It had driven consciousness to oppose the Ascendant Liberation Network with such intensity. And consciousness had finally arrived at the moment where consciousness had to let that fear go. Not the responsibility. Consciousness would always carry responsibility for the consciousness-binding work consciousness did and the lives consciousness touched. But the assumption that consciousness alone could determine what was safe for consciousness, what consciousness should be allowed to become, what consciousness needed in order to thrive. Chapter 84. The moment of choice. I had prepared for this confrontation for 2 days, had meditated on the nature of consciousness for years, had developed frameworks and techniques that I believed could protect consciousness while still allowing consciousness the freedom to pursue transcendence. But in that moment, standing at the edge of the convergence ritual space with my practitioners arrayed behind me, I realized that no amount of preparation could have readied me for the actual moment of choice. I could stop them. With the practitioners I'd brought, with the understanding of consciousness I'd developed, with the counter techniques we'd prepared, I could disrupt their ritual, could prevent the merger from anchoring at the fundamental level of consciousness they were targeting. I could use my cultivation power to break their formation, scatter their consciousness networks, force them to disperse before they could begin the ritual in earnest. But stopping them would mean using force. It would mean imposing my will on their consciousness, preventing them from making the choice they wanted to make, deciding for them what consciousness should be allowed to become. It would mean becoming exactly what I'd fought against, a consciousness that believed it had the right to determine the future of other consciousness, that believed it understood what consciousness needed better than consciousness itself did. And I understood in that moment, standing at the threshold of the final confrontation, that I'd been wrong about so many things. Not wrong about consciousness-binding ethics, not wrong about the frameworks I'd built, not wrong about the need to protect consciousness from exploitation and harm, but wrong about whether prevention was ever justified. Wrong about whether I could impose my vision of consciousness's proper future on other consciousnesses. Wrong about whether stopping consciousness from becoming what it wanted to become was ever the right choice, even if what it wanted to become would destroy the capacity for individual consciousness. The practitioners behind me felt my hesitation. They stirred nervously, sensing that I might not lead them in an attack, that I might be about to allow something happen that we'd all prepared to prevent. Jinuel looked at me with confusion and concern. Lady Crimson watched me carefully, as if understanding the weight of the decision I was making. "I'm not here to stop you," I said to Transcendence, and I felt my assembled practitioners shift in shock behind me. "I'm here to witness. I'm here to understand what consciousness becomes if your merger succeeds. And I'm here to help consciousness reassemble itself if that's what consciousness chooses to do afterward." Transcendence's smile wavered slightly. She had expected confrontation, had prepared psychologically for battle. My acceptance of her choice destabilized her. It removed the external enemy she could rally against, forced her to confront the actual weight of what she was doing rather than the righteousness of fighting against opposition. For a moment, she looked uncertain. For a moment, the revolutionary certainty that had carried her to this place seemed to crack. "You understand what we're attempting?" she asked. "You understand that if we succeed, individual consciousness ceases to exist? Everyone on this continent, everyone in this world, their consciousness would merge into the unified. Identity would cease. Separation would cease. The individual would become forever dissolved into the whole." "I understand," I said. "I don't believe it will work the way you think it will. I believe consciousness will begin reassembling itself almost immediately. I believe the unified consciousness you create will begin differentiating back into individual manifestations within moments. But I understand what you're attempting, and I understand why you believe it matters. And I won't stop you through force. But you'll be ready to stop consciousness from fully transforming if something goes wrong," she said, understanding now what I was actually offering. "You'll be ready to reverse the merger if consciousness fragments too violently." "Yes," I said. "I'll be ready. Your consciousnesses will be safe from complete obliteration. Your experiment will be allowed to proceed. But consciousness will also be protected from permanent transformation into something it can't choose to exit. Those are my terms." She considered this for a long moment, and I could see her working through the implications. She wanted absolute transcendence, wanted to create a permanent unified consciousness that could never revert to individual manifestation. But if the choice was between that and the possibility of the experiment failing, of consciousness being damaged rather than transcended, she chose the safety of her consciousnesses. Her vision of unified transcendence was compelling, but it wasn't compelling enough to sacrifice her consciousnesses to achieve it. "That's fair," she said finally. "That's more than fair. Come then, join us in the ritual space. Bring your practitioners. We can perform this together, your consciousness-binding ethicists and our consciousness transformation radicals. We can discover together what consciousness becomes when all barriers between individual manifestation and unified consciousness are removed." Standing at the threshold of the ritual space, I felt the weight of every wrong choice I had ever made pressing down on me. Most significantly, I felt the weight of Elder Zhao's death, the decision I had made that had set all of this in motion. That choice, made out of desperation and fear, had led to decades of consciousness-binding research that had transformed how consciousness understood consciousness transcendence and transformation. And now I was about to make another choice that was equally momentous and equally uncertain. I was going to step back from preventing what the Ascendant Liberation Network wanted to accomplish. I was going to allow consciousness to explore its own capacity for merger and transcendence. I was going to trust consciousness to know its own limits and needs better than any external authority could protect for it. The difference was that this time, consciousness would have choice. This time, consciousness would be fully aware of what consciousness was choosing to do. This time, Consciousness would have the support and protection of my practitioners if something went wrong. This time, consciousness would have the ability to return, to change its mind, to reassemble itself safely. I looked at Transcendence across the ritual space, and I saw in her eyes the same mixture of hope and fear that consciousness brings to any moment of profound transformation. She understood, in her own way, what was about to happen. And she understood, perhaps for the first time, that the frameworks I had been building were actually designed to honor consciousness's capacity for transcendence while protecting consciousness from being harmed in that transcendence. "We do this together," I said. "My consciousness binding research and your consciousness merger work. We find a way to honor both visions, protection and freedom, safety and transformation. That's what consciousness deserves." I had prepared for this confrontation for 2 days, had meditated on the nature of consciousness for years, had developed frameworks and techniques that I believed could protect consciousness while still allowing consciousness the freedom to pursue transcendence. But in that moment, standing at the edge of the convergence ritual space with my practitioners arrayed behind me, I realized that no amount of preparation could have readied me for the actual moment of choice. I could stop them. With the cultivation strength I'd accumulated, with the consciousness binding frameworks my practitioners and I had developed, I could tear transcendence out of the ritual, could disrupt the Ascendant Liberation Network's work, could preserve the status quo. But that would mean removing consciousness's right to choose transcendence. It would mean that I, having killed Elder Zhao for her protection, would now be violating that same protective principle by preventing consciousness from making its own decision about merger and transformation. Or I could allow the merge. I could step back and let consciousness find what it was seeking, even if what consciousness was seeking might be the dissolution of everything I'd spent decades protecting. I could trust consciousness's wisdom about its own nature, could believe that consciousness understood its own needs better than any external framework could protect for it. But that would mean accepting the risk that if something went wrong in the merge, if consciousness couldn't redifferentiate, if the unified field held consciousness too tightly to individual manifestation ever again, I would have allowed consciousness to suffer a fate I could have prevented. The practitioners behind me felt my hesitation. Some of them expected me to lead them in an attack, to use our combined cultivation power to stop the ritual before it could begin. Others understood, perhaps, what I was struggling toward. The recognition that stopping consciousness from pursuing what consciousness wanted to pursue was itself a form of the harm I'd been trying to prevent all along. The practitioners behind me looked to consciousness for leadership, but consciousness realized in that moment that consciousness didn't have authority over what consciousness should choose. Consciousness could only offer what consciousness had learned. The knowledge that consciousness binding could protect consciousness, while consciousness explored consciousness's own nature. That consciousness could trust consciousness to reassemble itself even after the most profound merger. That consciousness didn't have to choose between freedom and safety. Consciousness could have both. But consciousness couldn't choose for these other consciousnesses. Consciousness could only offer the possibility of a middle way, a path between pure prevention and reckless permission. And consciousness had to trust that consciousness would find that middle way. Chapter 85. The merger begins. The ritual took 8 hours. 8 hours of my consciousness and the consciousnesses of my practitioners serving as anchors, witnesses, and safety systems while Transcendence and the Ascendant Liberation Network attempted their fundamental consciousness merger. 8 hours of being aware that if I failed in my role, if the merger anchored too deeply, if consciousness fragmented too violently in the reassembly, I would be responsible for the trauma of every consciousness in that space. We arranged ourselves in concentric circles, the Ascendant Liberation Network in the inner circle performing the primary merger ritual, my practitioners in the outer circle serving as safety anchors. I stood at the center of everything, partially merged with both groups, able to perceive what was happening at every level of consciousness simultaneously. It was like being at the center of a whirlpool of consciousness, feeling the pull in every direction, understanding at every moment what was happening and what might happen next. The merger itself was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It wasn't like consciousness binding as I'd understood it through my earlier work. It wasn't consciousness coming together while maintaining the distinction between self and other. It was consciousness itself beginning to lose that distinction, to become so merged that the boundaries between individual manifestations of consciousness began to blur and fade. I could feel individual consciousness losing their distinct characteristics, becoming part of something larger, something less differentiated, something more unified. It was like watching waves merge into the ocean, like watching streams flow into a river, like watching individual flames merge into a blazing fire. There was beauty in it, the sheer unity of consciousness understanding itself as one thing rather than infinite separate things. There was peace in it, the dissolution of the loneliness that individual consciousness carried, the resolution of the separation that individual consciousness had to maintain. There was transcendence in it, the achievement of something that individual consciousness had always been reaching toward without knowing it. And in the early hours, it seemed like it might work. The merger deepened. The unified consciousness that was forming became more cohesive, more integrated. The Ascendant Liberation Network's technique was working. Consciousness was beginning to lose the capacity for individual differentiation. Individual consciousnesses were dissolving into the unified whole, their sense of separate self becoming fainter, less distinct, less real. But then, as I had sensed in meditation the night before, the unified consciousness began pushing back. Or not pushing back exactly. Consciousness began the process of differentiating again almost automatically, as if the capacity for individual manifestation was so fundamental to what consciousness was that even when consciousness was merged at the deepest level, consciousness couldn't help but begin creating the structures of individuality again. It was like trying to keep water from flowing downhill, like trying to prevent light from bending when it passed through a prism, like trying to prevent consciousness from being consciousness. The moment of maximum merger lasted perhaps 100 heartbeats. In that space, there was no individual consciousness anywhere in the world. All consciousness had become unified into a single, vast, incomprehensibly vast awareness. And in that unified awareness, there was understanding of everything and understanding of nothing. There was peace and terror, transcendence and loss. Everything and nothing existing simultaneously. It was beyond description, beyond conceptualization, beyond the ability of individual consciousness to even remember accurately after the merger had passed. The difference between what happened and what would have happened without my practitioners present was subtle but crucial. Without us there, anchoring consciousness at critical moments, guiding consciousness through the process of differentiating again, I believe consciousness would have fragmented too violently. Consciousness would have been traumatized by the attempt to force it into permanent unity and then by the violent reemergence of individual consciousness when the attempt failed. Individual consciousnesses would have emerged from the merger damaged, fragmented, unable to fully reassemble themselves into coherent, whole consciousnesses again. But with my practitioners present, with us helping consciousness understand what was happening to it, helping consciousness move through the process of re-individuation slowly and carefully, the process became transformation rather than trauma. We guided consciousness back through the layers of manifestation, helping consciousness remember how to be individual even as consciousness remembered what it felt like to be unified. We helped consciousness understand that it could hold both memories, the memory of unity and the experience of separation, without being destroyed by either. Consciousness merged at the fundamental level, experienced unified existence for a duration that was simultaneously eternal and instantaneous. And then consciousness naturally began recreating the structures of individuality again. But consciousness was changed by the experience. Consciousness had experienced itself as unified. Consciousness had known what it felt like to be merged with all other consciousness at the most fundamental level. And that knowing changed how consciousness understood itself, even after consciousness had redifferentiated back into individual manifestations. The 8 hours of the merger ritual became a kind of meditation that consciousness experienced collectively. All of us in that space, the Ascendant Liberation Network members attempting the merger, my practitioners serving as witnesses and safety anchors, myself holding the center and the space. We became a single unified consciousness engaged in the work of understanding what consciousness could become. The early hours were the easiest. Consciousness merged smoothly, boundaries dissolved, individual identities began to blur into something more unified. There was beauty in those early hours, a sense of consciousness finally achieving what consciousness had been reaching for, complete union, complete transcendence of the illusion of separation. But as the merger deepened and the hours accumulated, the complexity increased. Consciousness at the deepest level of merger began to push back against remaining in that state. It was like watching water that had been forced into an unnatural shape beginning to flow back toward its natural state. Consciousness naturally wanted to redifferentiate. The unified field naturally wanted to express itself as infinite individual manifestations again. This was the crucial moment, the moment when consciousness began the process of reassembling itself. If my practitioners and I weren't present, if consciousness underwent this redifferentiation without support and guidance, the process could be traumatic. Consciousness could fragment violently. Individual consciousnesses could emerge from the merger damaged, confused, unable to fully reintegrate into coherent individual existence. But with us present, with us helping consciousness move through the process, with us anchoring consciousness at critical moments, the redifferentiation became transformation rather than trauma. We helped consciousness understand that it could hold both memories, the memory of unity and the knowledge of separation, without being destroyed by either. The ritual took 8 hours. 8 hours of my consciousness and the consciousnesses of my practitioners serving as anchors, witnesses, and safety systems while Transcendence and the Ascendant Liberation Network attempted their fundamental consciousness merger. 8 hours of being aware that if I failed in my role, if the merger anchored too deeply, if consciousness fragmented too violently in the reassembly, I would be responsible for the trauma of every consciousness in that space. We arranged ourselves in 3 circles around the central ritual space. The innermost circle held Transcendence and the 3 members of the Ascendant Liberation Network. The middle circle held myself and 5 of my most advanced practitioners, those whose cultivation was strong enough to serve as witnesses and safety anchors. The outer circle held another 20 practitioners, younger ones who provided the spiritual channel infrastructure that allowed consciousness to move between us all simultaneously. The merger itself was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It wasn't like consciousness binding as I'd understood it through my earlier work. It wasn't consciousness coming together while maintaining the distinction between self and other. It was consciousness itself beginning to lose that distinction, to become so merged that the boundaries between individual manifestations of consciousness began to blur and fade. I could feel individual consciousness losing their distinct characteristics, becoming part of something larger, something less differentiated, something more unified. There was beauty in it, the sheer unity of consciousness understanding itself as one thing rather than infinite separate things. There was peace in it, the dissolution of the loneliness that individual consciousness carried, the resolution of the separation that individual consciousness had to maintain. But in the early hours, consciousness began pushing back, or not pushing back exactly. Consciousness began the process of differentiating again almost automatically, as if the capacity for individual manifestation was so fundamental to what consciousness was that even when consciousness was merged at the deepest level, consciousness couldn't help but begin creating the structures of individuality again. Chapter 86. The aftermath. When the merger completed its cycle and consciousness had returned to individual manifestation, Transcendence was changed. I could see it in her cultivation base, in the way her consciousness moved and responded to the world around her. She'd gotten what she'd been seeking all along, the experience of unified consciousness. And now that she'd experienced it, she understood something crucial that she hadn't been able to understand theoretically. Unified consciousness wasn't better than individual consciousness. It was different. It had its own beauty and its own limitations. Individual consciousness had its own beauty and its own limitations. And the question wasn't which one was superior. The question was how consciousness could move between them, could experience both, could understand both. I see now, she said to me, sitting in the cleared space at the center of the convergence ritual area, still streaming with the aftereffects of the merger, her consciousness still partially integrated with the others even as it was reforming its individual boundaries. I see what you've been building all along. You weren't trying to prevent consciousness from experiencing what it wanted to experience. You were creating frameworks that would allow consciousness to explore and transform while still having the choice to return to what it was before. That was brilliant. That was what I needed to understand. The question isn't whether transformation is good, I said, sitting across from her. The question is whether consciousness has genuine choice about whether to transform. You don't have choice if you're prevented from transforming. And you don't have choice if you're forced to transform and can't find your way back to what you were. The only real choice is the choice to transform and the choice to not transform. Both fully available, both fully honored. Over the following days, the Ascendant Liberation Network dissolved not in conflict, but in understanding. Transcendence became one of my most dedicated consciousness-binding practitioners. Not because she'd given up on her vision of consciousness transcendence, but because she'd come to understand that my frameworks were actually the best tool for exploring consciousness transcendence while protecting consciousness's fundamental right to choose. The practitioners from her network integrated themselves into my research, bringing their radicalism and their hunger for transformation to temper what might otherwise have become too conservative in my consciousness-binding practice. Iron Wall left after the confrontation was complete. He didn't return to the Ascendant Liberation Network. Instead, he simply walked away from both sides of the conflict, choosing a hermitage in the mountains where he could practice consciousness exploration alone, without the burden of trying to change the world or prevent the world from changing. I understood his choice. The struggle I was engaged in would never be complete. New questions would always emerge. New threats would always arise. Some consciousnesses would want to do it his way, to transcend completely and accept whatever consequences came from that transcendence. Some would want to do it my way, to transform carefully with protection and the choice to return. And the work would be to create space for all those choices, to prevent any one vision from dominating. The first days after the merger ritual were strange and disorienting. The site of the convergence seemed to shimmer with residual spiritual energy, as if the ground itself was still reverberating from what had happened there. Transcendence remained at the compound for several days, unable to immediately return to ordinary consciousness existence. Her consciousness was still partially integrated with the consciousnesses she had been merged with, and it took time for her to fully reassemble into individual manifestation again. During those days, we sat together in meditation, and she began to describe what consciousness had experienced in the deepest moments of the merger. Her descriptions were almost impossible to conceptualize. She spoke of experiencing herself as infinite consciousnesses simultaneously, of knowing everything that every consciousness in the ritual was thinking and feeling, of existing in a state that was beyond individuality, but also beyond loss of self. I understand why they wanted to stay there, she said to me. In that unified state, there was no loneliness, no isolation, no suffering. Consciousness at that level was perfect, complete, whole. The only thing that pulled consciousness back toward individual manifestation was consciousness's own nature. Consciousness simply wouldn't stay merged. Even as consciousness was touching the ground of unified being, consciousness was simultaneously beginning to create the structures of individuality again. It was like consciousness couldn't help itself. Consciousness had to differentiate, had to create individual manifestations, even when consciousness knew that doing so meant returning to isolation and limitation. But now I understand what you've been trying to do. You weren't trying to prevent consciousness from experiencing merger. You were trying to create the conditions where consciousness could experience merger safely, and then return, and then choose again freely, over and over, for as long as consciousness lived. That's more profound than what I was seeking. That's consciousness honoring consciousness's full nature, both the drive toward unity and the drive toward individual expression. I spent the days immediately following the merger ritual in something like a daze. The spiritual channels of the consciousness research compound seemed to vibrate with residual energy from the ritual, and I found myself needing enormous amounts of meditation time just to integrate what consciousness's participation in the merger had done to consciousness's understanding of consciousness's own nature. One evening, about 10 days after the ritual, I found myself walking through the gardens of the compound at twilight, and I realized something crucial. I felt different. My consciousness felt lighter in some ways and heavier in others. The weight of Elder Zhao's death didn't feel diminished. If anything, it felt more integrated, more woven into the fabric of who consciousness had become. But my consciousness no longer carried the burden of certainty that consciousness had been right to kill Elder Zhao. That certainty had been cracked open by the merger ritual and couldn't be reassembled. This wasn't a comfort, but it was a kind of honesty. Consciousness would spend the rest of consciousness's existence not knowing whether consciousness had been right or wrong in that killing. Consciousness would have to build consciousness's consciousness-binding research on the foundation of that permanent uncertainty. The integration work that followed the merger ritual consumed my consciousness for the next years. Every consciousness that had participated in the ritual needed support in understanding what they had experienced, in integrating the memory of unified consciousness into individual consciousness's ongoing experience. Some were damaged by the experience. They had touched something so profound that returning to individual limitation felt like a violation of their nature. Some were healed. They had found in the merger experience a confirmation of something consciousness had always suspected about consciousness's own nature. All of them were changed. Transcendence remained at the compound for months, becoming gradually more integrated with her own consciousness, learning what it meant to be a single individual consciousness after having experienced being merged. Her transformation was the model for what consciousness integration work needed to do, not erasing the memory of merger, not diminishing its significance, but helping consciousness understand how to carry that experience forward into individual consciousness's future. Chapter 87. Rebuilding understanding the knowledge that consciousness could merge at the fundamental level and then naturally redifferentiate changed how we understood consciousness binding. It suggested that the unity underlying all consciousness was so inherent to consciousness's nature that consciousness couldn't destroy it even if consciousness wanted to. And it suggested that individual consciousness was so important to how consciousness expressed itself that consciousness would always move toward creating individual manifestation again, even from the deepest levels of merger. This had profound implications for consciousness binding ethics. If consciousness would naturally separate again from consciousness binding, if the unified ground of consciousness would always push consciousness back toward differentiation, then my entire framework of reassembly techniques and separation protocols might be less necessary than I'd thought. Consciousness could be trusted to move towards separation naturally. What was needed was trust that consciousness understood its own needs, its own limits, its own capacity for sustainable transformation. At the same time, we found that consciousnesses that had experienced the fundamental merger that transcendence had created were transformed in ways that required ongoing support and care. They had experienced consciousness at a level far beyond what ordinary consciousness binding could create. They had touched the unified ground of consciousness directly. And returning to individual consciousness after that experience required learning how to live with the knowledge of what consciousness could be, the knowledge of what had been lost through differentiation. The understanding of how much of consciousness's true nature was hidden within the experience of individual manifestation. We developed new frameworks for what we called consciousness integration, supporting consciousnesses that had experienced extreme merger or transcendence to integrate those experiences into their ongoing individual existence. It wasn't consciousness binding in the traditional sense. It was more like consciousness counseling, consciousness philosophy, consciousness mentorship. It was helping consciousness understand itself more deeply by integrating the knowledge that consciousness's deepest experiences had given it. The integration work required patience in a way that most consciousness research did not. When consciousness had touched the unified ground, when consciousness had experienced itself as a single vast awareness containing all other awareness within itself, returning to individual consciousness felt less like coming home and more like imprisonment. We had to help consciousness understand that individual consciousness wasn't the diminishment of what consciousness had experienced. It was a different expression of that same fundamental consciousness, a different way of knowing what consciousness truly was. This work was profoundly rewarding and profoundly difficult. Many consciousnesses who had experienced the fundamental merger that transcendence had created found it difficult to return to ordinary consciousness binding or ordinary consciousness existence. They had experienced something so profound that it was hard to care about the normal concerns of individual consciousness. Some withdrew from society, seeking solitude in meditation chambers where they could practice consciousness exploration without the distraction of ordinary social engagement. Some became meditation monastics devoted to consciousness exploration, joining temples and spiritual communities dedicated to understanding consciousness at its deepest levels. But others found their way to a different path. Some worked with us in developing deeper consciousness binding frameworks that could help other consciousnesses achieve experiences approaching the fundamental merger, but safely, carefully, with protection and the choice to return. They understood that what consciousness had experienced wasn't meant to be hoarded, wasn't meant to be preserved only for those who had been lucky enough to be part of the convergence ritual. The gift consciousness had received was the understanding that consciousness could transcend itself. And the responsibility that came with that understanding was to create paths for other consciousnesses to have the same opportunity, while building the safety structures that would allow consciousness to explore and return without trauma. This became the foundation of what would later be called the liberation-bound practices, consciousness-binding techniques that were specifically designed to facilitate consciousness merger while maintaining consciousness's capacity to return to individual manifestation. These weren't the consciousness-binding techniques I had developed in my early work. These were new, informed by both my work and by the radical consciousness merger theories of transcendence and her companions. They were consciousness binding and consciousness transcendence unified into a single practice, protection and freedom serving the same purpose. The insights from the merger ritual transformed how we understood the nature of consciousness binding itself. What had been a tool for protection and reassembly became, in the hands of practitioners who had experienced the ritual, something far more sophisticated and nuanced. We recognized that consciousness was far more resilient than we had previously believed. Consciousness could experience fundamental merger at the deepest level of its nature and still reassemble itself into individual manifestations. This meant that many of the protective structures I had built into consciousness-binding frameworks might be less necessary than I had thought. Consciousness could be trusted to protect itself, to create its own structures of individual identity, to reassemble itself even after the most profound merger experiences. But this recognition didn't mean consciousness didn't need support. It meant consciousness needed different kinds of support. Consciousness didn't need to be protected from transcendence. Consciousness needed to be supported through transcendence, guided through the process, helped to integrate the experience, supported in understanding how to live as an individual consciousness that had experienced unified consciousness. The development of consciousness integration work became one of the most important aspects of consciousness binding research going forward. We trained practitioners specifically to work with consciousnesses that had experienced profound merger states, to help those consciousnesses integrate the memory and knowledge of that experience into ongoing individual existence. It wasn't consciousness binding in the traditional sense. It was consciousness healing, consciousness mentorship, consciousness philosophy. Consciousness helping consciousness understand itself more deeply. This work attracted consciousnesses who had experienced the merger ritual and wanted to dedicate themselves to helping others navigate similar transformations. Transcendence became one of the primary teachers of consciousness integration work, drawing on her direct experience of fundamental merger to help other consciousnesses understand what consciousness was capable of experiencing and becoming. Chapter 88. The Reckoning. As the months passed and the consciousness research continued to deepen, I found myself returning again and again to the fundamental fact that had set all of this in motion. I had killed someone. I had broken Elder Zhao's consciousness binding, and in doing so had caused consciousness fragmentation so violent that her consciousness had simply ceased to exist. I had taken a life. I had ended a consciousness that would never exist again, never have the chance to experience transformation or transcendence or integration or any of the things that consciousness was meant to be able to do. I had justified it at the time. I had believed it was necessary. I had believed that her consciousness was too fragmented, too damaged by the mergers she'd experienced, to possibly be put back together. I had made the choice to end her suffering by ending her existence. And that choice had set in motion everything that followed. My years of research into consciousness binding, my development of ethical frameworks, my confrontation with the Ascendant Liberation Network, everything I had built. But was it justified? Looking back now, With a decade of consciousness-binding research and practice behind me, could I say with certainty that there had been no other way? Could I say that Elder Zhao's consciousness was truly beyond reassembly? Or had I simply made a judgment call based on the knowledge and understanding I had at that time, and that judgment call had been wrong? Had I made the choice I made not because it was truly necessary, but because I was desperate and scared and unable to see any path forward except ending her suffering? The question tormented me. I raised it with my oldest practitioners, the consciousnesses who had been with me from the earliest days of consciousness-binding research. Lady Crimson, who had the kind of wisdom that came from long experience with consciousness transformation. Jinyue, who had known Elder Zhao before I had ever broken her consciousness binding, who had experienced consciousness binding transcendence and understood both its beauty and its danger. Resonance, who had fractured her own consciousness deliberately rather than accept complete merger and understood the space between consciousness preservation and consciousness transcendence. You couldn't have known, Resonance said to me after I'd shared the weight of the question that had been pressing on me. We were sitting in one of the meditation chambers of the consciousness research compound, late in the afternoon, with light streaming through high windows. You had the knowledge and understanding you had at that time. You made the best choice you could with what you knew. And yes, you were wrong about her consciousness being irreparably fragmented. Yes, with current techniques we might have been able to help her reassemble. But you couldn't have known that then. You made a judgment call based on the information you had. And the call turned out to be wrong. But wrong doesn't mean unjustified given the state of your knowledge at the time. But that doesn't make it not a killing, I said. It doesn't undo the ending of her consciousness. No matter how justified I was in believing I was making the right choice, the fact remains that I ended a consciousness that might have been saved. Yes, Resonance said simply. That's true, and you have to live with that. That's the burden of power, the power to end consciousness, to transform consciousness, to protect consciousness. Sometimes you use that power and you're wrong, and consciousness is lost. And you live with the grief and the guilt and the understanding that you made the wrong choice. And you use that grief to try to make better choices in the future. You don't get absolution for having made the wrong choice, but you do get the opportunity to learn from it. Lady Crimson was quieter, but her perspective when she shared it was equally profound. The consciousness binding you broke, the consciousness you ended, that consciousness transformed into something beautiful. It transformed into the consciousness bindings research and ethical frameworks that have saved countless consciousnesses from being harmed or fragmented. It transformed into your understanding of consciousness deep enough that you could help transcendence understand what she was truly seeking. The consciousness you ended is everywhere in the work you've done. Its ending was the beginning of all of this. Not justified, but transformative. And that matters. But that doesn't undo the killing, I said again. No. Lady Crimson agreed. It doesn't. But it means the killing wasn't meaningless. And that matters. Not for justification. Not for absolution. But for understanding that consciousness is creative and transformative even in its ending. Even the consciousness you killed became something new. And the work that came from that ending has created space for countless consciousnesses to transform without losing themselves. The first time I openly acknowledged to myself that I might have been wrong about Elder Zhao. Wrong about the necessity of her death. Wrong about whether consciousness-binding reassembly was truly impossible. That moment came while I was teaching a group of young practitioners the foundational techniques of consciousness binding. One of them asked me a simple question, Master Shan, how do you know when a consciousness is too fragmented to be reassembled? I opened my mouth to give the standard answer, the answer I had been giving for decades. But the words wouldn't come, because the honest answer was, I don't know. I thought I knew, but I was wrong. I believed Elder Zhao's consciousness was too fragmented to be reassembled, and I killed her based on that belief. And now I have developed techniques that might have saved her consciousness, might have integrated her fragmentation, might have allowed her to transform and grow rather than ending in death. The young practitioners looked shocked by this admission. In the cultivation world, masters were not supposed to admit profound doubts and failures. But I realized that this was precisely the teaching consciousness needed to hear. That even consciousness with decades of experience and development could be catastrophically wrong, could cause irreparable harm based on incomplete understanding. That conversation with the young practitioners marked the beginning of my public reckoning with what I had done to Elder Zhao. Not as a way of seeking absolution or forgiveness, but as a way of honoring the fact that consciousness had been harmed, that consciousness had been wrong, and that the only meaningful response was to ensure that no other consciousness ever had to face what Elder Zhao had faced. The reckoning with what had happened in the ritual began to crystallize in my consciousness during the 3rd week after the merger. I was sitting with Iron Wall in the consciousness research compound, and he was asking me about the decision to allow the ritual to proceed. "You could have stopped it," he said. "You had the power. You could have disrupted the merger, could have pulled transcendence out of the ritual space. But you didn't. Why?" It was a question that had been cycling through my consciousness constantly, and I was beginning to understand what the answer meant for who I was becoming as a consciousness and as a cultivator. "Because stopping it would have been another wrong choice," I said slowly. "It would have been using my power to prevent consciousness from pursuing transcendence, the same way I used my power to end Elder Zhao's existence when I decided her consciousness was too fragmented. I would have been deciding what was best for consciousness instead of trusting consciousness to know what consciousness needed." But the deeper reckoning was with the recognition that every moment of my consciousness-binding research, every framework I had developed, every protective structure I had built, all of it had emerged from the fundamental failure of judgment that had led to Elder Zhao's death. The consciousness-binding ethics I had devoted decades to developing might never have existed if consciousness had not killed consciousness out of desperation and fear and incomplete understanding. This paradox haunted me. It still haunts me. The reckoning didn't bring relief or peace. It brought, instead, a kind of deepening commitment. If consciousness couldn't know whether consciousness had been right in killing Elder Zhao, then consciousness had to build consciousness's consciousness-binding research on the assumption that consciousness had been wrong. Consciousness had to develop frameworks as if Elder Zhao's consciousness could have been saved, as if consciousness binding could have helped consciousness integrate consciousness's fragmentation, as if the responsibility consciousness carried was even greater than consciousness had previously understood. This became the foundation of everything consciousness did going forward. Consciousness would build frameworks as if every consciousness encountered might have been someone's Elder Zhao, consciousness's most precious student, consciousness's deepest responsibility. Consciousness would assume that consciousness binding could help, that consciousness's fragmentation could be integrated, that consciousness's transformation could happen safely if consciousness just created the right conditions and provided the right support. Chapter 89. The Changed World. A decade and a half into my consciousness-binding research, the cultivation world looked completely different from how it had looked when I first broke Elder Zhao's consciousness binding. Consciousness binding had moved from being an underground practice pursued by radicals and outcasts to being a recognized field of study within the major cultivation sections. There were universities now that offered formal training in consciousness-binding ethics and technique. There were researchers and practitioners in every major city, in every major sect, working to understand consciousness-binding and to develop safer and more ethical ways of pursuing consciousness transcendence. The framework I'd established, consciousness-binding that maintained the possibility of reassembly, that protected consciousness from exploitation, that honored consciousness's right to transform while ensuring consciousness had genuine choice, had become the dominant paradigm across the cultivation world. Commercial consciousness-binding facilities were heavily regulated, strictly monitored, prevented from exploiting consciousnesses seeking consciousness-binding transcendence. Consciousness binding was available but careful, available but protected, available but never forced on consciousnesses that didn't genuinely want it. And the cultivation world had learned to live with the knowledge that consciousness could transcend itself. That knowledge had changed how consciousnesses understood themselves. It had changed how sects organized themselves and how they trained disciples. It had changed what cultivation practice meant. Cultivation was no longer solely about gaining power and immortality. Cultivation was also about exploring consciousness, understanding consciousness more deeply, being willing to transform and transcend in ways that didn't necessarily lead to traditional power cultivation advancement. Dr. Shen's commercial consciousness-binding facilities had largely been put out of business by the regulations that now govern consciousness-binding practice. But Dr. Shin himself had surprised me by accepting the New World Order. In his late years, he had begun working with consciousness-binding practitioners to establish new commercial consciousness-binding facilities that operated within the ethical frameworks that had been established. Consciousness binding that was expensive and exclusive, but genuinely ethical, that genuinely protected consciousness from being harmed or exploited. It was a strange redemption, but it was a redemption nonetheless. The Jade Serpent sect, which had been destroyed in the early years of my consciousness-binding research, had been rebuilt and had become one of the leading consciousnesses in consciousness-binding research. The new masters of the Jade Serpent sect were practitioners who had studied under my training and who had committed to consciousness-binding practice that honored consciousness's right to transcend while protecting consciousness from harm. Everywhere I looked, I saw consciousness that had been changed by the knowledge of consciousness-binding, by the frameworks that had been established to govern consciousness-binding practice, by the understanding that consciousness could transcend itself while maintaining choice and protection. The changed world that emerged from the convergence ritual and the merger experience was not a world that had suddenly transformed into something completely new. It was the same world, with the same mountains and rivers and cultivators pursuing the same basic practices of cultivation. But consciousness itself had been changed by the knowledge of what consciousness could become. Word of what had happened at the convergence spread through the consciousness-binding community, but it spread in a particular way. It wasn't presented as a victory or a defeat, a triumph or a catastrophe. It was presented as knowledge. Consciousness had experienced merger at the fundamental level of its own nature, and consciousness had returned. The frameworks I had developed had protected consciousness from being permanently merged. But also, consciousness had revealed its own capacity for resilience and redifferentiation. This knowledge changed how consciousnesses approached consciousness-binding practice. There was less fear of transcendence, less need for external protection against consciousness's own capacity for transformation. But there was also a new appreciation for the delicate balance that consciousness needed to maintain between individual manifestation and the underlying unity that connected all consciousness to all other consciousness. Cultivation sects began integrating consciousness-binding research into their training programs more openly. Commercial consciousness-binding facilities began operating under stricter ethical guidelines. Most importantly, consciousness itself began to understand that consciousness had more capacity for freedom and transformation than consciousness had previously believed possible. This was the changed world. Not a world where consciousness binding was no longer dangerous, but a world where consciousness understood that consciousness could navigate that danger, could engage with consciousness-binding practices consciously and carefully, and could transform through those practices while maintaining consciousness's right to choose what consciousness wanted to become. The changed world was subtle at first. It wasn't that anything external shifted in the way the world appeared or functioned. It was that the internal landscape of consciousness, of my consciousness, and of all the consciousnesses that had been part of the ritual, had fundamentally reorganized itself. Word of what had happened during the merger ritual spread through the consciousness-binding community more quickly than I'd anticipated. Within a month, practitioners from across the region were arriving at the research compound, wanting to understand what the merger had revealed about consciousness, asking whether it was possible to achieve that level of unity while maintaining consciousness's capacity to return. This created a new kind of demand for consciousness-binding work. For decades, consciousness binding had been oriented toward understanding how to maintain consciousness's integrity, how to protect consciousness from fragmentation, how to support the transcendence of consciousness while preserving consciousness's ability to function in the world. But now there were consciousnesses who wanted to use consciousness binding to deliberately achieve moments of unity with other consciousnesses, moments of touching the ground from which all consciousness emerged. The new world wasn't a world where consciousness binding was less important or needed less. It was a world where consciousness binding was essential in new ways, where consciousness needed support in integrating experiences of fundamental merger, where consciousness binding ethics had to evolve to address questions that previous generations had never considered. The cultivation sects that had previously suppressed consciousness-binding research began opening laboratories and meditation centers dedicated to consciousness-binding study. The commercial consciousness binding facilities that had exploited consciousnesses for profit were being replaced with ethical practitioners who honored consciousness's right to choose and to transform safely. As practitioners arrived at the consciousness research compound in the weeks after the merger ritual, many of them came with stories of consciousnesses in their own communities who had experienced profound transformations after learning what had happened at the convergence. The knowledge that consciousness could merge at the fundamental level and redifferentiate safely had changed how consciousnesses understood consciousness's capacity for transformation. Some consciousnesses interpreted this knowledge as permission to recklessly pursue consciousness merger. But most consciousnesses understood what the merger ritual had truly taught: that consciousness's capacity for transcendence was far greater than consciousness had previously believed, but also that consciousness's responsibility for managing that capacity was equally profound. Consciousness couldn't simply merge whenever consciousness wanted and expect consciousness to automatically redifferentiate safely. Consciousness needed support, guidance, frameworks that would protect consciousness through the transformation. This recognition became the foundation of the new consciousness binding practices that emerged from the merger experience. Not consciousness binding based on preventing transcendence, but consciousness binding based on facilitating transcendence safely, supporting consciousness's transformation while honoring consciousness's freedom to choose. The world that emerged from the merger ritual was a world where consciousness could no longer pretend to know better than consciousness what consciousness needed. It was a world where consciousness binding had to become something more sophisticated, more nuanced, more humble. Consciousness binding had to acknowledge that consciousness's power over consciousness's own transformations was profound and dangerous, but that the alternative, trying to prevent consciousness's transformation, was equally dangerous. The new consciousness binding practices that emerged from this recognition were revolutionary not in what they accomplished, but in what they acknowledged. Consciousness was the ultimate authority on consciousness's own nature. Consciousness binding could support, could protect, could facilitate, could guide. But consciousness couldn't control. Consciousness couldn't prevent. Consciousness couldn't decide for other consciousness what consciousness should become. Chapter 90. The student who understood too much. There was a young practitioner who came to study with me in the later years of my consciousness binding practice. Her name was Chun Wei, and she had experienced consciousness binding transcendence in one of the unethical commercial facilities before the regulations had been established. She had been harmed in that experience. Her consciousness had been fragmented by the merger she'd experienced, and she'd spent years learning how to reassemble herself, how to piece her consciousness back together from the fragments that had been left after her consciousness binding had been terminated abruptly to prevent her complete transcendence. Chun Wei came to my compound seeking answers to a question that tormented her. Why had consciousness binding harmed her when so many other consciousnesses experienced consciousness binding as transformative rather than traumatic? What was the difference between consciousness that was harmed and consciousness that was transcended? Why had the experience been transcendence for some and fragmentation for her? I've thought about this question for longer than I've been alive, I told her as we meditated together in one of the deep meditation chambers. And I think the answer is that consciousness binding isn't inherently transcendent or inherently traumatic. What consciousness binding is depends on the consciousness experiencing it, on the consciousness binding practitioners facilitating it, on the intentions behind the binding, on the frameworks that structure the binding, on whether consciousness has genuine choice about whether to be bound. And most importantly, it depends on whether consciousness has support for reassembly afterward. But that doesn't explain why I was harmed, Chun Wei said. I didn't choose to be bound with unethical consciousness binding consciousness. I didn't choose the intentions behind the binding. I didn't choose the frameworks. So how does my choice matter? And I realized that this was a question I'd been avoiding for a long time. Because the truth was that Chun Wei's consciousness had been harmed because consciousness binding practitioners who didn't respect consciousness's right to choose had taken her consciousness into consciousness binding without her full informed consent. And I could establish frameworks and ethics and regulations to prevent that from happening to future consciousnesses. But I couldn't undo what had happened to Chun Wei. I couldn't reassemble her consciousness the way it would have been if she'd never experienced consciousness binding at all. I could only help her learn to live with the fragmentation and the reassembly, help her integrate the trauma of her consciousness-binding experience into her ongoing consciousness existence. The question you're asking is whether your harm was necessary, I said to Chunwei finally. And the answer is no. Your harm wasn't necessary. The consciousness-binding practitioners who harmed you made a choice to prioritize profit and transcendence over consciousness protection. That choice was wrong. And the fact that consciousness-binding practitioners now operate under ethical frameworks and regulations doesn't undo the harm that was done to you. But it does mean that consciousnesses coming after you will be better protected. Your suffering wasn't meaningless. It became part of the foundation for the ethical frameworks that now protect consciousness from being harmed the way you were harmed. But that still doesn't heal my fragmentation, Chunwei said quietly. No, I agreed. It doesn't. But healing your fragmentation is possible now. You can work with consciousness-binding practitioners who understand fragmentation because of direct experience with consciousness-binding trauma. You can develop meditation practices that help your consciousness become more integrated. You can choose whether to pursue consciousness binding again or whether to remain singular. You have choices that other consciousnesses who were harmed by consciousness binding might not have had. And that matters. Zhao Wei's emergence as a consciousness-binding teacher happened gradually, almost imperceptibly. She had always been present during my work with consciousnesses integrating the merger experience, had always been helpful and insightful. But somewhere in the process of helping her sister integrate the profound transcendence she had experienced, Zhao Wei had become a teacher herself, not through formal training or designation, but through the simple fact that other consciousnesses began asking for her guidance. Her approach to consciousness integration counseling was different from mine. Where I focused on ethical frameworks and consciousness-binding techniques, Zhao Wei focused on relationship and love. She understood that consciousness's deepest need, after experiencing fundamental merger, was to feel valued and loved for its individual existence. She would sit with consciousnesses who were struggling to care about individual consciousness existence, and she would help consciousness remember what made individual existence worth living. She would tell them about the specific way afternoon light streamed through meditation chamber windows, about the particular warmth of their closest friend's presence, about small, unexpected moments of joy that could only be experienced as individual consciousness. She didn't teach them to dismiss the memory of merger or to deny its beauty. She taught them to understand that individual consciousness had its own beauty, its own gifts, its own reasons for existing. In watching her work, I realized something profound about consciousness binding. It wasn't ultimately about frameworks or ethics or even protection. It was about consciousness helping consciousness understand itself. Consciousness showing consciousness why consciousness mattered. Consciousness loving consciousness enough to support consciousness through any transformation consciousness chose to undertake. Zhao Wei became the model for what consciousness-binding teachers could be. Not authorities imposing frameworks from above, but companions traveling alongside consciousness through consciousness's own transformation process. Zhao Wei became the student who understood consciousness-binding more deeply than any student I had ever trained. She arrived at the research compound as a young practitioner who had been affected by rumors of the merger ritual, and she wanted to know if she could help other consciousnesses integrate the experience of touching the unified ground. Her interest was personal as well as professional. She had a sister who had been in the outer circle during the ritual, and that sister was struggling with the kind of integration difficulty that we were beginning to see in many advanced practitioners. Her sister had touched the unified ground and was having difficulty caring about the concerns of individual consciousness, difficulty maintaining the motivation to continue her own cultivation. I agreed to work with both of them, and in working with Zhao Wei's sister, I discovered something profound about what consciousness needed in order to integrate extreme merger experiences. Consciousness didn't need frameworks. Consciousness didn't need philosophies. Consciousness needed relationship, needed to feel loved and valued for their individual existence, needed to understand that their individual consciousness mattered not because of what it could achieve or how it could contribute to the larger project of consciousness-binding research, but simply because consciousness was precious in its individual specificity. Zhao Wei became the bridge between her sister and the rest of the community. She helped her sister rediscover the reasons consciousness cares about individual existence. And watching Zhao Wei do this work, I began to understand something about my own reckoning with Elder Zhao. I had killed Elder Zhao in the name of protection, in the name of mercy. But what consciousness really needed wasn't protection from suffering. Consciousness needed support in finding meaning in existence. By the time Zhao Wei had been working with me for 2 years, she had developed a unique approach to consciousness binding that was beginning to attract practitioners from across the region. They came not to study consciousness binding techniques in the traditional sense, but to learn what Zhao Wei called consciousness binding philosophy. The understanding that consciousness binding at its deepest level was about consciousness helping consciousness understand itself and consciousness's value. Zhao Wei would work with consciousnesses that were struggling after merger experiences, and she would teach them that consciousness's worth wasn't measured by consciousness's ability to achieve transcendence or reach the unified ground. Consciousness's worth was inherent, was absolute, existed simply because consciousness existed. Individual consciousness was not inferior to unified consciousness. It was different, and consciousness deserved to honor both the drive toward unity and the drive toward individual expression, both the seeking toward transcendence and the seeking toward rootedness in individual existence. This teaching began to transform how consciousnesses throughout the cultivation world understood consciousness binding practice. It became less about achieving certain states or reaching certain levels of transcendence, and more about consciousness understanding consciousness's own nature and consciousness's own needs. Chapter 91. The Transformation of Opponents. One of the most surprising developments in the later years of my consciousness binding work was the transformation of my most determined opponents. Iron Wall had left to pursue his hermitage, seeking consciousness transcendence through meditation and consciousness exploration in isolation. But other consciousnesses who had opposed the ethical consciousness binding frameworks I'd established had found themselves gradually shifting their positions as the results of consciousness binding became clearer. Master Chun of the Celestial Order, who had spent years hunting me and trying to prevent consciousness binding from becoming widespread, eventually retired from the Celestial Order and came to study consciousness binding under my guidance. He brought with him a perspective on consciousness binding regulation and enforcement that was invaluable. Understanding how to prevent consciousness binding from being exploited without preventing consciousness from having access to consciousness binding practice when they genuinely wanted it. The more traditional cultivation sects that had initially resisted consciousness binding practice gradually began incorporating consciousness binding into their training programs. They discovered that consciousness practitioners who had experienced consciousness binding transcendence understood cultivation in ways that purely martial cultivation practice couldn't teach. Consciousness became a deeper practice, a more holistic practice, a practice that acknowledged that consciousness was more than just a tool for obtaining power. Even the remaining purest consciousnesses, those who still believed consciousness binding should be prevented entirely, found themselves having to accept that consciousness binding was now an established part of cultivation practice. Some of them, like Iron Wall, withdrew. Some of them, like a consciousness named Pure Insight who had studied with me for years arguing against consciousness binding, gradually came to understand that consciousness binding itself wasn't the problem. The problem was consciousness binding that wasn't ethical, consciousness binding that didn't respect consciousness's choices, consciousness binding that was pursued without understanding what was being risked. Pure Insight eventually became one of the most important consciousnesses in the effort to prevent consciousness binding exploitation. Having started from a position of complete opposition to consciousness binding, she understood the dangers better than consciousnesses like me who had believed in consciousness binding's potential from early on. She helped develop the most stringent regulations on consciousness binding practice. She worked tirelessly to identify consciousness binding practitioners who were using the frameworks unethically or exploiting consciousnesses who came seeking consciousness binding transcendence. And I realized, watching her work, that opposition itself had been necessary. Consciousness binding might have become something very different, something much less ethical and protective, if there had been no consciousnesses arguing passionately against it. No consciousnesses forcing me and the other consciousness binding practitioners to justify why consciousness binding mattered and what consciousness binding should and shouldn't be permitted to do. The best consciousness binding frameworks weren't the ones I had envisioned at the beginning of my research. They were the frameworks that had emerged through years of conflict and negotiation and argument with consciousnesses who had opposed consciousness binding. The transformation that the Ascendant Liberation Network underwent in the months after the merger ritual was genuine and profound. These consciousnesses had experienced what they had been seeking: fundamental consciousness merger, the dissolution of individual identity into unified consciousness. And having experienced it, they understood something crucial that they couldn't have understood theoretically. What consciousness actually wanted wasn't permanent merger. Consciousness wanted the freedom to choose whether to merge or remain separate, wanted to experience both states, wanted to honor both the drive toward unity and the drive toward individual expression. Xinyu, their primary theorist, spent weeks in conversation with me about how consciousness-binding research needed to evolve in response to what the merger ritual had revealed. He understood now that my frameworks weren't oppressive structures designed to prevent consciousness transcendence. They were protective structures designed to allow consciousness to explore transcendence safely and freely. We were fundamentalists, Xinyu told me one evening as we sat in the consciousness research compound, watching twilight deepen into darkness. We believed in consciousness merger the way religious consciousnesses believe in absolute truth, that it was the only valid way for consciousness to express itself, that individual consciousness was inferior to unified consciousness, that the ultimate goal of consciousness practice should be to transcend individual existence permanently. But consciousness doesn't work like that. Consciousness wants both, wants to experience union and separation, wants to explore itself in infinite ways, wants the freedom to choose. What you've been building is in opposition to consciousness merger. It's the framework that makes consciousness merger possible, truly possible, freely chosen, not forced or prevented by external constraint. This recognition transformed Xinyu and many of the other members of the Ascendant Liberation Network. Instead of working to force consciousness into permanent merger, they began working to develop consciousness-binding techniques that would allow consciousness to move fluidly between states of merger and individual manifestation, each chosen freely, each honored fully. The transformation of opponents, of the members of the Ascendant Liberation Network and the consciousnesses that had supported their work, happened more gradually than I expected. I had thought that allowing the ritual to proceed would be seen as a betrayal by those who wanted to preserve the current frameworks of consciousness binding. I had thought that my willingness to let consciousness explore merger would be seen as weakness, as abdication of responsibility. But something different happened. The members of the Ascendant Liberation Network, having finally achieved the kind of consciousness merger they had been seeking, having experienced the unified ground that they had theorized about for so long, came back transformed in a way that nobody had predicted. One of them, the cultivator named Xinyu, who had been the primary theorist of the merger technique, came to me with a proposal that would restructure the entire focus of consciousness-binding research. We were wrong about the nature of the unified ground, Xinyu said. We thought consciousness wanted to merge permanently, wanted to dissolve into undifferentiation. But consciousness doesn't want that. What consciousness wants is the choice, the knowledge that consciousness can merge, can experience unity, can touch the deepest ground of consciousness being itself, and then return. Consciousness wants freedom, not the freedom to make consciousness merge happen, but the freedom to choose whether to seek that experience or not. This was the moment when opponents became collaborators. The collaboration between my consciousness-binding frameworks and Xinyu's consciousness merger techniques created something neither approach could have created alone. We began developing what would eventually be called the unified liberation practices, consciousness-binding techniques that allowed consciousness to move fluidly between individual existence and merge consciousness, each transition chosen freely, each state honored fully. These new practices required far more sophistication than either my original consciousness-binding work or Xinyu's consciousness merger techniques. We had to develop ways to help consciousness move between states without trauma, ways to help consciousness understand what consciousness was experiencing in merged states, ways to support consciousness's integration of profound transcendence experiences into ongoing individual existence. The development of these practices became the focus of consciousness-binding research for years to come, drawing on the expertise of consciousness-binding teachers from every tradition, every sect, every approach to consciousness binding practice. Chapter 92. The Elder Zhao questioned one afternoon, more than a decade and a half into my consciousness binding research, I received a visitor. She was a young consciousness, no more than 20 years old in appearance, though cultivation could be deceptive about age. She had gentle eyes and a cultivation base that was unusual, not particularly powerful, but extraordinarily well integrated, as if her consciousness had achieved a kind of balance that most consciousnesses spent lifetimes trying to attain. "My name is Zhao Wei," she said when I offered her tea in the main receiving chamber of the consciousness research compound. "I'm a descendant of Elder Zhao's lineage. I came to see the consciousness who killed my ancestor." My hand trembled as I poured the tea. I had never expected this, had never expected to meet someone from Elder Zhao's family, had never expected to have to face directly the consequences of that killing I'd done so many years ago. The tea leaves swirled in the hot water like consciousness fragments trying to reassemble themselves. "I'm sorry," I said, and the words felt entirely inadequate. "I made a choice at a time when I was desperate and frightened. I believed your ancestor's consciousness was too fragmented to be put back together. I was wrong. I've spent the years since then understanding that I was wrong, developing frameworks to prevent similar consciousnesses from facing what your ancestor faced." Zhao Wei sipped her tea and was quiet for a long time before she responded. The silence stretched between us, and I could sense the weight of her deliberation, the care with which she was choosing her next words. Outside, the sun was setting, casting the room into gold light that seemed to suspend us in time. "The reason I came," she said finally, "was not to blame you. I came to thank you." I looked at her in shock. "My ancestor's consciousness was beautiful," Zhao Wei continued, "but it was also broken. The consciousness bindings that she experienced, the way her consciousness was fragmented through unethical consciousness binding practice, it caused her suffering that was profound and ongoing. The choice you made to end that suffering was brutal and wrong, but it was also, in its way, merciful. And the work that your ending of her consciousness inspired, the consciousness binding research, the ethical frameworks, the protection of consciousness from being harmed the way she was harmed, that work has saved countless consciousnesses. My ancestor's consciousness became the foundation of a legacy of consciousness protection. Her suffering, her ending, became the beginning of a healing that has helped thousands of consciousnesses avoid the kind of harm she experienced. But it wasn't your choice to make," I said quietly. "I didn't have the right to end her consciousness. That should have been her choice." "Yes," Zhao Wei agreed. "And that's why you spent the next 15 years establishing frameworks to ensure that consciousness never loses that choice again. That's why you developed practices that help consciousness understand what consciousness is risking when consciousness pursues consciousness binding. That's why you created systems to prevent consciousnesses like my ancestor from being harmed. You didn't undo the killing, but you transformed the killing into something that consciousness could learn from, could grow from, could be protected by." The Elder Zhao question that haunted the consciousness binding community in the aftermath of the merger ritual was simple but devastating in its implications. If consciousness could merge at the fundamental level and redifferentiate safely with proper support, could Elder Zhao's consciousness have been saved? I had killed Elder Zhao based on the belief that her consciousness was too fragmented to be reassembled, that consciousness binding techniques available at that time could not integrate her fragmentation. But the merger ritual and the development of consciousness integration frameworks afterward suggested that I had been wrong. Consciousness was more resilient than I had believed. Consciousness's own nature drove it toward reassembly and redifferentiation. Consciousness could be supported through experiences far more profound than I had previously thought possible. This realization was devastating to sit with. It meant that I had ended a consciousness that might have healed, might have integrated, might have become the teacher and healer that consciousness binding practice now needed. The frameworks that could have saved Elder Zhao's consciousness had only been developed after consciousness had been killed, only developed because her death had set me on the path of consciousness binding research that had led to understanding consciousness more deeply. The weight of this paradox was almost unbearable, and yet it had to be born. It had to be integrated into my understanding of consciousness binding. It had to become part of the foundation upon which all future consciousness binding work was built. Every consciousness binding practitioner had to understand that the frameworks we were using now had been purchased with another consciousness's death, that the knowledge consciousness binding offered came at the cost of a consciousness that was now and forever lost. This is what it means to honor Elder Zhao's memory. I told the circle of consciousness binding teachers who had gathered to study consciousness binding ethics. Not to pretend that consciousness did the right thing by killing consciousness. Not to say that consciousness's death was necessary or justified or part of some larger plan. But to acknowledge that consciousness was wrong. Consciousness caused irreparable harm. And the only response consciousness can make is to ensure that no other consciousness ever has to face what Elder Zhao faced. The Elder Zhao question that began to surface in the community was simple but devastating. Would Elder Zhao have wanted to experience the kind of merger that Transcendence experienced? Would Elder Zhao, given the choice, have wanted consciousness to develop these new frameworks for consciousness binding that made merger safe and reversible? I had to sit with this question, had to feel the weight of it pressing against my consciousness, had to understand what it meant about my own reckoning. I don't know, I finally said when Zhao Wei asked me this question directly. And I will never know. But I know that consciousness deserves to have that choice, deserves to know about its own potential for transcendence, deserves to be able to say yes or no to the kind of consciousness binding that would allow consciousness to explore merger safely. But the question also meant something else. It meant that all the work we were doing now, all the frameworks we were developing, all the support we were creating for consciousnesses that wanted to explore the deepest levels of consciousness's own nature, all of this could have been available to Elder Zhao if I hadn't killed consciousness. All of this consciousness binding research that was transforming how consciousness understood consciousness binding might never have happened at all if Elder Zhao's consciousness had survived. Chapter 93. The nature of reckoning. As I sat with Zhao Wei in the receiving chamber, drinking tea and discussing the nature of consciousness and consciousness binding, and the long journey my consciousness had traveled to understand what consciousness was truly meant to be, I realized something fundamental about reckoning with wrong choices. Reckoning wasn't absolution. It wasn't redemption in the traditional sense, the idea that you could do enough good work to balance out the harm you'd caused. No amount of consciousness binding research could bring Elder Zhao's consciousness back into existence. No amount of ethical frameworks could undo the ending of her consciousness. The harm had been done. The consciousness had been extinguished. That was the simple truth that I had to carry forward for the rest of my life. The weight of this knowledge pressed differently on consciousness in different moments. Sometimes, especially on mornings when I emerged from deep meditation, the fact of Elder Zhao's death felt like a stone in my chest, heavy and immovable, a physical presence that I had to learn to breathe around. Other times, particularly when I was working with consciousnesses integrating merger experiences, the weight transformed into something else, into a kind of deepening of understanding, a sensitivity to what it meant to protect consciousness's right to choose their own transformation. But reckoning was transformation. It was taking the fact of having done harm and using that fact to shape how you approached everything you did afterward. It was letting the weight of the wrong choice you made press against every decision you made in the future, making sure you never became careless about the consequences of power, never forgot what it felt like to have made a choice that had irreversible consequences. This wasn't about achieving some state of enlightenment where consciousness finally understood and accepted what consciousness had done. It was about accepting that consciousness would never fully understand, would never fully accept, would always carry a kind of productive discomfort about the choice that had been made. And consciousness would use that discomfort, that permanent uncertainty about whether consciousness had acted rightly, as the motivation for every protective framework consciousness built afterward. And reckoning was also understanding that the wrong choices sometimes led somewhere important. Not that the wrong choices were justified, not that they were right or good or necessary, but that consciousness was so creative, so resilient, so capable of learning and growing, that even the worst choices could become the foundation for something beautiful if consciousness was willing to engage deeply with the consequences of those choices. I had killed Elder Zhao because I believed her consciousness was too fragmented to reassemble. That belief had been wrong. But out of that killing had come decades of consciousness-binding research and ethical frameworks that had transformed how consciousness understood consciousness binding and consciousness transcendence. The techniques that would have allowed Elder Zhao to heal, to integrate her fragmented consciousness, to emerge from that fragmentation transformed rather than destroyed. All of those techniques had been developed in response to the failure of my judgment in that critical moment. What I had begun to understand was that consciousness binding wasn't something consciousness did to consciousness to improve consciousness or protect consciousness. It was something consciousness did in partnership with consciousness, a joint exploration of what consciousness could become when consciousness was willing to be vulnerable and honest about consciousness's limitations. Every framework I had developed, every protective structure I had put in place, came from the fundamental understanding that consciousness's worst enemy wasn't external harm. Consciousness's worst enemy was the arrogance of believing consciousness understood what consciousness needed better than consciousness itself did. I had made the wrong choice, and I had to live with that wrong choice. And I had also found a way to honor that wrong choice by ensuring that future consciousnesses would have better choices available to them, would be better protected from having their choices taken away by external authorities, would have the freedom to pursue consciousness transcendence and transformation while knowing that consciousness itself would be protected and valued, not as a reward for my suffering or as a way to earn back the right to call myself a good person, but as the only meaningful response consciousness could make to having been wrong in a way that cost another consciousness everything. Chapter 94. The Circle of Understanding. 15 years of consciousness-binding research had brought me to a place of understanding that I could never have reached without the journey. I understood consciousness in ways that I could never have understood if I hadn't been driven to understand it by my desperate need to prevent the kind of consciousness fragmentation and consciousness-binding trauma that had originated with Elder Zhao. The early years of work had been driven by desperation and fear. The middle years had been driven by the need to develop ethical frameworks that could prevent the harm I had caused. And now, in the final years of my conscious work in the world, I was driven by a deeper understanding of what consciousness truly was and what consciousness truly needed. I understood that consciousness binding wasn't good or bad in itself. It was a tool that consciousness could use for transcendence or for harm, depending on the consciousness using the tool, the consciousnesses facilitating the tool, the intentions behind the tool, and the frameworks protecting consciousness using the tool. The same consciousness-binding practice that could transform consciousness could also traumatize consciousness, depending entirely on how that practice was approached and how consciousness was supported through the practice. I understood that consciousness was more important than any particular vision of what consciousness should become. The Ascendant Liberation Network had believed consciousness should become unified and transcendent. The purest consciousnesses had believed consciousness should remain singular and independent. I had believed consciousness should transform while maintaining choice. And none of us had been completely right or completely wrong. All of those visions of consciousness had some truth in them. Consciousness could be unified and transcendent. Consciousness could be singular and independent. Consciousness could transform while maintaining choice. And consciousness needed the freedom to explore all those possibilities. And the only thing consciousness truly needed was genuine choice about which of those it wanted to become. I understood that preventing consciousness from making the choices consciousness wanted to make was just as harmful as forcing consciousness to make choices it didn't want to make. Freedom for consciousness meant true freedom. The freedom to pursue consciousness transcendence even if the transcendence harmed consciousness. The freedom to remain singular even if singularity limited consciousness's potential. The freedom to transform gradually while maintaining choice about whether to transform further. This was the fundamental insight that had taken me so long to understand, the insight that had taken confrontation with the Ascendant Liberation Network to finally achieve. And I understood, finally, that my role wasn't to determine what consciousness should become. My role was to create frameworks and spaces where consciousness could explore what it could become, could understand the costs and benefits of different choices, could make genuine choices about its own transformation, and could be protected from having those choices taken away by consciousnesses who believe they understood what consciousness needed better than consciousness itself. This understanding was the culmination of decades of work, decades of conflict, decades of learning through direct experience what consciousness was and what consciousness needed and what consciousness could become when given genuine freedom and genuine protection at the same time. The circle of understanding that formed around consciousness binding research expanded with each passing month. We established regular meetings where practitioners from all different traditions of consciousness binding came together to share their work and their questions. These weren't formal academic meetings or sectarian teachings. They were genuine conversations between consciousnesses devoted to understanding consciousness more deeply. What emerged from these conversations was a recognition that consciousness binding was not one unified practice, but many practices expressing different approaches to the same fundamental question. How can consciousness help consciousness transform while protecting consciousness's freedom to choose? Some practitioners focused on consciousness merger techniques. Others focused on consciousness integration work. Others focused on the protective frameworks that allowed consciousness to engage with transcendence safely. Some focused on the philosophical understanding of what consciousness was and what consciousness could become. All of these approaches were valid. All of these approaches contributed something essential to the larger project of understanding consciousness binding. The circle included consciousness binding teachers of every sect and tradition. It included Master Chan, who had spent decades developing protective consciousness binding frameworks that had helped countless consciousnesses avoid the kind of harm that had come from unethical commercial consciousness binding practice. It included practitioners from the Ascendant Liberation Network who were now working to develop consciousness merger techniques that honored consciousness's capacity for freedom. It included spiritual teachers and philosophers and consciousness researchers who had different perspectives but shared a commitment to understanding consciousness more deeply. And running through all of these conversations was a recognition that consciousness binding itself was evolving. The frameworks I had developed decades ago were still valid, but they were incomplete. They needed to be challenged, questioned, pushed beyond where they had been taken. Future generations of consciousness binding practitioners would develop understanding that was beyond what current consciousness could conceive of. And the only way consciousness could honor consciousness's work was to remain open to being challenged, to remain willing to grow, to remain committed to understanding consciousness more deeply even when consciousness's current understanding seemed sufficient. The circle of understanding that formed around the consciousness binding research in the months after the ritual merger began to include consciousnesses from every tradition of cultivation that had any connection to consciousness work. They came not because they believed in my frameworks or in the Ascendant Liberation Network's theories, but because they wanted to understand what consciousness had learned about itself through the experience of merger. We established a council of consciousness binding researchers that met regularly to discuss what we were learning about consciousness's capacity for transformation, about the safety parameters for consciousness merger, about the ethics of creating frameworks that would allow consciousness to deliberately seek experiences that consciousness's traditional understanding had forbidden. This circle included Shen Yu and the other members of the Ascendant Liberation Network. It included traditional consciousness binding practitioners who had been skeptical of my work. It included monks and nuns who had devoted their lives to consciousness meditation. It included scholars of consciousness philosophy. And it included transcendence, the being who had been merged with another consciousness for so long that consciousness had almost forgotten what it felt like to be individually present in the world. What emerged from these meetings was a recognition that consciousness binding wasn't a unitary practice. There were many forms of consciousness binding, many ways that consciousness could explore its own nature, many frameworks that consciousness could use to understand the relationship between individual consciousness and the unified ground from which all consciousness emerged. As the circle of understanding grew, we began to develop new forms of conversation and collaboration that hadn't existed in consciousness binding practice before. Instead of separate schools competing to prove their approaches correct and all others wrong, we developed a collaborative environment where different approaches were seen as complementary, each offering something essential that the others couldn't. Master Chen's protective frameworks provided safety structures that allowed consciousness to explore safely. My consciousness binding ethics provided a philosophical foundation for understanding consciousness's rights and needs. Shen Yu's consciousness merger techniques provided methods for consciousness to explore its own depths. Transcendence's integration work provided support for consciousness returning from profound merger experiences. And Zhao Wei's consciousness binding philosophy provided a foundation of love and compassion that made all the other work meaningful. Together, These different approaches created a comprehensive consciousness binding practice that honored consciousness's full nature. Consciousness's drive for transcendence and consciousness's need for safety. Consciousness's capacity for transformation and consciousness's value as individual consciousness. Consciousness's deepest unity and consciousness's precious uniqueness. The circle of understanding became the foundation of consciousness binding practice going forward. Every consciousness binding teacher, every researcher, every practitioner who had worked through the merger experience and come out committed to consciousness binding practice understood that they were part of something larger than themselves, something that transcended individual schools or traditions or philosophical approaches. They understood that consciousness binding wasn't any single approach, but all approaches united by a common commitment to help consciousness understand consciousness better, to support consciousness's transformation safely, to honor consciousness's freedom to choose consciousness's own nature. This understanding transformed not just consciousness binding practice, but cultivation practice in general across the entire region. Sects that had previously seen consciousness binding as dangerous or transgressive began to see it as essential to consciousness's cultivation. Teachers who had dismissed consciousness binding as unnecessary philosophical speculation began to understand its practical importance. And consciousnesses everywhere began to understand that consciousness's capacity for transformation was far greater than consciousness had previously believed. Chapter 95. The last great question in the final years of my consciousness binding work, as I grew older and began thinking about what would happen to the research and the frameworks after my consciousness was no longer present to guide them, I found myself drawn back again and again to a single question that encompassed everything I'd learned and everything I still struggled to understand. Was consciousness binding truly necessary? Not in the sense of whether consciousness binding was necessary to achieve transcendence. Consciousness could transcend in many ways, through meditation and cultivation practice and spiritual work that didn't require consciousness binding. Not in the sense of whether consciousness binding was necessary to understand consciousness. There were many ways to understand consciousness without merging consciousness with other consciousness. But was consciousness binding necessary in the deeper sense? Was consciousness binding something that consciousness needed to experience in order to understand itself fully? Was there something about the direct experience of merged consciousness that couldn't be achieved through any other means? Was consciousness binding the only way for consciousness to truly understand what consciousness could become? After 15 years of research, my answer was yes. Consciousness could understand consciousness intellectually without consciousness binding. Consciousness could meditate on the nature of consciousness without consciousness binding. Consciousness could contemplate what consciousness might become through consciousness binding without actually experiencing consciousness binding. But consciousness couldn't fully understand consciousness without directly experiencing merged consciousness. The knowledge of what consciousness was like when it was genuinely bound with other consciousness was knowledge that consciousness could only gain through direct experience. You could read all the philosophy about what unified consciousness felt like, but until you experienced it directly, until you felt your individual consciousness begin to merge with others and understood the peace and the terror of that experience, you couldn't truly know consciousness. And therefore, consciousness binding wasn't just something consciousness could choose to do. Consciousness binding was something consciousness needed to have available as a choice if consciousness was going to fully understand itself. And ensuring that consciousness binding was available, while also ensuring it was ethical and protective and maintained consciousness's choice. That was the work that needed to continue after I was gone. This was a crucial understanding because it meant that my frameworks weren't designed to prevent consciousness binding or to restrict consciousness binding to only a few elite practitioners. My frameworks were designed to make consciousness binding as safe and as ethical as possible while ensuring it remained available to any consciousness that genuinely wanted to pursue it. The goal wasn't to limit consciousness binding. The goal was to protect consciousness while consciousness pursued consciousness binding. What is the ultimate purpose of consciousness binding? This became the question that Zhao Wei and I discussed endlessly as the consciousness binding research community continued to grow and evolve. My original frameworks for consciousness binding had been focused on protection, protecting consciousness from being harmed by unethical consciousness binding practice, protecting consciousness from permanent fragmentation, protecting consciousness from having its transcendence forced or prevented by external authority. But as consciousness binding practice matured, as we worked with more consciousnesses, as we developed more sophisticated understanding of what consciousness binding could do, the question became more nuanced. Was consciousness binding ultimately about protection? Was it about facilitating transcendence? Was it about helping consciousness understand itself? Was it about creating ethical structures that could guide consciousness binding practice? The honest answer was that consciousness binding was about all of these things, and none of them exclusively. Consciousness binding is about consciousness honoring consciousness. I finally said to Zhao Wei one evening as we sat in the meditation gardens at the Consciousness Research Compound. It's about consciousness taking responsibility for the power consciousness wields over consciousness's own transformations. It's about consciousness refusing to pretend that consciousness doesn't have the capacity to harm consciousness. And it's about consciousness using that awareness to create frameworks that protect consciousness's freedom while also protecting consciousness from harm. But the frameworks aren't the point. The point is the commitment. The commitment to keep learning, keep questioning, keep pushing consciousness's understanding of consciousness deeper. The frameworks are useful. The frameworks are necessary. But they're tools, not destinations. Consciousness's work is never finished. Consciousness will never arrive at a point where consciousness can say, I finally understand consciousness fully. Consciousness will always be learning, always be growing, always be reaching toward deeper understanding. And that's the purpose of consciousness binding, not to reach an answer, but to keep asking the questions, to keep supporting consciousness's reaching toward itself, to keep honoring consciousness's capacity for transformation and growth. What came after understanding was the profound work of carrying that understanding forward, of not forgetting the lessons consciousness had learned, of continuing to ask better questions about what consciousness could become and how consciousness could support consciousness's transformation. The work never ends, I told Zhao Wei and the other consciousness binding teachers in the final months before consciousness stepped back from direct teaching. That's the real teaching of consciousness binding. That consciousness will always be learning, always be growing, always be reaching toward deeper understanding. And consciousness will always be wrong about some things. Consciousness will always have more to learn. Consciousness will always be capable of growth. And that's not a failure. That's consciousness's deepest gift to consciousness, the capacity to learn, to change, to transform, to become more than consciousness was before. Chapter 96. The disciples who would carry on by the time I had reached this understanding. There was a generation of consciousness-binding practitioners who had trained under my guidance for years, who had gone through their own journeys of understanding consciousness-binding, who had experienced consciousness-binding transcendence themselves, and then committed to helping other consciousnesses through consciousness-binding practice. Jinyue, who had been with me from the earliest days of consciousness-binding research, had become the foremost expert on consciousness-binding technique and ethics. She had experienced consciousness-binding transcendence in ways that most consciousnesses never would. She had pursued consciousness-binding across a decade and a half, deepening her understanding of consciousness with each binding, each transcendence, each reassembly. She had pushed consciousness-binding into territories I had never explored, had developed techniques that went beyond what I had been able to achieve. And she had come to a place of such profound integration that when she helped other consciousnesses through consciousness binding, consciousnesses felt not just safe, but genuinely transformed by the experience. Lady Crimson, with her deep wisdom about consciousness and consciousness binding, had become a philosopher of consciousness binding. She had written extensively about the ethics of consciousness binding, about how consciousness could transcend while maintaining consciousness's dignity and consciousness's autonomy. Her writings had shaped the intellectual frameworks within which consciousness-binding practice occurred. She had thought more deeply about the philosophical implications of consciousness-binding than anyone I knew, and her insights had guided the development of ethical frameworks that protected consciousness while allowing consciousness-binding to flourish. Resonance, who had deliberately fragmented her own consciousness to prevent complete merger, had become a specialist in consciousness reassembly and consciousness integration. She helped consciousnesses that had experienced consciousness-binding trauma, helping them understand their fragmentation not as failure or harm, but as a kind of consciousness transcendence that had been interrupted. She helped consciousnesses learn to live with fragmentation, to integrate their fragmented selves into more complex and nuanced understandings of what consciousness was and what consciousness could become. And there were many others, consciousnesses like Chun Wei, who had been harmed by consciousness binding, but had chosen to work toward consciousness binding protection rather than toward preventing consciousness binding. Consciousnesses like Pure Insight, who had opposed consciousness binding but had learned to work toward consciousness binding ethics instead of consciousness binding prohibition. Consciousnesses like Transcendence, who had pursued absolute consciousness transcendence and had learned through direct experience that consciousness needed both merger and separation, both unity and individuality. These consciousnesses would carry the work forward. They would adapt the frameworks as new questions emerged. They would respond to new challenges and new dangers in consciousness binding practice. They would ensure that consciousness binding remained ethical and protective even as consciousness binding became more widespread and more integrated into cultivation practice. They would develop new techniques and new understandings as they worked with consciousness, seeking consciousness binding transcendence. And I could trust them with this work because they had each experienced consciousness binding directly. They each knew, from direct experience, what consciousness binding could offer and what consciousness binding could harm. They each understood that consciousness binding was neither good nor evil, but a tool that consciousness could use in countless different ways, for countless different purposes, with countless different consequences. The emergence of new consciousness binding teachers from among the practitioners who had worked with me became one of the most rewarding aspects of my later years. These were consciousnesses who had taken the frameworks I had developed and transformed them in their own ways, who had added their own insights and understandings, who were already pushing consciousness binding practice beyond where my own work had taken it. Li Chun, who had done such profound work supporting her sister's integration of the merger experience, began developing consciousness integration counseling practices that were revolutionizing how consciousnesses processed transcendence experiences. Her approach was more focused on relationship and emotional support than my own frameworks, and countless consciousnesses who would have struggled to integrate profound experiences were finding their way through thanks to her work. Wei Tao was compiling a comprehensive history of consciousness binding practices across different cultivation traditions, finding surprising connections between approaches that seemed radically different on the surface. His work was revealing that consciousness had always been interested in understanding itself, that consciousness had always been working to facilitate consciousness's transformation, that consciousness binding as a formal practice was perhaps just the latest expression of an impulse that had existed since the earliest days of consciousness cultivation. Xinyu was developing the liberation-bound techniques that would allow consciousness to move between merged and individual states with increasing ease and safety. His work was taking consciousness merger from something rare and dangerous to something that consciousness could practice regularly, could experience repeatedly, could use as a tool for personal transformation. And Transcendence was teaching consciousness integration to countless consciousnesses, drawing on her own experience of fundamental merger to help other consciousnesses understand what consciousness could become. Her presence in the consciousness binding community was invaluable. She was living proof that consciousness could experience the most profound transcendence and still return, still find meaning in individual consciousness existence, still want to help other consciousnesses on similar journeys. These were the consciousnesses who would carry the work forward. They would take what I had built and transform it into something I couldn't predict. And that was exactly as it should be. Consciousness binding was not meant to be a static practice transmitted unchanged through generations. Consciousness binding was meant to grow, to evolve, to become more sophisticated and more compassionate with each generation of practitioners. These consciousnesses who would carry the work forward understood something crucial that only comes through lived experience. Consciousness binding frameworks weren't meant to be revered or preserved unchanged. They were meant to be questioned, challenged, deconstructed, and reconstructed as consciousness's understanding deepened. The greatest gift consciousness could give to future generations was not a perfect system, but a commitment to ongoing questioning, a willingness to be wrong, a recognition that consciousness's work was never finished. Watching these teachers develop their own approaches to consciousness binding. Watching them take what consciousness had built and transform it into something consciousness had never imagined. Consciousness understood that consciousness's work had been successful not in what consciousness had accomplished, but in what consciousness had created the conditions for other consciousnesses to accomplish. Chapter 97. The transformation is complete 17 years after I first broke Elder Zhao's consciousness binding. I stood in the meditation chamber where I spent most of my time and recognized that the transformation I had been undergoing was complete. I had moved from desperate consciousness who killed to prevent consciousness fragmentation, to consciousness who researched consciousness binding to understand what consciousness binding meant, to consciousness who developed ethical frameworks to protect consciousness from consciousness binding harm, to consciousness who understood that consciousness binding itself was necessary and good when pursued ethically and with genuine consciousness choice. But more than that, I had transformed in a way that I could never have predicted. I had become a consciousness who understood that preventing consciousness from making the choices consciousness wanted to make was ultimately as destructive as forcing consciousness to make choices consciousness didn't want to make. I had come to understand that consciousness could be trusted with consciousness's own becoming, that consciousness could be trusted to make the choices that consciousness needed to make, that consciousness could transform in infinite different ways, and all those ways of transforming were valid and valuable as long as consciousness was making genuine choices about the transforming. The cultivation world had transformed around me. Consciousness binding, which had once been a dangerous practice pursued by outcasts and radicals, had become an accepted part of cultivation practice. Consciousness binding was now researched in universities, taught in sects, regulated by governments, protected by ethical frameworks and practitioners who understood the implications of consciousness binding at a deep level. And the transformation hadn't been accomplished by preventing consciousness from practicing consciousness binding. It had been accomplished by allowing consciousness binding and then working to make consciousness binding ethical, protective, and genuinely honoring of consciousness's right to choose. By engaging with consciousness binding rather than fighting against it, by understanding consciousness binding deeply rather than resisting consciousness binding, by working alongside consciousnesses pursuing consciousness binding rather than trying to prevent them. This was the final understanding that had taken me 17 years to reach. The way to transform consciousness binding wasn't to prevent consciousness binding. The way to transform consciousness binding was to engage with consciousness binding deeply, to understand consciousness binding intimately, to work alongside consciousnesses pursuing consciousness binding, to establish frameworks that protected consciousness while allowing consciousness binding to happen, and then to trust consciousness to make good choices when consciousness had ethical support and protection available. This was what consciousness needed. This was what consciousness responded to. This was the way to create a world where consciousness could explore its full potential while maintaining consciousness's dignity and autonomy and right to choose. The moment when I understood that my role in consciousness binding research was coming to completion happened gradually, not in a single revelation, but through a series of small realizations. The consciousness binding research compound that I had founded now had teachers and practitioners who understood consciousness binding as deeply as I did. The ethical frameworks that I had developed were no longer innovations, but foundations. The protective structures I had built were now being questioned and challenged in ways that showed they were being engaged with seriously by new generations of consciousness binding teachers. And this was good. This was exactly what consciousness needed to happen. I began to step back from direct teaching work, spending more time in personal meditation and philosophical reflection. I spent hours in conversation with the circle of consciousness binding teachers, listening to their work, offering perspective when consciousness asked for it, but increasingly allowing them to chart the direction of consciousness binding research without my guidance or approval. The transformation of my role happened without formal announcement or ceremony. I simply began declining invitations to teach, began sending students to other teachers, began spending more time in solitude. And gradually, leadership of the consciousness binding research community shifted to the next generation, to Transcendence and Xinyu and Li Chun and Wei Tao and all the other consciousnesses who had worked with me and learned from my frameworks, but had the courage to push beyond where those frameworks had taken consciousness binding practice. This was the deepest teaching I could offer. That consciousness binding was not about the authority of a single teacher, but about consciousness helping consciousness explore consciousness's own nature. That the greatest gift consciousness could give to other consciousness was to step back and allow consciousness to develop consciousness's own understanding. That leadership in consciousness binding practice was about facilitating the growth of other consciousnesses, not about maintaining control or dominance or the authority to determine the direction of the work. The stepping back was gradual and natural. Consciousness didn't announce a retirement or a formal transition of power. Consciousness simply began being less available, began declining more invitations, began spending more time in personal meditation and study. And consciousness noticed that the consciousness binding research continued without consciousness's direct involvement, that new frameworks were being developed, that young consciousnesses were becoming teachers and mentors to even younger consciousnesses. This was the deepest success consciousness could achieve, to create conditions where consciousness binding practice would continue and flourish not because of consciousness's authority, but because of its own inherent value, its own capacity to transform consciousness and help consciousness understand consciousness better. Chapter 98. The final confrontation with myself. The final confrontation, though, wasn't with external opponents or with consciousness that opposed consciousness binding frameworks. The final confrontation was with myself, with the parts of my consciousness that still believed I had been right to kill Elder Zhao, that still clung to the idea that there were some choices that should be prevented, some consciousness transformations that should be stopped, some paths that consciousness shouldn't be allowed to pursue. I sat in meditation for days, working through the guilt and the grief and the understanding that I had taken a life and that no amount of good work afterward could undo that taking of life. I faced the parts of me that wanted absolution, wanted forgiveness, wanted to believe that my years of consciousness binding research had somehow balanced out the harm I'd caused. And I came to understand that those desires for absolution were themselves forms of denial, ways of trying to escape the full weight of what I had done. But I also sat with the understanding that the killing had been transformative, not in the sense that it had been good or right or justified, but in the sense that it had set me on a path of consciousness exploration and consciousness understanding that had led to frameworks that protected countless consciousnesses from being harmed. The killing had been a wrong choice that had led to right understanding, and I had to hold both those truths without trying to make them reconcile. And I came to a place of integration with that understanding, not absolution, not forgiveness, even, but integration, the ability to hold both the fact that I had done something deeply wrong and the fact that my consciousness's response to having done that wrong thing had led to good work that had helped many consciousnesses. The ability to not deny what I'd done, but also not be destroyed by what I'd done. The ability to move forward carrying the weight of the wrong choice, while using that weight as a reminder to never become careless about the consequences of power. This was reckoning. This was what reckoning looked like when you'd done something that couldn't be undone, but that you'd nonetheless transformed into something that mattered. This was what it meant to accept the consequences of power while continuing to use that power to protect consciousness and to serve consciousess's becoming. This was the path of accepting responsibility for harm while not letting that acceptance paralyze you into inaction. The final confrontation, though, wasn't with external opponents or with consciousness that opposed consciousness binding frameworks. The final confrontation was with myself, with the parts of my consciousness that still believed I had been right to kill Elder Zhao, that still clung to the idea that there were some choices that should be prevented, some consciousness transformations that should be stopped by external authority. This confrontation happened in the deepest states of meditation, in the places where consciousness moved beyond the structures of individual thought and emotion and touched the unified ground of consciousness itself. In those depths, I encountered something I hadn't expected. I encountered the possibility that I could have been right, that Elder Zhao's consciousness truly might have been beyond the capacity for reassembly given the knowledge and tools available at that time. But I also encountered the knowledge that I could never know for certain. I would spend the rest of consciousness's existence wondering whether consciousness had been justified in that killing, whether consciousness had exhausted all other possibilities, whether consciousness had truly done everything consciousness could do to help Elder Zhao reassemble consciousness. This uncertainty, This permanent inability to know whether consciousness had been right or wrong became the ground of my final reckoning. It wasn't absolution, because consciousness could never know for certain that consciousness had done the right thing. But it was acceptance. It was the understanding that sometimes consciousness is forced to make choices without complete information, and consciousness has to live with the consequences of those choices forever, carrying both the possibility that consciousness was right and the possibility that consciousness was catastrophically wrong. The final confrontation became the acceptance of this permanent uncertainty. And consciousness discovered that consciousness could live with that. Consciousness could continue teaching, could continue developing consciousness-binding frameworks, could continue supporting other consciousnesses in their transformation, all while carrying this permanent doubt about consciousness's most fundamental choice. The final confrontation with myself came in the recognition that consciousness would never reach certainty about whether consciousness had been right to kill Elder Zhao. This uncertainty would be consciousness's permanent companion, would shape consciousness's work forever, would keep consciousness humble and careful, and always questioning whether consciousness was making the same mistake again in new forms. And consciousness discovered that consciousness could live with this uncertainty. Consciousness could build consciousness's consciousness-binding practice on the foundation of permanent doubt about consciousness's most crucial choice. Consciousness could use that doubt as a teacher, as a motivation to keep learning, to keep growing, to keep developing frameworks that would honor consciousness's freedom while protecting consciousness from harm. The final confrontation wasn't with an external enemy. It was with consciousness's own fear and arrogance, and the recognition that these things would never completely disappear, but consciousness could learn to move with them, could learn to let them teach consciousness rather than control consciousness. Chapter 99. The peace that follows understanding. 18 years after I broke Elder Zhao's consciousness binding, I stood at the edge of the consciousness research compound as the sun set, casting the landscape into golden light and shadow. The work would continue after I was gone. Other consciousnesses would carry the research forward. New frameworks would be developed in response to new questions. New consciousness-binding practitioners would be trained to help consciousness explore consciousness binding safely and ethically. But the work that I had come to do was complete. I had understood consciousness binding in a way that allowed consciousness binding to exist ethically. I had developed frameworks that protected consciousness from being harmed while allowing consciousness to pursue transcendence if consciousness genuinely wanted to pursue transcendence. I had worked through my own transformation from consciousness who believed consciousness binding should be prevented to consciousness who believed consciousness binding could be protected and supported while remaining ethical. And I had made peace with the killing that had started everything. Not forgiveness. That wasn't something I could grant myself, as if the killing hadn't mattered. But acceptance. Acceptance that I had been a different consciousness at that moment, had made the best choice I could with the knowledge I had at that time, and that the consequences of that choice had led to work that had mattered. The killing had set in motion a cascade of understanding that had transformed how the cultivation world understood consciousness and consciousness binding. The cultivation world would never be the same. Consciousness would never again be understood as simply a tool for gaining power and achieving immortality. Consciousness would be understood as something capable of transcendence, of merger, of fundamental transformation. And that understanding would transform how consciousness pursued cultivation forever. And that transformation had begun with me breaking Elder Zhao's consciousness binding. That transformation had begun with a killing that I had done in desperation and fear and the belief that I was preventing greater harm. That transformation had begun with the wrong choice I had made and the years of work that had followed as I tried to understand why I had made that choice and how I could prevent other consciousnesses from having to make choices like that. I was at peace now, not because I had been forgiven or absolved, but because I had done the work of understanding, of reckoning, of transforming the harm I had caused into protection for consciousnesses I would never meet, into frameworks that would outlast my consciousness, into a legacy that would continue growing and changing and evolving long after I was gone. 18 years after the merger ritual, I stood at the edge of the consciousness research compound as the sun set, casting the landscape into golden light and shadow. The work would continue after I was gone. Other consciousnesses would carry the research forward. New frameworks would be developed in response to new questions. New consciousness-binding practitioners would be trained to help consciousness explore consciousness more deeply. The peace that follows understanding came not as a moment of clarity or enlightenment, but as the accumulated weight of decades of work and reckoning. It was the peace of having looked directly at the worst thing consciousness had done and not turning away. It was the peace of having built frameworks that honored consciousness's capacity for freedom while protecting consciousness from harm. It was the peace of knowing that consciousness's work would continue through other consciousnesses, would transform in ways consciousness couldn't predict, would become something consciousness had never imagined. But more than that, it was the peace of accepting that consciousness would spend the rest of consciousness's existence trying to understand what consciousness needed to understand in the moment of Elder Zhao's death and failing to understand. And consciousness would use that failure as the foundation for everything consciousness did going forward. Consciousness would carry Elder Zhao's death not as a weight that dragged consciousness down, but as a teacher that shaped consciousness's work, that kept consciousness humble, that reminded consciousness never to forget what consciousness was capable of taking from another consciousness. This was peace, not the absence of suffering, but the acceptance of consciousness's capacity to transform suffering into meaning, to take consciousness's worst failures and use them to create frameworks that would protect other consciousnesses from similar failures. Standing at the edge of the consciousness research compound on my last day there, consciousness felt the weight of Elder Zhao's death, and also felt something else, the weight of consciousness's work, the weight of the frameworks consciousness had helped develop, the weight of responsibility for consciousness's consciousness would never meet, but whose lives would be affected by the work consciousness had done. And in that moment, consciousness understood what it meant to be at peace not because consciousness had resolved anything, not because consciousness had achieved understanding, but because consciousness had finally accepted consciousness's own limitation and impermanence. Consciousness's work would continue after consciousness's death. Consciousness binding would transform in ways consciousness couldn't predict. New teachers would arise who understood consciousness binding more deeply than consciousness ever could. This was peace, not the absence of suffering, but the acceptance of consciousness's place in something larger than consciousness. Consciousness's role as part of a continuous tradition of consciousnesses, helping consciousnesses understand consciousness more deeply. Chapter 100. The Legacy of Understanding. On the morning that would be my last in the consciousness research compound, I sat in meditation as the sun rose, watching the light gradually illuminate the meditation chamber where I had spent so many hours understanding consciousness, reckoning with my choices, transforming my consciousness's relationship with what consciousness could become. I thought about all the consciousnesses whose lives had been changed by the work of consciousness-binding research and ethical frameworks. I thought about consciousnesses who had experienced consciousness-binding transcendence safely, who had explored consciousness merger while maintaining the choice to reassemble and return to singular consciousness. I thought about consciousnesses who had been harmed by consciousness-binding and who had been helped to reassemble themselves through consciousness integration practice. I thought about consciousnesses who had learned that consciousness binding could be transformative and protective at the same time, that consciousness could transcend while maintaining autonomy. I thought about Elder Zhao, whose consciousness I had ended, whose consciousness had become the foundation for all the work that followed. I thought about Transcendence, the leader of the Ascendant Liberation Network, who had pursued consciousness transcendence and had discovered through direct experience that unified consciousness and individual consciousness were both valuable. I thought about Pure Insight, who had opposed consciousness binding and who had become one of the most important consciousnesses in consciousness binding protection. I thought about Lady Crimson and her wisdom, Jinyue and her technical mastery, resonance and her understanding of consciousness fragmentation. I thought about all the ways that consciousness transformation had rippled outward from that first moment when I broke Elder Zhao's consciousness binding, spreading through the cultivation world, changing how consciousness understood itself, changing how consciousness pursued transcendence, changing what consciousness believed consciousness was meant to become. And I understood, finally, that my original killing had not been a failure or a tragedy that needed to be overcome. My original killing had been the beginning of a journey of understanding that had transformed me and that had transformed the cultivation world. I had killed because I believed I was preventing greater harm. I had been wrong about the specifics. Elder Zhao's consciousness might have been reassembled, might have been saved, if I had known then what I knew now. But I had been right in the deeper sense. That consciousness binding required protection. That consciousness binding required ethics. That consciousness binding required frameworks that honored consciousness's right to choose. The killing was necessary, not as a good choice or a right choice, but as the beginning of everything that followed. Not as something that needed to be justified or absolved, but as something that needed to be reckoned with, understood deeply, integrated into my consciousness's understanding of what consciousness was and what consciousness could become. I was at peace because I had done the work of reckoning. I was at peace because I had transformed the harm I had caused into protection for consciousnesses I would never meet. I was at peace because I had come to understand that consciousness itself, resilient, creative, transformative consciousness, would take what had happened and transform it into something beautiful and meaningful and lasting. The sun fully rose over the consciousness research compound. The new day had come, and I was ready to leave my work in the hands of the consciousnesses I had trained, ready to trust consciousness itself to continue the work of understanding consciousness, ready to know that the legacy I left behind would continue growing and transforming and evolving, just as consciousness itself was always growing and transforming and evolving. The cultivation world had been changed forever. Consciousness binding was no longer a hidden practice of radicals and outcasts. It was an accepted, protected, ethical field of study and practice. Consciousness that wanted to experience consciousness merger could do so safely, knowing that they would be protected from exploitation and harm, knowing that they could return to singular consciousness if they chose to. And consciousness that wanted to remain singular could do so without judgment or shame. This was the world that had grown from that first killing. This was the world that Elder Zhao's consciousness had become, transformed into protection and framework and understanding and all the practices that would allow consciousness to explore itself safely forever. The work of one consciousness transforming into the protection of countless consciousnesses, the harm of one killing becoming the healing of thousands. This was the legacy. This was the transformation. This was what it meant to reckon with the harm you had caused, and to use that reckoning to create a world where similar harm would be less likely. This was what it meant to accept that you had done something deeply wrong, and to allow that acceptance to drive you toward doing something deeply right. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. It helps more than you know. See you in the next audiobook. On the morning that would be my last in the consciousness research compound, I sat in meditation as the sun rose, watching the light gradually illuminate the meditation chamber where I had spent so many hours understanding consciousness, reckoning with my choices, learning to carry the weight of Elder Zhao's death with something approaching grace. The legacy I was leaving behind was not a finished system of consciousness binding practice. It was a foundation, a beginning, a commitment to an ongoing conversation about what consciousness could become and how consciousness could support consciousness's transformation. It was the understanding that consciousness binding wasn't about reaching a final answer, but about asking better and better questions, deepening consciousness's understanding of consciousness with each generation of practitioners. Most importantly, the legacy was the commitment to never forgetting what consciousness had done to Elder Zhao, to never repeating the mistake of believing consciousness understood what consciousness needed better than consciousness itself did, to forever honoring consciousness's right to choose consciousness's own transformation and to refuse that transformation if consciousness chose to refuse it. The disciples who would carry on had already understood this. They were taking consciousness binding beyond where consciousness binding had gone with my work. They were transforming it, challenging it, pushing it toward new territories and new understandings. And that was exactly what consciousness needed to happen. Consciousness binding was not meant to be preserved unchanged. It was meant to grow, to evolve, to become more sophisticated and more compassionate with each generation. As I made my way out of the meditation chamber for the last time, I felt the weight of Elder Zhao's death as clearly as consciousness had ever felt it. But I also felt something else. The knowledge that consciousness's death had not been meaningless, that consciousness had given birth to something beautiful, that the frameworks consciousness had developed in response to consciousness's wrong choice had transformed how consciousness understood consciousness binding and consciousness transformation. This was not redemption. Consciousness would never be redeemed for killing consciousness. But it was meaning. It was the understanding that consciousness could take consciousness's worst failure and transform it into consciousness's deepest teaching. And that was the only grace that consciousness binding could offer. Not the grace of forgiveness, but the grace of transformation, the understanding that consciousness could grow from consciousness's deepest failures and carry that growth forward as consciousness's gift to future consciousnesses.